Kevtech here bringing another video on information technology. I hope you guys are having a good day. Happy Saturday. And today I just want to hang out. Next week we're going to do training. So remember next week, 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, we're going to do CompTIA training. So we're going to do training with CompTIA certification. So if you're taking the A plus, or if you're trying to take the A plus, um, I am gonna go over simulations. I'm gonna go over real life simulations. Like I actually literally physically wrote the exam. So if you wanna practice with me, come join me at 2 p.m. Eastern time next week, and I'm gonna go live and I'm gonna actually go over the exam. And then I'm just gonna go into the chat box. I'm gonna look at the chat. I'm gonna look at the chat box, and I'm gonna ask you guys like, tell me what the answer is. Is the answer A, B, C, or D? And I'm just gonna try to answer the questions to the best of my ability, and I'm gonna hear you guys as well. So you know, obviously that's gonna be fun. Um, hello, how you doing? What's up, guys? How you doing? How you doing? Love, guys. How you doing? Man? How you doing? What's up? Yeah, so just gonna wait for people to join. Today's not gonna be crazy. Today is just gonna be hanging out. I'm gonna be hanging out. So, if you wanna ask me anything, awesome job, Kevin. Thank you. Thank you. Hey Tim. Hey Shane. Hey South Bay Technology. Hey Steven. Yeah, my coffee. Obviously, you gotta have coffee. If it's gonna be a long session, you gotta have coffee. I get the pizza ready. Wait for more people to join. So, can I learn to be Superman? I'm waiting. I'm reading some of these comments that people tell me, and I'm like, oh my god. Anyway, guys. Anyway, guys. Thank you, guys. If you guys don't know, I officially hit 6,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel. So thank you guys for following me. I greatly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for watching my content. Thank you for following me. And thank you for just watching my videos. I greatly appreciate it. Like I seriously appreciate it. Like even though it's 6,000 and it's not 100 or 400 or whatever. Every time I hit like the 1,000 mark, I'm always happy about it. So 6,000. Here's the road to 7,000, 8,000, maybe 10,000. We don't know, but definitely thank you guys for following me. I greatly appreciate it. I seriously I appreciate it. Like you don't know, I do appreciate it. It's not like I don't ignore people. I greatly appreciate the fact that you watch my videos. So thank you guys for watching my videos. It's 6,000. Really good. Um would be interested to see the test exam for the A plus. Yeah, I'm doing that next week, Shane. So next week I'm going live. Anyone's just tuned in, I'm gonna go live at 2 p.m. EST time next week, and I'm gonna go over the CompTIA exam, and I'm gonna go over the test and everything, and then you're gonna practice with me. I'm gonna practice the real exam. I'm gonna try to prepare you for 1001 and 1002 if you're taking the exam. So I'm gonna go over that for probably for maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks, 4 weeks maybe. I want everyone to be able to pass the exam. So I'm gonna go over it for probably for like a month, maybe 4 weeks of CompTIA plus. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. Those exams are kind of long. I have the simulation and everything. I actually downloaded it last night and I looked at it and I'm like, yep, this is the right one. So you know, well deserved. Well deserved. Yeah. What's up? Yeah. Hey Tim. Hey, what's up, man? Hey Nick. What's up, Nick? Kevin, after 20 hours, I get it. I got Exchange to install. Oh my goodness. All right. Congrats, Kevin. Well deserved. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. It's just SSCM work. I passed it. Oh, cool. Hey, Elvin. So anyone that don't know, also I have an announcement to make for anyone that don't know. I have an announcement to make. People probably know this. People probably don't know. I have a Discord channel. So if you want to come in my Discord and join my Discord channel, you can. It's absolutely for free. As soon as you join, I'm gonna make you a member, and then when you become a member, you actually have special privileges. So if you join my Discord channel, it's free. You could come and join, and you could see me there. I hang out with a bunch of people on Discord, and I'm gonna share my screen with you right now, so you could see what I'm talking about. So let me share my screen with you real quick. All right. So this is my Discord channel. I'm right over here. It's called Kevtech. So if you want to add me, if you want to join the Discord channel, it's absolutely free. I'm on 3 different Discord channels, by the way. I just created my channel literally. I just created it literally like yesterday. So I have about 20 people so far on it. So if you want to join the Discord channel. I'm actually on Discord right now. So if you want to join Discord, you come and join me. I'm on Discord right now. And I have a lot of free stuff, by the way, on Discord. So anyone that wants to join my Discord channel, it's absolutely free. Um, we go over resumes. We've been going over resumes. We have a LinkedIn profile. We have job postings. So I'm gonna start putting jobs here. So if you're looking for a job, yeah, I don't really sleep a lot. I sleep like 5 hours probably. Um, if you're looking for a job and you can't find the job, I will post it here. So this is a section called job posting. So if you're looking for a help desk or IT job or desktop support or entry level job, I will post it on Discord. So you could join my Discord. It's literally like this is called job postings. I've been posting a bunch of jobs here, So if you want to join, you can. That's entirely up to you. We have something called free content. So if you want the free book for CompTIA A Plus, CompTIA A Plus 1001 1002. I actually downloaded it and I put it here. You want the Network Plus book? I put it here. You want the Security Plus book? I put it here. You want my Apple ACMT manual, service manual? I put it here. If you want to take four classes for free on cybersecurity, which Brad put here, I like Brad. Thank you, Brad. You can put it right here as well. So come join Discord. It's absolutely free. We don't charge anything. We have a bunch of free stuff here. I'm gonna put YouTube content here as well, and we also have this section called Resource Study Guide. So I'm gonna put Professor Messer here. I put the roadmap for CompTIA A Plus. I put the roadmap for Microsoft Azure, and I'm gonna see if I could get a bunch of people that I know that work in IT to join my Discord. People that do networking, people that are CCNA certified, people that do cybersecurity, people that are sysadmins. I'm gonna see if I can get more people to join my Discord. But I literally sent this to a bunch of people yesterday on my LinkedIn account, so it should be interesting. Yeah, if you want to fall asleep, read those books. Pretty much. Yeah, but it's absolutely free. Let's see. Oh, Jesus. Nightbot. Damn it, Nightbot. Calm down, Nightbot. What are you doing, Nightbot? Relax. Let me see. See what's going on with Nightbot. Yeah, give me a second. Nightbot does not like Haifa. See. Sorry, Haifa. Sorry, Haifa, I banned you. Put you on timeout. Yeah, it's kind of it's one of those things that it's very aggressive. Timed her out. God damn it. It says top chatter. Haifa. See top chatter. Top chatter on YouTube channel is Haifa. Haifa has been banned for chatting too much. Oh my god, this thing is crazy today. All right, whatever. That's totally fine. It should allow you back in 2 seconds. Oh my god. All right, whatever. it just banned you for some reason. You're back. You should be back down in a few seconds. Yeah, so this is my Discord channel. So if you want to join, it's absolutely free. We don't charge anything. Just so everyone's aware of that. Like people think we charge. Like people think that we're charging money or whatever. We don't do that. Like it's free. Come join Discord. We're not gonna do anything. We're not gonna do anything crazy over here. Just join. Like you see what you get to see what I do on a regular basis, and you get to see you get to see you get to meet IT people from different places. You gotta be a master of your own domain, like my shirt says. I'm just kidding. Yeah, basically. So Yeah, so come join my Discord. I'm on Discord now. I'm on 3 different Discords. I'm on my own Discord channel. I created it yesterday, and then I'm on 2 other ones. I'm on Job Skillshare's Discord channel, and I'm on IT Career Questions Discord channel. So just join us. You know, it's free. You know, we don't charge anything. It's free, and we go over resumes. Why not use Slack? R. Kelly, we don't use Slack because you cannot integrate this. You cannot integrate Slack with YouTube. I don't know if you know that. It doesn't work. You can't do that. And I want to give out special prizes and special things on YouTube, but you can only use Discord for that. You know, it doesn't allow you to use Slack. R. Kelly, I don't know if you know that. So that's the reason why I'm using. You know, that's the reason why I'm using this. If that makes sense. So I want to give out I want to make special videos and stuff like that for people. You know, for people that are new to IT, I want to make special stuff for them. It doesn't work on Slack. Slack it just doesn't work for some reason. So doesn't do anything. It's not gonna work. All right. So anyone that wants to join today with me, today is not gonna be anything crazy. Today is just gonna be me talking. So next week we're gonna do we will do training, by the way. So if you want to join me next week, we're gonna do CompTIA training. That should be interesting. I'm shooting out the password right now. Just bear with me. Yeah. So if you want to join, you can join. I'm right here.
Hello.
Hey. You hear me? You hear me? Ifa?
Oh, it's not working.
What? Yeah, it banned you from
Hey Kev, how are you?
Good. It banned you from it temporarily banned you. I'm like, what is going on right now with this thing?
I don't know what I did.
Yeah, Nightbot's a bully.
Seriously, like I didn't even. Okay, I put one thing in caps.
I want to be an admin.
I was excited about Troy.
Sandru, Steven.
Hello. Hey guys, how are you?
A mask even on video. You serious?
You could keep the mask on. It's fine.
I'm sure you have one. We can all do masks.
I have a customized mask. I have a custom one made by sewing. My mom made one for me actually. It's kind of cool.
Okay.
Mask even on video.
Oh my goodness, Eddie.
There's a lot of noise in the background, right? Or is it just me?
Probably just you.
Oh, there's noise in the background.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
There we go. Now it's gone. All right, cool.
Okay, yeah, because I couldn't hear anyone.
Yeah, it was kind of.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you, Steven? How's Troy?
Right. Just another day in the neighborhood, you know.
Nice.
Kids on the floor over there watching his videos. He's there.
He's not bored at all.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's so entertained.
He's just been a pain in the butt the last couple of hours. But other than that, it's all right.
Yeah. So next week, if you guys are gonna come here next week, I have the exam for CompTIA Plus 1001 and 1002, and I'm gonna take the exam live with you guys, and then we're gonna go over it together, and then we're gonna actually see what the answer is.
I guess what the answer is? I wouldn't guess.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. So we'll do that next week. Next week, I brought the exam, so next week we'll do that. We'll do that because this is for people that want to take the exam, that want to take the certification and get certified. So I'm gonna go over that real quick because some people want to get the A plus. So
when in doubt, pick C. When in doubt, pick C.
When in doubt, pick C. Yeah, exactly.
When in doubt, pick C.
Yeah,
that's the answer always. Pick C.
Look at Eddie. Look at Eddie like working
out
over there.
I know. He looks like a little farm boy that are walking around. Look at him.
Eddie, don't worry, Eddie. We're not. Eddie, don't worry, Eddie.
We're gonna be attacked today. I hope not.
No, Eddie. We're talking good about you. Don't worry. We haven't said anything bad about you. Don't worry about it.
Eddie, last time you weren't here, they bullied me.
I was watching Haifa sweat. She was having anxiety. What was it? 2 weeks ago when you guys were quizzing her. When you Haifa, they take turns. You know, first it's me, then they jump on you.
Yeah, I know.
I never sweat.
That should be interesting.
He's always cool under pressure.
Oh yeah, you could put her under pressure and she still answers the question. So.
I try. The only pressure I can't
Okay.
handle is when Nightbot puts me in timeout for no reason.
Or when we start asking personality questions.
Hello. Hey, Kevtech, are you able to listen me?
What? Sandra, you all right?
Yeah. Are you able to listen me?
Can you hear? What's that?
Am I audible?
You're a little bit garbled, a little bit, I think.
You gargled, man.
Okay, just I want to show you something today. We are in our data center and we are refreshing the whole
Nice.
system here.
Hey, look at that. Hey, look at that, guys. This is real live action here inside a darn data center.
Is
Oh,
that
look at
Donna?
that.
So this is what we are doing here. These guys are helping for the cabling routing work, and this is our
Oh, that's cool.
whole rack. Here are all the servers, and the network part is up and stairs. And here we have put the firewall, and we have taken downtime here today, the whole night. The whole night we will work and make sure that we will configure all the VLAN and extra stuff here today.
Oh man, look at that. That's so cool.
Yeah. So this is the live thing. What I want to show you.
Yeah, I'm
Let
trying
me go
to
inside.
I'm trying to pin the video so everyone it can go full screen.
Here,
I'm doing it right
Yeah,
now. Actually.
that's how a real data center look like.
That's the real deal right there.
That's the real deal there. That's no freaking pictures.
Yeah, exactly.
Take the art.
There we go. You're full
this
screen
is the
now.
idea. This is the IBM's Blade Center, and the whole Blade Center. We are replacing this whole server. We have a 2 blade inside, and it is running on a virtual machine. VMware. We have replaced this whole server to this new setup. Here is we have taken 2 servers, 1 backup server, and store ones, and storage with storage. Yeah. And here we are configured with the 2 core switches, wireless controllers, and we have NAS and all these things. This is a live setup. Where we are working right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay muted because if I talk or Steven talks, we don't see your video on YouTube. That's why I'm trying to stay quiet so everyone can see what you're doing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. I will try to record for you the whole bunch of these things, and I will give you, right? Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
So this is the live setup what we are working today's night here, and this is the whole hospital setup what I'm showing you, and we are working on this. So yeah, this is just what I want to show you, because it's very less time that you will get this type of setup, live setup. You will see the people are working here and working with the live technologies, the servers are running also, and dealing with this kind of things, you know.
Oh, definitely. It's kind of cool. I had to do one of those a couple months ago, and I couldn't record it at all. They won't let me record it. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Then you continue session.
Thank you.
I'll continue my work here.
Thank you,
for
Sandra.
showing us, Sandra. That's
sharing.
really cool.
It's cool.
Thank
All
you for
right,
sharing.
thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, talk.
There you go, Haifa. That's the real deal right there.
So cool.
That's the real deal.
You need to get your butt into a friggin' data center to see the real thing, not these books and pictures and videos.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, when you're standing in front of that, though, I mean, Kevtech, I mean, it kind of hits you like, holy crap, this is what it really is.
No, it's very daunting.
It
It's
is
intimidating
to look at it.
Yeah. Yes.
All these big pieces of servers and all that stuff and routers, and it's like, UPS it's like, ooh, what do they all do again? Your mind just like turns off for a second, like, oh, what does this all do? Is it all like what I thought I trained on? It is. It just said it's the real thing staring right in your face, like, what do I do with it? That's
Honestly, even seeing it on a video, like, and him talking about it and seeing like the people work in the back was like, oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah, I have one video of me on a network rack. I don't know if you've seen that video, but I just have one video. That's it on YouTube, with me like plugging things in on a Cisco rack. I don't know if you guys seen that video.
I think
Yeah.
Danish has a similar one too.
Yeah, I'm literally like plugging in things and setting up network cables for an office for somebody. So.
And what he said, this was for a hospital, right? I think.
Yeah, it's a hospital.
What I got at that, right? He said it was for a hospital, so that's pretty cool.
It's your specialty, Steven.
Yeah.
It's your specialty.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably a cool friggin' like a pretty cool MDF to walk into to see where it all branches out and all the IDFs going around the whole entire hospital. If that's the main one.
That was pretty cool actually, but
Yeah.
it is it's very intimidating when you're setting that up. Right. And then I think it's extremely heavy too, man. It's like you need like 1,000 people to carry that thing. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. Some of those servers and routers, they can weigh close to 100 pounds. I mean, you need like 2 people sometimes to put those things in there.
You might need 3 actually.
Especially also those freaking like the actual like UPSs. Those batteries that are in there, people don't just pick it up thinking you're gonna be Hercules. Get some help because you may pull a friggin' hernia. You may get a hernia just like that. Those things weigh a lot of pounds. I mean, those batteries in there, you would be amazed how much those batteries weigh.
I mean, unless you plan on being on retirement real soon, very quick, then you would want to pick it up on your own. That's entirely up to you. I don't recommend picking it up.
If you're young, maybe you can get away with it. You get older, you want to call over. Come here, young guy. Come here, young girl.
Yeah, that's what they did. That's what they did with me.
Let's go. Let's pick it up. Use your legs. You'll be like, okay, you're done.
Lift with your thighs, not your back.
Yeah, exactly. I was setting up Hitachi storage racks, and those things weigh like 400 pounds. And I was working with my project manager, and he's like 70 something. He's like, "Come here, young man." I'm like, "Me? Yeah, come here. I need you to pick this up with me and a few other people." And he called like a bunch of people to pick up. And I'm like, his name is Phil. I'm like, "Phil, no offense, Phil. You're like 70 something. So I don't want you to hurt yourself. So let us pick it up." He's like, "Okay, Kevin, that's fine. Kevin, that's fine. I won't pick it up." So I called for like 3 other people and we picked it up together. And it was like 400 pounds. Like, God damn, it's just heavy for no reason. Pretty much. That's what happened to me. That's my experience with it. So, unless you wanna retire early, and mess up your whole back, I'm not looking forward to that, So
Mr. Eddie, what did you learn this week?
Eddie, what did you learn, Eddie? You did the Excel. You did
share with the group
exchange
knowledge.
Are you asking me? Sorry, I didn't hear you, Steven.
Eddie did exchange.
I struggled with. Is the air conditioner noise too loud? Do you hear it?
No.
Oh, good. I did your lab on the server, so I actually became very familiar. I mean, Danish has been telling me for weeks to set up my own lab, but I was kind of scared. I didn't really kind of know where to start.
Why are you scared to set it up? It's easy. And it's a VM, so if you break it, you could just redo it again.
If like Kevtech can do it, you can do it. Come on, Ed.
Yeah, exactly. I only know how to paint. That's it.
No, well, I didn't know.
Next to set.
I didn't know if I had the processing power. I have a very old computer. I have a FX 6300 AMD. That's old. That's like a 10-year-old chip, but it's a 6-core. It's still good for gaming with a good GPU, a discrete graphics card. But so I was about the 20 hours. I know it's funny, but I don't have very fast download speed. So the damn server. So anyway, I learned a bunch of stuff. I was following Kev's lab on YouTube, how to install the Exchange server. I had no idea that you have to do the server first and then add the Exchange server to it.
Yeah. In my environment, you need because you're running PowerShell Active Directory schema, so you need to have Active Directory Server 2016 installed first, and then you could install Exchange. But in a real life scenario, you wouldn't do that. In a real life scenario, you'll have a server just dedicated to Exchange and another server just dedicated to Server 2016. The reason why I set it up that way is it's so you could do your own lab at home. So you could do both on the same server. That's why I set it up that way. So everyone could practice doing that. And it's free. You know, it's like you could learn all that and add it to your resume. That's why I created it that way.
So I struggled, you know, and then the downloads took forever because I have very slow internet. So the downloads took forever, man. I only have 9 megabits going down and 1 up.
You feel better today though? You were
Well,
sick.
I got my results. So I don't want to say it because I don't want your video to be demonetized. But I got my results. I'm negative, so I don't have it. I guess I have a mild flu or something.
But you feel better?
I feel the same as 7 days ago. I had cancer 10 years ago, so my immune system is. I think my immune system's not very good because I get sick all the time. But I feel all right, you know.
Got it. Yeah, I'm like I used to be like that. I used to get sick all the time. Now I don't get sick as much, but it's because I eat differently and I work out and everything. I do a bunch of stuff to prevent myself from getting sick. So,
so the server lab was interesting because you do learn more by
building it on your own,
huh?
By building it on your own.
Yeah, and then making all the mistakes I made, and then I didn't know how to. I finally figured out how to cut and paste to a VM. I didn't know how to do that. I had to Google that. That took some time. And
you could make your own lab, and then you could practice it. That's the point of the video that I made. So you practice it, you make the lab, you install server, you install the mailbox, you create the account, you do all that, right? And then you can add it to your resume, and then that makes you stand out when you go apply for a job. That's the point of it. That's the purpose of it, and it's free. Like you could do it on your own. That's the purpose of it. Instead of going into paying on Udemy or whatever, you could do it on your own. Basically, that's why I created that video, because some people don't know how to do it for free, and they don't want to pay anything. You could do it for free on your own. That's why. That makes sense. Try to make everyone's life easy. And hopefully the video wasn't too complicated to follow. Hopefully it was easy for everyone.
Well, I mean, I followed along until I couldn't, and then I had to so it was cool. I Googled a bunch of stuff and tried to figure it out. And then, sometimes I don't even know how I got it to work yesterday. I'll be honest with you. I was surprised. I actually did my own little Kevin dance when I got the damn thing to work. I was like, oh my God, it installed. So there's a command that you put get, I forgot the command is. So I wasn't sure if the Exchange server was installed. So I Googled there's a command you can put in and it'll tell you if it's installed. And sure enough, it was there. It said version whatever, So I guess it's installed.
And then now you could create a user account. You could create a mailbox. You could create a distribution group. You could create a share mailbox. You could do a bunch of stuff now. So
that's another video.
Huh?
Is that another video?
I have a video on that. Yes. Oh look, he's trying to push it. Look at that. Steven's kid's trying to push the. Hey, Irvin.
By the way,
cool, man.
I might as well share it. I meant to tell you and Donish. I was thinking about telling you guys maybe Monday.
What happened?
But I'm taking an exam for technical support analyst 1, but they just say the essential functions are, hold up, I'm old. I gotta take these. Provides routine, technical, and basic. They don't really tell you what's on the test. I guess you gotta know your stuff, huh?
Yeah, they're not gonna. There's some tests that they don't tell you anything. You have to know how to do it, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna do a little bit of everything review until Thursday.
Yeah. I created my Discord channel so that people could be more interactive with me. I know some people don't like the fact that I created a Discord channel, but it's all could be more interactive with the audience, Eddie. If that makes sense. More interactive with everyone that watches my videos and stuff like that. Because sometimes you don't know what I'm doing. It gives everyone a chance to talk to each other, also. So that's why I started the Discord channel.
But does the Discord have live video feeds? No.
Yes, it does. Yep. You could do live. You could do chat with people. It's kind of cool. You do I tested it. You do live chat. If you go to the voice channel, you could do a video chat and actually do video chat and share your screen and everything on Discord, Eddie?
Yeah, I tested that out with Steven and Danish. It was actually
works.
pretty cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So like, if you ever want to have a conversation with me one-on-one, just ping me, and then we could go to the general voice channel, and we could do a video chat and talk to each other.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and it's free. So it's free. Come on, it's free, guys. Come on, it's free, guys. Boy, you can just talk with me if you want to talk. You can, and also I'm putting like screenshots of stuff that I do in my job. Like I put Zscaler. Like I was working on CCNA stuff. I put it on my general chat in there. I put like stuff I do in my job on a daily basis. I posted something yesterday actually, so it's kind of cool. It's the stuff that I've been doing in my job. So are you taking that exam on Monday?
Thursday.
Thursday. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Good luck,
Is
Eddie.
there anything?
Hello, man.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Haifa.
No, I was just saying, good luck, Eddie. You got this.
Oh,
We believe in you.
Is there anything that we can maybe get them ready for there, Kev? I mean, do you think?
You want me to ask him questions?
I don't know. Well, what do you think they might ask Eddie?
And John. Hey, John.
What
Hey,
do
my
you
reaction
think?
will. Hey, Nick.
I'm thinking I'm hoping they don't ask for a bunch of port numbers because I took the A+
Oh,
about a year
God,
ago.
the port
you know?
numbers.
I mean, I remember the basic ones, but you never know with these people. You know, they might start.
Yeah.
I have the. I think I have the Professor Messer. The notes, his book with notes. I think I'll go over that. It's a whole, you know, it's a summary of everything on the A+ and Network Plus.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to go over it here because it's gonna be crazy. But I actually wanted to go. What was I gonna do? Oh, I'll do it next week. Actually, I'm gonna go over the lab, but I'll do that next week. I am gonna do a video on group policy, by the way. People have been asking me for that, so I'm gonna make a video on group policy. That's for tomorrow though, not for today. So today I'm gonna watch a UFC fight. So I'm gonna go watch that. Actually, I'm gonna be at home watching it. I'm not going to the actual place to watch it, but I'm gonna watch UFC fighting. It should be interesting.
Who's
I'm
fighting?
into that. Hey, Aaron, cool man.
How's it going?
How you doing, man? I'm waiting for you to say something. Why is he not saying anything?
I didn't want to interrupt.
Live.
I don't want to be.
Jumped over here.
I didn't want to be the interrupting cow. You know.
How you doing, man?
Good, good. How are you?
Good, man. I liked your video today. Anyone that didn't see Cool Man's video, it's a great video he made today, by the way.
And weren't you live on that too, there, Kogoman?
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, I was. Well,
Anybody
not
jump
like
on?
live, but like premiere
Right.
live.
Where are you?
If you will.
Okay.
Give me a second.
And
Yeah.
something amazing happened today. Kevin came by and he gave
You
me a
got-
tip.
If you wait, Cool Man. Sorry to interrupt. Cool. So if anyone that didn't see this video, you're missing out. Cool Man made this video today. It's all help desk level 1. It's an hour and 47 minutes long, and it's completely free. And he goes over tickets, he goes over real life problems and everything in IT. So watch this whole video. Video is completely free. I'm gonna put it on the chat box. You guys can follow him as well. He has a lot of good help desk videos. So if you're not doing that, there's something wrong with you. So go watch his stuff. It's pretty good. Just letting you know. All right, Cool Man. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, thank you so much, man. You shouldn't have. And
That's
man,
fine.
he came and he gave me a tip. It's like, man, that was amazing. Like this, my actual honest first tip that I got like that. Oh, admittedly, I don't go live often like that, but that made my day, man. You're
Are you going
you're too nice.
Yeah, that's the video right there, man. It's
Are
an
you gonna
hour.
share
It's
the
an
tip?
hour video, like literally all help desk entry level. Like you can't go wrong with that. So anyone that wants to learn, watch that video.
Share the tip. Share the tip.
It was a dono.
Share
It
the
was a
tip.
dono, not like actual like.
Okay.
It was a dono
Yeah,
donation. And that was, man, you shouldn't have, man, but
it's all right.
that was incredibly nice.
No, I
Incredibly nice.
support your channel. I support Donish's channel. I support IT Career Questions channel. I support those 3 channels. So
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
man, if you combine all the channels together, I think you cannot. I think it's impossible for you not to get a job if you combine all the channels together.
I agree. I agree.
Like even I'm waiting for Steven to make like 1,000 videos. If you put Steven in there too, that's it. We're good. You know.
Yeah, I've been kind of short lately because of this so-called job that I got.
Yeah, like if you.
That's another story for another video. For
Shall we
another
start?
time.
I want to hear
Did you
about
get,
it. I want to hear about your
So
job.
how are your Stephen? How are your mice friends doing?
You know, you have to stop at that. If I see one, I'm jumping on. I am jumping on the freaking countertops. Are you crazy? I'm
Sorry,
freaking.
I'm joking.
You know, I'm throwing a freaking computer at it or something.
They're not that bad. If they're the little ones, they're cute.
Little one, my ass.
Yeah,
I'll have you come over there and you can get rid of it for me, okay?
I'll send you the cat.
Steven,
like,
what's going on with your job? I'm out of the loop.
Oh, what happened? What happened, Steven? Is it still crappy, or is it still a headache?
Can you say a shit show? Let's take it. You know, it's something that needs to be. The site needs to be really overhauled. We're talking really old. We're talking. The network I think is solid, but the equipment and how it was treated and over years of the users running the IT department, I think is something that I'm going to have to change on the 17th, or no, what's 18? That Monday, 17, 18, 19, the 20th or whatever it is. July 20th is when I take over. God help them all, because stuff there has to change. It's going to change, and I think that side of the company won't be ready for it, but
What
a
kind
lot
of
of
job?
stuff is going to have to change, and I'm just going to have to take it by one day at a time, 1 hour at a time, one person at a time, and try to get these users to totally change their mindset, because I think what happened is over the last 5 years.
It sounds like you're doing level 2, but you're doing project management work at the same time. That's
doing
what it sounds
level
like.
1, level 2, babysitting. I don't know what exactly is going on. It's just that I hope I can just get some from the company that,
Money?
you know, HCL. Hopefully they can come in and they can kind of help out with this. If not, I'm going to wish them good luck, and I'm going to find something else and say good luck with this site, because it's just a abomination, which you know. But we will see. It's a good challenge, I guess. But if I have people on my side, if they start jumping ship, I'm going to actually jump ship. So.
I mean, if it depends on the company too. Like, I know where you are right now. Like, it depends on the company too. Like, you know, you're in a crappy company where things are always breaking down. Like, you literally go, you can't even log in. The mailbox, you send an email, the email's stuck in the outbox, you know, or you're trying to connect to the internet and you keep losing the domain name service, you know, all this crazy stuff.
You know, I don't think it's anything like that. It's just the way it looks. It's old. It's outdated. The IDFs are horrible. The cabling is very bad. What you saw there earlier, it's nothing like this. 25-foot cables going from this little area, from the patch panel down to the switch. They have 25-foot cables. Why? I don't know, but they're all hanging on the darn floor. I'm like, you couldn't order like 3-foot cables or little smaller cables? No. Okay. All right. Whatever. Okay. Whatever, guys. You know, but it's a lot of little things. You know, doors that are cracked on the IDFs outside the plant. All the dirt is getting on the inside. You know, it's getting really ugly looking, and I don't like it. And I got on Tuesday, I had to go in and take a lot of pictures and send it on over to the company, and they're going to send it up to the bigwigs, and we're probably going to get no response. But some things are going to have to change there. If not, it's just, I mean, they have cables running over cubicles, Kev, like network cables going from over cubicles. The wall is here. It's going over cubicles to feed somebody else.
That was my first job, and my first job in the Department of Education. Literally grabbing a cable, one of those 50-feet cables, and just throwing it around to the other side of the office, trying to plug in the internet and get the internet prepared for that office. And like, what are you doing here? Why are there so many cables here? And I'm like, I think you guys don't have anything here. What do you want me to do? Literally, like, what do you want me to do? There's nothing here. So
right. So it's going to be a very challenge, and I brought it up to the people yesterday, and of course, you know me, I kind of went nuts, and they're like, calm down. I'm like, listen, I said, you guys want the real darn story? I will tell you. This is what's happening there. They're like, well, take pictures and we'll have to see what, we can do because we don't want to inherit that stuff. You know, I mean, it comes down to the fact they did a PC refresh like 5 years ago. All of the actual machines are still there. Over 200 and plus like Troy, plus CRT monitors. Everything is shoved in these rooms. You cannot open up the doors. You open up the freaking doors, and I'm afraid mice are going around or something like that. But they have old boxes laying around. I'm like, they have old plotter printers just shoved in rooms, blocking air vents. And I'm like, guys, like, why isn't this stuff gone? Well, we put in requests with Lenovo. They never came. I'm like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So
yeah, I had computers I was fixing, Windows XP computers that I would translate it over to Windows 7 and on the Department of Education. And if for you to download something, they're running on DSL. For you to download Chrome, it took like 1 hour to download. And also on top of that, they didn't want to spend money on computers. So they had computers that had coffee spills on it and had roaches on it, had termites on it, and a bunch of stuff on it. Nobody wanted to spend money. Literally, like, no one wanted to spend money. So,
oh man, it sounds like old equipment. With all that stuff, you could start a YouTube channel called Ancient Tech.
Ancient Tech.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, it's old, but I mean, if they would donate it to a school, they could probably use the equipment. I mean, it's not that bad looking, but I was just shocked when the guy was showing me around. I'm like, this is not acceptable. This is not what professionals do. And he just turned to me and goes, well, here it is. This is what they do here. At least at that site. I'm sure at other sites it's beautiful, but for here the roof leaks. They said, oh, when it rains, it leaks in like a damn sieve. The place is really old, like 1960s.
Oh my God.
And it looks like it's old. Like they never really updated the carpeting. They have those squares, but the squares are all worn down and dirty because it is a manufacturing plant. They built cabinets there and stuff like that. So people walk around, they're all scummy and stuff like that, but that's all normal. But it is what it is, and it's gonna be something that, I don't know. We will see. I mean, I already picked out. I've already kind of like had my game plan together in my head what I want to do, and it's just that, And then it's very interesting. They say that they're really busy, Kev, right? Really busy, right? Really busy.
Mm-hmm.
The guy in 1 week had 2 tickets. Two the whole week. Do you think I'm going to be busy? I don't think so. Do you think maybe he had time to clean? I think so. I don't get it. I was like, I'm just like perplexed.
It's the work ethic of the person. So like, not everyone works the same as you. So you're gonna have people that don't want to do any work, in IT. You're gonna have people that they are team player, but some people are not team players. That's the reality of IT. You're gonna have people that just don't want to. They don't want to share. They don't want to share anything, and they don't want to work with you together. There's some people that do that. So unfortunately,
so I'm hoping for better results when I get my butt in there, and I'm the only person there. And if these users tell me something, I'm going to say no. We do it this way now. That was his way. This is my way. This is professional way. I don't know what that was, but I'm hoping to change the culture there because right now I think the users run the IT department. And that's not the way it works.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Change. And I think all these people are so used to that where it is going to change. And if they don't like it, get rid of me. Get somebody in there that doesn't really.
That's the issue that we had. That's the issue that we had in my current job where I work right now. The users don't know that they're not, not say that we're power trip or anything, but like the users know, the clients know that the IT people are in charge of everything. So they anything that happens, they just send it over to us, It
even goes as bad as all the network drops, all the wall jacks are not even labeled. They're not labeled. And I'm like, how do you know where they go back to the actual patch panel? I don't know.
That's crazy, man.
I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? You have like 48 ports that are all taken up. How am I supposed to find out where this computer is without having any kind of specialized equipment? He goes, good luck.
Forget about the IP range. I bet they don't have that either.
Like I said, the network I think is solid. It's put together, but not very well from our point of walking up knowing, oh, this is on, patch panel, where is it, port 49, walking over, hey, patch panel number, 49. You can't,
Right.
there's no labeling. And
I hear you.
And I'm looking underneath desk. There's cable just falling down there. I'm like looking down. I'm like, I think I'm gonna have a heart attack. And they're like, oh yeah. And I said, they just have all these guys just run cables everywhere. They bring in stuff off the darn street. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, they've been doing that for years. And they, I'm like, I don't know how to approach this. It's like,
sounds like a mess.
Like, dudes, like they can't, like users cannot do this. I mean, why not? They actually have Cisco IP phones, Kev. Why not piggyback off the darn phone instead of running a separate network cable over the desk and into a freaking jack? I don't understand it. I'm like, dudes, really? I'm like, you can just freaking run one from your freaking docking station right into your damn phone. And he's like, oh, you can do that. I'm like, oh my God, my head hurts.
They're not tech savvy. You gotta have
Dude,
patience.
like,
People
do that all the damn time.
No,
and there it's only 100 megabit connection speed in that plant.
Oh my God.
And it takes 2 hours and 30 minutes to image a machine through SCCM because it's not local. It has to go out like to Indiana or something like that. And I'm like,
mine takes like an hour. Mine takes like an hour to image.
And I'm like, well, you guys only have like 100 megabit connection. I don't know if that's up and down. He couldn't tell me. He's like, I think so, but don't quote me on that. So I don't exactly know what the up and down speeds are. I know it's down is 100 megabits per second because I saw that on the laptops. It said 100 megabits. I'm like, you're only pulling down 100 megabits plugged in. So I was like, no wonder you guys would have like, 2.5 hour image just to image a freaking PC. So yeah, it's
Or even if they had a gigabit at that location, if it has to go to, did you say Indiana?
Yeah.
That's the bottleneck right there.
Right, exactly. There's nothing on site or anything like that, but I think it would go a little bit quicker, a little bit,
A lot, probably. Well, they should have like, how, well, this, but I was just going to say real quick, how they have it whenever they're, when you're reimaging PCs, there are like copies of that image on like local computers as well. That's like, in a good business environment, you'll have copies of just like every 5th computer copy, and it will pull from that directly instead of having to go to, like you said, Indiana server.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to go to a different server location. That's crazy. You shouldn't have to do any of that.
Sounds like a mess, man. Good luck with that. Sounds like they hired you to just clean that up.
They hired you to be an IT director, CTO, senior server admin, and everything, basically.
And get this, guy.
Of all trades.
Hey, Urban, get this. There's a brand new printer. We walked out to the shipping department, and I look over, and this printer is bubble wrapped, and it's a Ricoh MFD, right? So I was looking at it. I was like,
oh my God.
Why is that wrapped up? And he goes, oh, this is a good story. I'm like, what's this story? He goes, this thing's been sitting here for like 7 months. 7 months. This is a brand new printer? Yep, brand new printer. Ricoh brought it over here and dropped it. And I'm like, why wasn't it put into place and swapped out? I don't know, because nobody wanted to push it into place, and and I had to plug it in with a network cable and plug it in the wall and give it to the IP address somebody, whatever. So they're still working with the old one that's sitting downstairs. Now there is no elevator to go downstairs. There are steps to go downstairs, which really stinks. So my thing was like, well, are they still paying on that one in the corner then? If these are leased? He goes, probably the one that's sitting here should have got swapped out a long time ago. So they're paying money on an old one that should be a new one. And I'm like, and nobody knows about this? He goes, yeah, but it's just sitting here. He goes, I'm not going to push it downstairs and put it into place. I mean, I don't do that stuff.
Wow.
And I was like, well, all right, I guess I'm going to have to put a printer in place and find out how to get hooked up on the darn network and get it configured. He's like, yeah, good luck, because that's going to be tough because nobody wants to deal with that.
I'm assuming they don't even have a network team, let alone access to the DHCP server there.
They do have a network team.
Oh.
I mean, this company is major. This company is one of the Fortune 500 companies.
Oh, okay, okay.
But when it comes to that site, corporate doesn't care about them, according to what this guy's saying. Corporate never ever cared about this site. They never will. They're way down the totem pole. They don't care about them, and they get all the leftovers or whatever. So, which is, I'm sure the corporate, I'm sure is beautiful. I'm sure the building is beautiful. I'm sure everything's beautiful in there. But, you know, I just saw that. I'm like, this is a printer's refresh, swap, push it into place, get that, call Rico and tell him to get that one out of here. And he's like, he just like told me, I don't know what to do.
Get a
Been
dolly.
here for how long? 39 years?
All you have to do is get a dolly and have somebody else make sure it doesn't tip over while he's pushing it. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like a mess, but I almost don't blame the guy if it's not his job. To
Well,
not...
it is his job
Oh, well, yeah. Well,
because he's the only IT guy there.
Oh, wow.
That
And
was
he
gonna be
did
my
two
job.
tickets. And he did 2 tickets in what, 2 weeks or 1 week?
2 tickets in 1 week, but he says that he was busy.
Busy what? Sleeping?
I
Does he have
don't know.
Does he have a hammock somewhere?
I don't know.
Is
Maybe.
he having hammock?
I don't
Dude,
know.
That's one of the downsides in working the cubicles. There's not enough room for a hammock to stretch. By the way, I have a hammock in my car all the time, just in case they allow me at some point to stretch it out.
Oh my god. So I'm sorry. I know Femi's here, and we've been ignoring you, Femi. How you doing, Femi? I don't know if you're there.
He's just been picking it up.
Femi, you there? I don't know if Femi's there. He joined before.
Muted, Femi. Where are you? Come on, speak up.
Guess he's not there. I guess he just joined, but
I'm all
muted
riled up.
himself.
I need a drink of water.
Steven's seems about to kill somebody.
Need something harder. Need something harder. But that's my new job, guys. And
There you go. Femi's back. Up, Femi.
oh, it was there. Oh, there he goes. All right, you're
There
up.
we go.
Oh, talk.
Hi guys,
How you doing, Femi?
Hey,
I'm good. I was just trying to pay attention, but then my phone was kind of acting up, so I could hear you, but I was trying to just
Yeah,
fix it.
my beeper was acting up too.
right.
I was
Hey,
messing with you.
Femi, how are you?
My fax machine was going off a little bit. My walkie-talkie was going off.
Yeah. So Steven's about to rage quit in 2 seconds.
I'm just venting to the world of YouTube and everybody else. I hope they say, you know how people say something, but I'm a guy who wants to get it done like yesterday. And if this takes forever, I'll be like throwing my hands up and going, let's go, come on, let's go, come on, let's go. I want this place looking at least half decently, you know, just so I know what stuff is, so I can walk up to it.
It was kind of like that, Steven, when I joined my job in New York, because I'm the only IT guy right now in my current job in New York. They have no structure. Now there's a structure in place, but when I first started, I started my first 2 weeks working in that job because there's a new position that I got. They had no structure in place, so I had to put one in place, and now we have one in place. But there was no structure at all when I first started my job in that company, because it was the first time they had an IT guy from New York. They never had an IT guy from New York. So when you're the new guy or whatever, there's nothing there. Like it's the first time having an IT person in New York for 3 years. They never had. They've been without an IT person for 3 years. They've been contacting another office or another location for IT support. So when they saw me, hey, we have an IT guy in New York, yay! And I had to like put a structure in place. Like, Kevin, can you order me a laptop? I'm like, no, that doesn't work that way. I got to go to the Department of Procurement first, which is in Dallas, and they have to order it for you. I can't just order whatever I want. It doesn't work that way. You know, then we put a structure in place, you know, eventually. But just like you, it was a shit show, you know. When I first started in New York, there was no organization whatsoever. There was no structure in place, you know. But it's not as bad as yours. Yours is really bad. Like mine is it's okay, but yours is like crazy.
I mean, I'm learning that it's the, you know, he makes it sound like, you know, I think maybe he's hands off. I was just like, I just was shocked that, you know, the PC refresh stuff should go back at least maybe let's say a month after you're done with the PC refresh to make sure that you don't need any information off the old computers or laptops. I mean, I open up doors. I'm like, whoa. He goes, oh yeah, wait till you see this room. And I was like, oh, I walked in there. It was like piled high with desktops. And I was like, what are these? He goes, from our PC review press like 5 years ago. And they have a lot of power cords from the old laptops. I'm talking a drawers like this stuff with them, you know, big ones. Just, I'm like, get rid of all this. And he's just like, no, they can't. So I gotta, I mean, their MDF is, Kev, it's just, it's one rack sitting in the middle of a room. That's it. That's not that. That's all it is. That's their MDF. And all the IDFs are all upstairs, and they're all open. I mean, there's no doors on them. There's no covers. It's very all open. They're not even in rooms. They're just out in the open. And I'm like, okay. He goes, yeah, they're not really closets. I mean, they have some closets, but you know, it's nothing.
Janitor closet.
Yeah.
That's where they put the
that.
switches
Yeah,
in the janitor closet.
exactly. Yeah.
You got the mop and you started dancing, Steven?
What was that?
So you got the mop stick and you started dancing with it?
Yeah.
That's what I would do at that point. I would just lose my insanity, you know, the sanity check at that point.
Over there, the chair that the guy was sitting in was all cruddy. It was dirt on the bottom of it. It looked really sickly looking at that damn chair. I'm like, that's gonna be my freaking chair in a couple of weeks. I'm gonna have to freaking fumigate it. But other than that, he made me sit in 2 chairs. Or the one chair I broke because it's like he said, here, try this chair out. I broke that one. And then he gave me another chair and I broke that one. I'm like, does any chair work in here that's I'm not gonna fall through? He goes, well, you may be able to steal something out there that's a little bit better. I found one that's a little more solid that could actually, you know, support my weight. You know, like I was like, dang, man. I was like,
Sounds like termites attacking the
yeah,
chairs.
it could be, or maybe
moth.
the mice at night were eating their way up these darn chairs. I'm not sure. Go ahead, say something, hey, but you want to. There you go.
You should get the hammock going.
But other than that, like job wise, in terms of like, I know that facilities wise and all that stuff, but
Right.
work wise, how do you like it work wise in terms of
What do you mean as far as
like
work?
doing help desk stuff as opposed to?
Well, it's not. This is not help. This is a level 2, a level 2 position. Like a level 2.
He's not even doing. It's not at this point. It's not even level 2. It's more than that because he's doing a lot of different things.
Yeah, I'm going to learn a lot of things here in the next couple of months that either I'll like or dislike about what they're doing.
So you're not doing tickets. You're not answering tickets and all of that stuff?
Not yet. No. They use like ServiceNow for their.
There's no structure in place in that company, so it becomes a
They have
problem.
a structure. I mean, Kev, they have. They have a structure, and it does work. I mean, when that guy got on the line with the other dudes, the other guys from around the area, everything's great, everything's fantastic, everything is this and that. I had to talk to my people offline. I'm like, are we offline? No one else is listening. Here we go. Boom. I hit him square in our face. I'm like, where do I start? Where do you want me to start with this side? They're like, here we go. And then they had to tell me, Steve, calm down. And I'm like, calm down. Like, do you guys want to come up here and take a look at it?
Yeah, I'm the same way, man. I'm the same way. As soon as like, if you hear me talk in my job, like literally, I'm not even joking. Like if you, in my job, in my current job, if you hear me talk, everyone's scared of me. As soon as I say something, everyone gets quiet when I say something. Because I'm a nice guy, but when I get mad, I get really mad. Like you want to be 10 blocks away from me when I get mad. Like,
and
seriously.
I told him, I said, I'm pissed off. I mean, I got thrown into this thing, and it's like, now I got to play janitor. Now I got to play, trying to clean up their mess that those guys didn't do for years and years and years, and kind of like streamline a very old building to try to get somewhere, which is going to be very, very tough. I mean, we need to bring in. Someone just wrote in chat, says it's going to be 1999 IT department seat for you. Probably. I mean, but do we got to bring in wiring guys to rethink? Like, okay, we need to run new drops. Make sure everything is actually labeled where that drop is, and then to the actual PAX panel. So I know. Hey, is this computer on R49? Oh, R49 is in the patch panel. Okay, or whatever, how they label it. I mean, I feel like you should stick around just for the learning experience, to be honest with you. Even though it's disorganized like crazy,
I feel like it's a good learning experience. Like at the end of the day, it's a good learning experience. I feel like you're gonna be involved in a lot of different things that you've never seen before in your life. That's like
Yeah,
more
and
than
I
level
don't
2.
know how those users are going to react. The actual clientele is very old there. And they all have like 20, 30 years in at the company, at that place. Well,
I think Ivan wanted to say something.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, Steven, someone just asked you if they're using Windows Vista.
No, they're actually using Windows 10 Enterprise.
Ooh.
I was shocked. I was like, well, that's something. And they are using Lenovo equipment, which is good. The latest and greatest, which is good. They're using Cisco IP phones, which is good. But,
Hey, Downish is here.
you know, just trying to.
What's your question, Haifa?
Okay, so someone in the chat, Lester, asked a question, and I think it got skipped over. So I thought I would read it out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So guys, here's a question. If an enterprise has sites that are not in the same state, how does each location communicate with location, I guess with
Like
other
VPN,
locations,
right? I saw something
without
about
using
VPN.
a VPN? And then the follow-up was, what are some of the other ways that this can be done, if at all?
What was that last part?
Hold on, let me scroll back up 1 second.
Hey, Danish.
So I'll repeat the whole thing. If an enterprise has sites that are not in the same state, how does each location communicate with the other location without using a VPN? What are some of the other ways that this can be done, if at all?
At all. Donish, take over there.
You have servers and stuff like that. You have servers located in different regions. You also have network operating centers as well, NOC. So it depends how you're set up, how the infrastructure is set up. Donish, you want to say something?
First of all, hello everyone, and
Hey,
I just want to say first of all, congratulations to Kevtech for making it 6K.
Thank you, man.
And
Yay.
second note that I made, I'm not gonna actually talk too much because I have there's some work going on, so you can probably hear a lot of noises. So second comment that I want to make to Eddie, since he's going for the next week. Remember, you have practice lab access, which is a very powerful access. You don't need to spend too much time to go right now and do some virtualization at your home and try to take that stress. You need to be ready for the job interview. So make sure you go over the things that I sent you, technical videos, and make sure you go back to your practice lab access, which will end on October. I just checked it. So you got a lot of access. So don't try to create something new for yourself. This is not a good time for you to be involved in something too fresh, and you're gonna get stuck and get stressed. So that's one note that I made to myself when I go live. I'm gonna actually tell you that because you have an interview coming soon. So make sure you do that. Now the question is, depending on what kind of network it is, what are they using? Are they using Cisco? Are they using different type of? So we have, for example, if we have one office in DC, so it can be done in multiple ways. You can connect router to router with tunnels, right? So router can be connected to another router using tunnels, using all that kind of technology that you can connect to environments. If that's not the case, if they're using a basically, let's say, kind of like a client version with somebody else data center, they won't let you connect to their routers. So then, of course, you got to use some type of VPN, which Kevtech already explained. That's a basic. A lot of people do that because nobody likes to do those tunneling and all that kind of stuff. That's too much even for us. Like I don't know too much about it either.
You want to do that.
I would have a network engineer who's really good at infrastructure work with me as a sysadmin. That I'm gonna do is maybe I will do read-only domain controller. Basically, I'll put the domain controller on their site. So then there's no if they're using VPN also, and if they have a lot of things going on, let's say they have 50 users out there, then of course that whole passwords, that data, that Active Directory is not going to go through a VPN every time they connect, right?
You're asking if it's handled by NOC. Someone just asked.
It is handled by NOC with a more advanced engineer. Even in NOC, you have level 1, level 2, level 3s. NOC level 1s are going to be just doing calling that, okay, we got the router down, so we're going to notify you as a sysadmin. So what's happening? Can you tell us? Me as a sysadmin is going to say, oh, things are down on the router. I know I can get to it. I know the issue, but I cannot fix it because my skill set is not there, and that's why we are paying you. So the network engineer at level 2 is going to jump in. Level 2 may fix it. Maybe he think that this is even above his skill level. Maybe is a bug in the whole iOS, so I need to redo everything on that switch. So then I need to bring all that commands or now all that setup that's been done to that switch or router again. So then of course you're going to need a more higher level person to do these kind of stuff. Like I said, I'm not saying that level 2 would not know this. This is if they have level 1, level 2, level 3s, and of course level 2 is not going to take over the job of level 3, and level 3 is not going to take over the job of level 1s.
Yeah.
So yes, that's what NOC is going to be doing. But and nowadays what's happening is that you have one infrastructure area, one main office, and then in India or somewhere else, we're probably going to use some cloud technology, right? So they're going to have access to our cloud machines, and they just could get to RDP very quickly if there's a developers or something like that. But like I said, if it's an office environment and they're going to use internal network, they have to use, like, let's say internal.
What the?
Uh-oh.
Done.
That'll happen.
That is.
That face on Donna is just priceless right there.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
says internal shared scene.
What the hell
Did I
was
get
that?
stuck or something? Did I get stuck?
Yeah, you got stuck.
You got stuck.
My internet connection is unstable right here. So again, I think my time is over right here. Thank you guys. I gotta see this. I gotta see this back in my live recording.
It was so funny.
You're like,
I know that.
All right, guys, I'm gonna
Kevin's turning
go
red.
get my green tea now.
oh my god, that was funny. But I just seen in my personal experience with MSPs, I see that someone from level 2 or IT engineer will call someone from NOC, and they're like, I need you to enable this port or this whatever. And then they go into these big Cisco router switches and they start opening them up, and then they have their own dedicated computers. They log into it and they open up certain ports and stuff like that. That's my experience with NOC. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's my experience with NOC. So
Do
you
you want me
call
to
them.
add one more question from Lester? Or not one more?
Yeah,
but
go
I can
ahead.
ask him.
You are the question queen.
Yeah, you like asking questions for some reason.
The question aficionado. No, I'm just reading the questions. Today I'm not asking them. I actually do have a question to ask you guys. Are you surprised? But let's do Lester's
What's the
first.
purpose of network technologies in a practical scenario? That was someone's question.
Network topologies in
Topologies, yep.
in a practical situation.
Mesh,
That's the one.
hybrid, star. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Hope you
Yes.
guys know what I'm talking about.
Of course.
Hybrid, star, mesh,
Uh-huh.
Token.
network plus. Network plus stuff.
That should be network plus A plus. That's just a basic generic understanding of networking. I bet the best thing for this answer is going to be to really go over your kind of like the study of your certification or exam. But in real scenarios, you need certain type of topology to be able to do certain things. For example, if I have a building in the US and I have 400 people, then I need to use some type of topology to come up with what am I going to use for this building? What if they have, let's say, 4 other organizations that are their, let's say, sisters organizations? What kind of topology would I use? And then you have schools and colleges. They use different topologies with campus to campus. Remember, there's a campus, networking also, and you probably learned that in your Network Plus. So in colleges, we use different type of topologies. In normal businesses, we use different. In home, we use different. Home is just LAN, basically, just connected to it with using the private IP addresses. And knowing the classes and how we're going to determine that. It's all designed.
And it's class, and there's CIDR and how many IP addresses you're going to lease out to all the computers, blah, blah, blah. You need to know it. If you're doing like, if you're studying for A plus or Network Plus, it does go over that. So that's the reason why I tell people, like, if you're going to get a certification, go with the A plus and Network Plus. Obviously, you cannot spend money on that. You cannot afford that. Try to learn the concepts of it, because you're gonna use it in real life. So it's just stuff that you're gonna see in real life that you're gonna use, like like Windows 10, Mac, Linux, the topologies, IPv4 addressing, all that other stuff. You need to understand what it is. Even though you're not certified, you need to know what it is. I don't know if everyone wants to say anything.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that a little bit. Yeah, it's actually not a simple answer to that. It's all going to, like you guys said, depends on the environment. Like, for example, in a university, maybe a ring topology would be fine. But if you branch out to like a larger businesses that has like different locations, just like it was mentioned earlier, you may have to
Mhm.
switch to star topology. So it's like, it depends what's, what would be what would make most sense in that type of environment, and how many computers you got on the network, and all kinds of different things. And it's not a simple, it's not a simple thing to explain on how it's, implemented throughout different businesses. This is something, obviously, an expert in networking. I mean, I have a degree in networking, but it's not like, I never actually went and designed a whole network for companies and stuff like that. But yeah, you definitely got to go through all of that.
Yeah, it goes through a lot of stuff, because then you have to think about redundancy, and also think about the failover. Like when you, for example, like I made a video on this, by the way. If you guys haven't seen that video, I made a video on that on moving in on what we like when we did penetration tests. I don't know if you've seen that video. I made a video on that. Like when you attack your own Cisco router, you attack everything on your infrastructure, and that it's supposed to fall over to your other site. So you have like a site A or a site B. Basically, you have a site A, which is New York, and then I got over that, and then you have another site B, which is in New Jersey, and then basically everything's supposed to fail over to site B. Your whole infrastructure is supposed to fail over, even your VLANs and your Cisco routers and your servers. Everything's supposed to fail over, but it also depends how your infrastructure is set up and stuff like that. So
yeah, that the planning on that is on a fairly large scale. You got to have
Yeah.
those redundancies, those backups, and then just for example, you got to have redundancy for even like the proxies and all that stuff. You got to have load balancing on top of that, and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and
It's not simple.
Yeah, I had the thing where basically we knock out the whole New York site, and then we fell over to New Jersey, and then I had to test webmail, I had to test Citrix, I had to test websites that are maybe whitelisted, blacklisted. I had to test our Cisco routers. I had to test to see if we could log into the virtual desktops, because all this is in New Jersey now, because they just fell over from New York. And then I had to test all the other stuff. That's what I did in my other job, by the way. So it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. It's kind of fun, actually. So, Hey, Steven.
Quick question. I have a question. Maybe the people can answer in the room. I mean,
You want me to dance?
Don't answer it. Donich, don't answer it.
Want me to dance?
Femi, don't answer it. This is mostly like for the newbies.
Want me to dance, Steven?
Can you guys answer this question? Well, there's three terms. Okay, the question is, when in a ticketing system, what is an incident ticket? What is it a request ticket? And what is a change control ticket? What do they all mean? What are their meanings? Go. Anybody out there besides the tech guys?
Wait, what was the second one? I didn't hear it.
Incident.
Incident. So you got a request for
Request, incident, and change.
And a change management.
There's three different tickets.
Yep. And what do they mean?
To be fair, it's going to vary. Like the naming scheme might vary a little bit different, from ticketing system to ticketing.
About like ServiceNow. ServiceNow has that, like incident request, and then it's the change.
No, it's definitely a good question. I'm just saying it's like different wording in different ticketing systems. That's all.
Yeah. Anybody? I don't know what the chats are that are going on.
They're talking about failover infrastructure in the chat right now.
Hey, Fun, you want to take a shot? You're probably Googling it right now, so you're on.
I am actually Googling. I didn't really work with the ticketing system yet.
I mean, that's like that's like help desk. That's basic. That's like 101.
Yeah, someone's asking priority.
Would instant mean like high priority, like has to be done right now? So this is me completely guessing.
On the incident ticket? On an incident?
Huh?
On an incident ticket?
No. On instant. Did you say instant for the first one?
No, incident. Incident ticket.
Oh, incident. I assume that would be something that has to do with maybe changing out actual hardware. No? Okay, I'm done. Okay, so Lester said incident ticket preventing a client from working. High priority.
There are different types of tickets. So
Irvin.
no, oh, sorry.
Ouch.
It's not answering it. It's just kind of like
You know, but
nudging towards the
Human,
answer.
you can message
let
me
them-
privately.
let them
the
like
answer.
working.
Message
Let
me
them like
privately.
work through it a little bit.
Sorry.
Someone said different levels of priority would be my guess. And tone.
So let's take the incident one first. If I was to put in an incident ticket, why am I even doing that?
Something happened.
What?
What do you mean what?
What happened?
Either something with the hardware or software. Something that stopped you from being able to do your job.
Someone said incident ticket is something's broken. Someone said a request ticket is needs something.
Did you say request? I really didn't hear you.
Incident
I heard
request.
incident and change management.
Incident request and change management.
Right. The change management one. Yeah. Change ticket.
Incident. Oh, request is when someone needs, like, yeah, exactly. Like if I need a new mouse or to change out my hardware. And then change management, would that mean like, okay, this is a complete shot in the dark, but maybe like change the information on their AD?
So
On their profile?
a change
No?
ticket, you would commonly see that towards the end of the year, like towards like the end of the year, basically. So that's like if someone's making a crazy change on the infrastructure from like, for example, like the network team is making a VLAN change to Cisco routers or something like that. That would be a network. That would be a change. And then they have this thing called change freeze, where basically you cannot do anything anymore. So everything's frozen, so you can't change anything anymore. I don't know if that answers the question, but that's basically what it is.
Can you guys go over each one so I can type it out in the chat?
Okay.
So incidents.
The incident ticket is something when like something breaks, like that's like a break fix or something like that. You know, it's like,
Right.
hey, my computer, I can't get on the internet. I can't get access to my email. So I'm going to put in a ticket, an incident ticket, and it's going to go up to Kev, or I'm going to call up the help desk and they're going to tell me A, B, and C, and then it's going to get shipped up to Kev, and he's going to go, I can fix that in 2 darn seconds. All right, cool. Get on my machine and fix it. A request is, hey, my mouse just broke. Oh, all right. Go ahead and we'll put a request ticket in and
I got a new one.
Mouse down to you.
Is request only for hardware or does it also include software?
People can put in requests for like new hires, I think too.
Yes, I get that all the time. Yes.
You know, request, hey,
Yes.
I need like another bag, or I need another piece of something that you need to get to the actual person.
How about like a specific program, like maybe like a program is
Adobe Acrobat DC, Creative Cloud, a license for an add-in. Yes, yes.
Okay.
And usually that's like an application request.
Yes.
So the manager would go, you know, let's say like a new hire started and they don't have access to, you know, to like Adobe Acrobat Pro. I would say to them, to her, you need to go talk to your manager, let them put in an application request for Adobe Pro, and then that would go through the proper channels, get approvals if it needed to get approvals. Then once the ticket gets back to you, you can go up to the person's desk and actually install that, or if it gets advertised in SCCM, however they pushed out their applications. But that's the only way you can really put on applications.
Yeah, you gotta get manager approval for that. Yeah, that's manager for a request ticket.
Because there's licenses and all that stuff.
Yeah, there's licenses. They gotta buy it. They gotta order it. Then you gotta get approval from the manager or the department of, like, for example, like Stacy is asking for a license and she has to talk to her manager, and then her manager has to approve it, and then they could install it on that computer.
So just
can I also have
for the chat? Sorry, one second. Sorry, 1 second. But for the chat, because I'm writing these out for request, I put requests for hardware, new hires. So should I remove software since you would need?
Oh, no, I mean,
should I leave software?
Can I make it a little easy? I mean, this is not an easy thing to explain to a new person, because what happened is this: they will easily confuse incident with a problem. Then it's almost the same.
There's a problem
thing.
ticket too.
So
yeah.
basically, you're gonna have a lot of incidents, but they're gonna not know which one is an incident and which one is a problem. It's almost the same thing. But the problem is that you gotta really go in. There's a big issue going on. It's not impacting a lot of people, so that considered to be a lot of incidents going on, right? Then you go into that issue and then, oh, specifically there's this problem. So Haifa, let me share the link without you writing all this stuff. This is not.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Danish to freeze again. Staring at the screen.
Every ticketing system have blogs to explain their processes. It really depends on what they name it to. Incident, problem, request, service request. These are all a part of this whole ticketing area, but then it depends on which ticketing system is using a framework like ITIL and other places, they have their own definition. So
they have definition. Yeah. There's different SLAs as well. You know, there's a bunch of stuff. It gets
so I share this link with a lot of people. Just go ahead, and it has a really nice way of explaining this stuff. I mean, this is stuff that it would confuse me too. You know, people writing like, "Oh, this is the problem," or "Is this the incident?" So they can really trick you in this stuff.
I think Femi wanted to say something. You keep interrupting Femi. Femi, you want to say something?
Yeah, sorry, Femi.
Oh, okay. So what I do, at least for when I try to explain to so at least some of the kids that I mentor, especially when it comes to incidents, to at least get that out of the way, respect to service now, for example, is you could look at incident tickets as whether it's a hardware or software, it don't matter. It could be an incident in a way, but you could look at it as being something was working previously, and then suddenly it's no longer working, and you just wanted to fix that thing that was working previously that wasn't working. That's the way I try to explain it in a nutshell with respect to incident tickets. So that usually gets the incident part out of the way, and then we can deal with what's a request, a request ticket versus an incident ticket. So I just thought to add that, at least for incident tickets. Yeah.
As far as let's go around the horn here. We use ServiceNow. Kev, you guys use?
I use nothing, Steven.
Your ticketing system. What do you
I
guys
use nothing.
Come on, what do you use?
I use nothing. Everyone comes to me and I don't even make a ticket for it.
He gets he uses tap on the shoulder.
Shoulder tap, so don't worry.
Hi, Kevin. Come help me.
What kind do you use?
We have two companies, so ServiceNow and Spiceworks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we use Remedy.
Okay.
And now we're gonna use ServiceNow.
Okay.
We're gonna switch over to ServiceNow.
There's a lot of people. They also use these days. I see Solaris Winds also have its own ticketing system. They also have something.
There's also the Solar Winds as well. Three different ones.
You guys, I'm gonna step away for a minute, but Steven, you know that all I did this week was study processes and tasks and all that. Why couldn't you ask me a question about that?
Because you already know that. So this is something I threw out something different.
But I have two questions for you guys when I come back. Just let me step away for a minute. I need to go grab something.
She's gonna do something.
Here's a little neat trick for a lot of people, because I do training on ticketing system too. So what I do, I don't need to create a whole lab for students to, hey, let's install the whole Spiceworks to do ticketing. Now we did used to do that, but remember, you go and this is what you need to do. There's a neat trick. Go to Google, type demo ticketing systems. You're gonna find a bunch of ticketing systems like Manage Engine, the one that we just discussed, few of them, they have their links in there. You just click on the link, and because they want people to buy their ticketing systems, right? So they have it for that purpose. But you, as an IT professional, go into those systems and learn, create some tickets, close some tickets. Trust me, it's just that touching that has a different feeling. And when you know that stuff and you go to the interview and you talk about even projects like that, like I know about ticketing system, I worked on my own ticketing demo stuff like that, and I created, hey, it's a conversation, right? That's what it matters. That's why we say skills, put some terms, put some catchy terms. That's how you do it. That's how you get that's how you get to be unique than other people.
You know, the only reason why I brought up this was because I was sitting in on the guys' IT meeting in this week, and their manager, I guess, was getting a little bit upset. They're going, guys, what's the difference between an incident and a request? And I guess they're getting a lot of pushback from the help desk going, you guys don't know what both are. And I want each one, I'm going to go around the room and I want everybody's opinion, what it is. And some of those guys got it wrong. And like women, I was like, okay. She's like, listen, guys, we need to know what a request is, and we need to know what an incident is. Those are two separate tickets that do separate things. I guess they were trying to make them do a lot of things together. And I guess they got their hands slapped a little bit. They're like, guys, we need to really know this stuff. So it's kind of fun.
And it's good. Yeah, it's definitely like, this is something like I said, many years ago when I remember I did a story on this, that when I started teaching ticketing, Stephen, people were like, "What the hell are you doing in IT? Why are you teaching about ticketing system? That doesn't even make sense, right? Like, why aren't you doing like A plus or hardware type of thing?" I'm like, "No, look at the description. Everybody's putting ticketing. Do you know how to assign? Do you know how to assign? Do you know how to assign?" You go to the interview, they're like, "Oh, the first thing, do you know what ticketing system is?" And people come to me like, "Whoa, this is working now because it makes more sense." And now Kevtech can agree with me too. Look at our videos too now. For the past 1 year or 2 year, I'm sure, Kevtech, you have pushed a lot on Active Directory, ticketing, so many other areas that we have done for a long time. We already knew this stuff, but we'll keep pushing it. Every time we would make a video, we're going to talk about Active Directory again, ticketing again, something like that, right? So what Steven is saying makes proper sense because
there's a structure in place.
Exactly. If you know this stuff and you go and that's the same scenario that you're going to face, it's only to just build your confidence. You just feel good about knowing that knowledge. That's all it is. That doesn't mean what we are saying is that if you're going to go to a job and you don't know this, you're not going to learn. Hey, they're just going to tell you, "Oh, you didn't know this? Learn it now. Let me teach you now. This is what it is." And then you just learn it. It's just more stress versus not having stress.
That's a good point.
And with me, in my job is a little unique because they don't put tickets in for me, but that's because of my job. You know, it's a little different for me. But you have to have there's a structure in place for everything. You know, you got to remember that my job's not the same as everyone else's job, so it's a little different.
Kev, then how do they keep track of what you're doing then on a daily basis? I mean,
I make the tickets on my own, but they don't put tickets in for me. I make the tickets.
So in other words, you get like shoulder taps all day long.
Yes,
basically.
I'm kind of in the same situation there too.
But you guys do create your own tickets.
Right? I have to, yeah. Right. I have to.
The main question is whether whichever position you're in, somebody's still watching that, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Definitely. Managers are looking at this, and how else will you justify your position there?
Exactly, and then
that's all valid, all valid things.
Yeah. So for the new people, don't take this as like, "Oh, I'm not gonna create. I'm just gonna do my own tickets."
No, you gotta do that.
As soon as you go and land that job, the first thing that your metrics are gonna be based on the first year is gonna be on the ticketing system. Managers, remember, don't want to get into, what are you doing? Yeah. Okay, go ahead. You can.
I want to add something. Don't say, this is the two things. Just remember these two things. It's very important, and I think Danish is going to agree with me. Don't say don't create tickets. That's number one. And number two is don't say I'm not going to take care of you because you don't have a ticket request in.
Yeah.
Those two things. You say that, I'm going to slap the living hell out of you. Don't say that.
Right.
That's definitely.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, exactly. That I mean, that's like it's got to be there. That's
your boss will hear about it if you say no.
Yeah, I'm not gonna help you because you have no ticket in the queue. Don't do that. You know, I'm gonna get mad.
And that's something. Look, I mean, there's gonna be many situations like that in our career that we just know this is the area that you have to take that bullet and just shut up and just go and take that anger out somewhere else. But of course, if people go above and beyond their limits, then of course you have managers and HR to do that kind of stuff. But most of the time, what is our career? Most of the people are stressed. They are stressed about very technical things or very non-technical things, and you are the person who's going to be fixing this stuff. So the first thing that I did the whole series on this, by the way, Kevin and Steven, that it's the mindset too, it's the mentality too. When you are going into this career, you got to make sure what Kevtech is saying, that you have to accept this. The reality is that you are working for somebody. You are working for somebody. If you don't want to do that, open your own business then, right? But you are working in this field for somebody. It's going to be either top level CEOs or managers or maybe a senior level techs. You are going to be under people, and they are going to be basically looking at your tickets, looking at your performance. And that's how you grow in this career, by the way. In majority of the way, that's how it works.
Yeah, you don't say that. You don't say I'm not gonna help you because there's no ticket in the queue for you. If you do that, I'm gonna get really pissed off. Don't do that.
Now,
you gotta help people.
Now let's talk about this issue too. How do you say it? Basically, you should say it too. I'm not gonna even go and promote this. Also, that if you don't get a ticket all the time and people are tapping you, I think it's called shoulder bombing or something like that, or hallway bombing, something like that, right?
Shoulder taps.
So you don't want to be doing that either, because that's the bad management right there. Then okay, I'll tell you why. Because that's how it was before. So why we came with the ticketing system? This is the reason. People were just grabbing you and then people got fed off this stuff, and then they came up with ticketing system, right?
Yeah, and it's like you say I'll help you with that, and please be mindful of us because we're basically we have other requests that come in. So can you please send a ticket in the future?
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an
Here's
answer.
how I deal with it.
Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
Just real quick. I get this a lot too. People are just, even the people that I've already told before, put in a ticket. But the way I deal with it, I get these messages all the time, people reaching out to me, calling me on my business number or whatever. And what I tell them, if I'm working on something, I'm telling them, oh, okay, sure, no problem, I'll help you. But in the meantime, can you please put in a ticket? Because if I can't get to you right away, maybe some other tech can help you out. They can see the ticket in the system, So I kind of let them down easy. Especially if I'm busy, I have to say, sure, no problem, we'll help you. But in the meantime, go ahead and put in a ticket and we'll take care of you as soon as possible.
I'll give you an example. That's a very good example, Evan Kugelman. So one of the database architect, basically, and I know kind of like her from a very long time. And when you make connections with people, sometimes you let go of your rules, right? You just say, okay, you send me a message, I'll do it. But sometimes they forget that you are you're not the help desk, right? In some cases, you are not going to be the help desk, right? Because this whole channel is not just about help desk, right? There are sysadmins in other places too. Even if you're in a help desk, maybe this is not your level of ticket. So she sent me this ticket that, can you work with me with setting up the standing desk at my home, home, and can you create a same environment like how it is at my work? So I'm like, when did I really work with her on this kind of stuff? What didn't made her think that I'm going to be doing this stuff, which is not in my job right here? Like, this is something that has to go through a ticketing system. Somebody from facilities and somebody from the help desk will connect together and they will work it out, right? So do I really go back and say, hey, how dare you send me this message? I mean, don't you think that I was, no, I'm not going to do that, right? Because that's just stupid.
There are people who will, though. People do that.
There are people, okay, I'll get into that. I'll get into that too. So
some techs do it, yeah.
the way I did it is like, hey, I understand. Oh, you know what? I think somebody from facilities and help desk usually do this type of process. So make sure you create a ticket. You see, now there are database people. They know the worth of ticketing. They do this all day, so they're not gonna mind this stuff. And even if it's a normal user, you say it in a nice way that, hey, can you create a ticket, because that are other teams are actually, they have already done this process. But if you need my help, CC me. You see, CC me. So you're basically kind of like saying that, okay, you're telling the person to create a ticket, but at the same time, you're not disrespectful, right? But I'm coming to the other part where Erwin, and yes, people are very aggressive when it comes to like that. They will say that this is not a sysadmin job. This is not security stuff. This is not even a help desk will say this if it's not a help desk thing, right? This is not a help desk ticket. You should send it to the post office team.
You know what I do for that? You know what I do with that, Honest? I get tickets that are not related to help desk. You know what I do, like, as common courtesy? I'm being serious about it, as common courtesy. You know what I do? I'm like, this is not a help desk ticket, but I could point you to the right direction and point you to the right department, and I'm going to give it to them. Okay. So then in the future, you could just email them. That's basically what I do. I don't say this is a bad ticket or this is a stupid ticket or whatever. I don't do that. I'm like, I'm gonna point you in the right direction.
In a proper companies, when they take care of everything serious, this is an issue too. You have to come together, sit in a whole team. There's a meetings, and let me tell you how bad it is when a sysadmin, a security analyst, or somebody who's doing pen testing, when they get disturbed while they are doing something very deep. I'm not joking. This is something that this haunted me for many, many years. When someone would just come in, I'm so near to the database error. I found it. I see the locked transaction. I see the problem right there. And I know, okay, now I don't know the command, so I need to Google it, right? So, okay, things like that, right? So, of course, I am already stressed out. I already know the problem now. But now somebody totally took me out of my phase or that flow that I was in. So people would sit together and they will talk about how much this built stress for me. Trust me, if it's a strong organization, they're going to sit down. They're going to say, you know what, let's make this proper way. They're going to teach their employees in some type of trainings. They have all staff trainings. And the guys, make sure, don't write this ticket this way or that way. they train people on that. They don't become too aggressive, by the way, because again, at the same time, it's a customer service thing, you know.
That's how it's supposed to be in a good company like that. And it makes me wonder, or you probably work for a good company, or
Oh, who talking about me or Danish or both?
both of you.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
work for a really good company, but of course, I work for school too, Erwin. So I already know where you're going.
I hear you, brother. But yeah, I've been stopped literally like walking down the hallway. And I usually, I mean, it's different now because I have to work from home. So I'm mostly doing help desk stuff. But when we were at the location, at the office, I would be walking just through the hallway. And here comes the senior manager of this other department, just grabs me. Hey, come here. I got this problem. And I can't say no because it's, I got to stay professional. So I go into their office and then I fix their computer. It's usually minor stuff. But this is how I tell him. I was like, I would fix it and I would tell him, can you please put in a ticket for this so that way we can keep track of this issue? And and they usually do it. Sometimes they don't, but that's okay. At least I sent a message so that way they can tell their people to put in tickets. At least it's in the back of the mind. But it happens. The people
I
always.
have the thing where basically I don't have time to do it, so I give it to someone else that I work with from a different state. I'm like, can you help that person? I can't do it right now. I'm doing a project right now, so can you help that person?
Yeah, because I usually when I'm at regular times when we were working at the office, a lot of times I would just deal with mostly with like big system outages, and I have people over here pinging me, calling me, trying to fix their one computer, and I would have to say, sorry, I'm working on a system outage that's affecting a lot of people. Can you go ahead and contact this guy, and reach out to him. If he doesn't help you, let me know, and I'll help you as soon as I'm done with this. And I've also gotten calls on my on-call number because I'm also on a rotation for the on-call support.
Me too, cool man.
And I get a call, and I would tell them on the phone. I was like, and because sometimes it's just too much. It's literally my personal phone that it's routed to, and I get a call in the middle of the night, and they're calling me about the password reset or help them log into VPN.
Oh,
and I have to tell them, look, this phone, there's no nice way to tell them this because this is literally a phone number specifically for system outages. And I would tell them, this is not a phone number for this type of issues. These are not proper ways of doing this. You have to call the help desk.
Cool man, they call my cell phone. They don't even call the emergency number. They call my cell phone.
Oh, wow. They got a hold of that. No, I wouldn't. Yeah. I usually have it routed, and it routes through like 3 different numbers before it actually gets to me.
No, they call my cell phone and they text message me. The CEO text messages me on Sunday. Hey, how you doing, Kevin? I can't log into VPN. Can you help me?
Hey, and when it's time to leave that company, then go for it. Open up.
No, I tell them because you do have certain power, and I'm not saying it's a power trip, but we do in my team, people in my team, we do have certain power because we are right. If I tell them this is not the proper procedure of resolving your issue, you got to put in a ticket or ask your manager for your help. And as long as I'm right, I can say that to them and I won't get in trouble. You know what I mean?
The day I'm going to be like, leaving the company or retiring, then that day the tickets are going to be pretty bad. I'll be sitting like, excuse me?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Yeah, that's the issue with me. Like when I left my other job, they had to hire 2 people to replace me because I would literally help people on the weekends. I don't say no to anyone. That's just the way I work. But also, when I'm on call, I'm on call. So if you call me, I will pick up at 1 a.m. I'm crazy like that. So
somebody put, how should IT progression go? How many years in help desk, desktop support, level 2, level 3?
Depends on the individual.
Yeah, it depends on the individual.
I think Haifa had a question. She's like, she had her hand raised for 5 years.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Actually, I'm asking. Hi. Not only do I get blocked by Nightbot or put in timeout by Nightbot, you guys keep going and don't get.
All right.
I get blocked by you guys too.
I think Haifa's been hinting that she wants admin thing on.
Honestly, I'm not. I just like to mess around with the Nightbot thing. But Sumayo is asking, what's the best job other than technical job for a girl with a computer engineering graduate?
Sorry,
Wait,
what's
say
the
it
question?
again. What's the question?
What's the best job position other than technical job for a girl with a computer engineering graduate? I'll leave it in the YouTube chat. I just
She
literally I
could
copy
work
pasted it.
cybersecurity, or she could be a network admin. I know females that work as a network admin. So
I mean, it depends on what type of tech job are you.
you like too. It depends what job you want.
Because networking is also infrastructure. Security is also infrastructure. You got to go through some type of technical stuff in that area, unless you want to become more of like a assistant in management area. Right there, they have a information technology assistant management people where they do a lot of I mean, probably you guys probably know more than.
It could also be desktop support in the sense that like you deal with like software packaging and stuff like that, you know.
They're different. They're different
Yeah,
types
like
of
that's
tech
gonna be
jobs.
hard to like.
Let
If you
me-
go to a desktop support position, that they titled it that way, right? Everyone, it's gonna be hard for someone to make sure that that's not a technical job, right? It's not easy to say that that's software deployment. Is it technical or not? Or because a lot of females that I know that they have this question, they usually end up going into more of a programming type of area.
Or like
That's what-
end user specialists, where basically you're deploying software and stuff like that. You know, it depends on the job that you're trying.
I'd
to
say
get.
read the description, and if it sounds like something that you can do, that's what you go for. You know what I mean? If it describes you, then go for it.
Yeah, that definitely. I think description is going to
Because we've seen help desk like positions called desktop engineer or desktop something
IT
or
engineer, IT
yeah.
and support
And then you
specialist.
read the description, it's help desk. Yeah. So they read the description.
Yeah.
That's what I would
mean,
say.
you got to start from somewhere. So even if it's something for like 6 months, you would try to do that and try to move up to management if that's something you like. I mean, you're not gonna become a manager after 6 months again.
Yeah, that's not. Doesn't work
You're
that way.
gonna have to use your connections to maybe be assistant to somebody, or maybe they'll guide you. You gotta know people then. Simple. That's a simple answer, realistic answer.
Wait, what do you mean I'm not going to be a manager in 6 months? That's the whole plan, you guys.
Not gonna give you wrong hopes. You can try it though.
Yeah, my take on that is do a job you like and pick the job you like and look at the description of the job for the female, whoever's applying for the job. Look, do something you like, and you don't want to be miserable either. Do something you like. If you're gonna do something you like and look at the description, basically. Hopefully that answers your question.
I agree. If it looks like something you can do, then it's gonna be easy.
Yeah, go
you know,
for
it's
it.
like, where do you know this? So just go for that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I have a question for Kobuman. How are you speaking
Kobuman's a ninja.
How are you speaking if your mic is on mute? Do you guys see that? His mic is on mute and it's still coming through.
No,
I don't know.
he's unmuting and muting.
Oh no, no, but when he was talking a minute ago, it was muted. Anyway, sorry.
It's just a delay.
Maybe.
No,
yeah,
Kobuman has magic powers. See, when Kobuman he has his cartoon character, it shows up and he could do that.
Yeah, that cartoon character has some kind of delay in it.
I'll
So-
never tell.
Elvin has a question. Is there any opportunity for a non-English speaker like me? I'm not good enough in English, still learning. Any chance to get hired?
We have a lot of people here that English is not their first language, and they're still able to get a job in IT.
Including me.
Me and probably other YouTubers who came from other countries to US. In the beginning, we didn't know how to even say hi in this country. So like I said, this is the video that I made on this one. Probably you guys can search it out, but I'll probably later on share something.
Anyone could get into IT. So there's
anyone
nothing,
can, exactly.
Yes.
Anyone can get into IT. You just need to make sure you understand that the first rule is customer service. You just kind of get that, somehow you learn that. For English, let me suggest for a lot of people, because yes, we say that you're going to learn this stuff and all that kind of stuff. But what was my mistake? I didn't go for English class seriously, right? Go for an English class. Invest in yourself. If it's a good class, go invest some money. If it's a free class, go invest some time. If it's YouTube or online class, invest some energy, right? That's something you got to do to fix this issue. You already know your issue. So whoever thinks that way, you already know your issue. You got to fix it. How do you fix it? You really got to learn this stuff. You don't need to be grammatically correct in this career. To be honest, till today, my grammar sucks. Till today,
you
13 plus years in IT now, and still my emails suck. Sometimes I even forget to write some of the things, and people probably notice too. I will forget almost the whole word in there, and oh shoot, I forgot, and let me fix it, right? So for that, you can use Grammarly. There's actually a tool out there. I'm not going to promote
I
anybody, but
downloaded that.
Grammarly, there are so many other tools out there that you can actually use to fix certain things, you know.
Yeah,
Danish, I think
the myth of that is you could go into IT no matter what age you are. So age is just a number. That's one thing I want to answer. The second thing is you're English. If you don't know English, we gotta learn, you know. And the third thing is you don't need to know math to work in IT. You know, so those are like myths.
Can I also shout out to somebody in this chat, because when I notice people that do a lot of good stuff like WP, one blurry lens.
Yeah.
I wanna say thank you to him, because his comments are pretty good. You guys should really
Oh
watch.
yeah, I see his comments too.
His I like to watch, and that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying thank you to him for putting all the
he's talking about customer service. His responses are really well in the chat box. I'm reading it too. So.
I was gonna say, Danish, I think I heard you say before, or maybe it was one of the other guys. Sorry if I'm resourcing. But I think one of you guys said if English is not like your strong suit, maybe you should try doing the not help desk by phone, but the chat support. Maybe it will be more helpful than doing the phone support and more comfortable for people who don't know English that well.
You can, but the thing is this, I don't want to make it sound like you have to do that and then you have to come to IT. What I'm making it sound like you can get into IT and learn this gradually, even without knowing it. If you're one of those type of people that you really feel like I'm kind of not okay with this, I need to fix this issue, then yeah, you got to go through some type of customer support, and because that's you get pushed there, right? Customer service is way kind of like a intense area where you have to be connected with the client and all that kind of stuff. So you can go over that stress, or you just don't even think about that. Fix the English issue, talk to some people, come online. Here's the best example right here. You got a free Zoom going on. If you had an issue with English, come over here, talk to us. We'll tell you, is your accent too heavy? Bring it down a little bit, change it a little bit, perform it this way or that way, as long as you don't mind something personal. Because I feel like that's personal, right? You tell somebody your accent is this or that way. If you are not that kind of person who don't take things to the heart like that, and you think that this is more like educational stuff, come on into this type of events, because this is a confidence building events right here. Trust me. I'm sure a lot of people in the beginning, when you guys joined, like Femi, Eddie, or Haifa, I'm sure in the beginning you guys were a little like, oh, that's live YouTube, right? So now look at yourself, right? How cool you guys are, like flowing and all that. That's all confidence, right?
Oh, absolutely.
May I share how I learned some of the pronunciations and stuff like that? So when I was learning English, what I would do is I would listen to music, I would memorize the songs, and then try to repeat those lyrics exactly how it was said in the music. So basically what I'm trying to say is I was listening to rap a lot back when I was but that helped me. Improve.
All right, so now do a little like Vanilla Ice for us there. Go in.
Hey Danish, can you check that private messages?
I can't I can do Eminem, but I don't want this video to get flagged.
Someone asked a question. Someone asked a really good question actually. So someone asked, I started my first job in IT help desk on Monday. So he got a job in help desk. Sorry, I just want to clap. He has no experience in help desk. And what advice do you give me to be successful in my first 90 days working help desk on Monday?
Answer the phone calls.
So he got a job and he's starting on Monday.
Want me to add something?
Yeah.
You're the help desk expert.
So when it comes to help desk, customer service is almost like number one. It's definitely half of your job. It's good to know the computer stuff, but when it comes down to it, what they really look at is how you deal with the customer. So if you're very polite and professional, and you got to hit those QA points, because they do look at the QA points whenever they go over your call. So if they say, you got to ask user or customer at the end, do you need anything else? Or can I help you with anything else? You may have to remember to say stuff like that, or and some companies don't even allow you to hang up on them until they hang up first. It's just there are these strict things that you kind of have to, because they grade you on that. And I don't want to say it's unfair, because it is sometimes, because you can't remember. Sometimes they give you so many QA points to hit that you get caught up and you just can't forget. But over time, you'll remember all of that. But it can be stressful to the customer. Imagine this, like, whenever you call somebody and you ask them for, like, let's say a credit card company, and at the end, they're like, can I help you with anything else? You're like, no, that's it. And then they're like, can you do a survey? So you gotta, you know, you gotta ask them that thing. Is there anything else I can help you with, without sounding like it's forced? Just like, by the way, anything else I can help you with? And then just kind of wrap it up instead of forcing that. I think those type of skills are incredibly important when it comes to help desk, especially the customer service part of it.
Yeah, for me as if you're starting in 90 days, you start on Monday. First thing you're gonna do on your first day, they're gonna go over HR compliance stuff. They're gonna go over all the SLA compliance. They're gonna go over a bunch of stuff. They're not gonna train you in IT yet. They're gonna do like HR compliance stuff. They're gonna train you. They're gonna introduce you to the team. They're gonna show you a bunch of different things. And after a few days, they're probably gonna show you the tickets. So you're probably gonna go over tickets and stuff like that and other stuff. Me, what I recommend is having good customer service, asking a lot of questions, understanding the points of escalation in IT if you're starting that job on Monday. And the other thing is make sure what tickets goes to who, if that makes sense. So like if you have like a sysadmin, you have a network admin team, you have different departments. So you have to know where the tickets go. And you should basically just understand or have a feel for the infrastructure of that company that you're working for. Basically,
Yeah,
that's just my advice.
I agree with Kevtech, and you just made a really good point, which I usually do in my training, and how I basically tell people, okay, there's a technique that you can use to really learn something in 90 days, right? Because you say 90 days. The first thing which he just said, that it's a process. My son just so it's just a process, and you need to really make sure that you are stress-free in this area. That's fine. First week is going to be stressful. There's going to be so much information. Just go with the flow. It's simple as that. You're not going to know departments at that time. You're not going to know too much in this time. Later on, what Kevtech said, that learn about the departments. This is the big thing for you. If you know about the departments, a lot of tickets are going to become so easy for you. And then get into your ticketing system and know how they have structured their ticketing system in categories. Who are the departments over there? It's going to your ticketing system is your friend in the beginning, basically. So then you're going to basically face like customers like this who doesn't know what they're doing, and then of course you just have to deal with that kind of stress right here.
You're gonna have tickets that you probably don't know how to fix, and you have access to do it. So go to the old ticket system. Go to your ticket system, understand it, do the research on that ticket. And maybe the answer might be there in that ticket, in that queue, or in that ticket that company is using. That's the advice I give someone that they're new. If you don't know how to fix something, go to the old tickets. Search for the old tickets and see if you could find a fix for it. Obviously, ask for help. If you're new to IT, ask for help as well. Like everyone in your team is there to help you, so that's very important as well. Femi, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say I hate you because you just said what I was about to say. Which is my favorite thing, and I just feel it's something that it's really insightful. There's nothing as bad as someone that doesn't want to ask questions, especially during that first week. And the truth is, I don't know that there's anything wrong with being stressful the first week, but it is how you manage it, knowing that you're still new to everything. I mean, nobody's expecting you to know everything in probably even the second week. I may be wrong, but
No,
I think
you're absolutely right. It's more of a process, and it's more of, you have to take your time with it, and it's not a race. That's basically what I tell everyone. Take your time with it.
right.
I have a question. Since I never worked in help desk in my life, I just was level 2 all my life so far. For the people that have worked in help desk, or maybe or something like that, what is the protocol? I call you guys up. I talk to you on the phone. Are you guys looking at like my old tickets? Are you guys looking into KB articles while I'm talking to you? Do you guys run like a little checklist, go A, B, and C? All right, that didn't work. We're going to kick it up to Kevtech or me or Donna or whoever, or Haifa or something like that. You guys, like, how does that work? Like, what is the process in place, and how much time do you have on the phone before you got to get to the next customer? Is there like a timer up there going, okay, you got 10 minutes, go. You get down to 0, kick it up, next call. Or how is that queue all worked out? I was never involved in that. I walked by a couple in the hospital. I seen those guys on the phone. I seen the big boards up there. Calls were coming in, but I never really understood what the process is before it kicks up to us. Is it something that you guys maybe can fix, but it might take too long? And you're like, well, I'll send it up to Kevtech because he has more time to work on it because I have to get to the next call. How does that work for the guys that have worked in help desk?
Depends on the company, like not just answer your question.
Kevtech, I want some help desk guys. You're freaking level 2 and up. You've done this.
I just wanted to disappoint you successfully, first of all, because even though this is my first job, I didn't get it as an help desk. I wasn't hired to be help desk. So what I do is I just try to see what the help desk guys do and just have an idea. So I'm basically like you.
Yeah, we had help desk, but we scrapped it away, and now everyone's level 2.
Oh,
because really? Yeah, in my job, because no one because help desk is limited to what they could do. So
right.
Like in some companies, you work help desk, they only could do password resets, and they have to escalate it to level 2. Some companies that do help desk, they only have access to certain things that are limited to certain things. But there's also an SLA level, service level agreement, and everything. There's a bunch of different things. So, like me, I always say it depends on the company, because it does depend on the company, because every company is different. So you might have limited access to what you could do before you escalate it to level 2. So,
but are you timed now? Like Donish, have you seen this? Like
there's time, yeah. There's
time. Like you got 10 minutes, go. Not call.
Yes.
I mean, it, like I said, it depends on the company. And again, even though you may say, "Oh, we're not working as a help desk," but we are every day working with the help desk, and that's how I became what I am, help desk.
Okay.
So, like I said, in one of the companies that I was working for, we were 3 help desks. We were 3 help desk technicians, and all of us will be just taking a call based on who's available, right? So when I take the call, this means I'm responsible from A to Z till I need some help. Does that make sense? I was not pressured. I was not pressured by the managers that you need to fix this in 30 minutes. Now, that's totally depending on the way the culture is in the company. It could be that if I am a new person and I spend, let's say, 2 hours on a very basic stuff, that second help desk, a third help desk started noticing, right? So now they need to either teach me or they get frustrated. They're going to go to the manager. This dude is taking so long. We're having a problem right here. Talk to him, train him, whatever. That's one culture company like that. Another company that I worked for was more of a services type of company. Now that's where the time played a big role. It's a service. Remember, it's a service company, meaning calls are ringing all the time, to be honest. So you pick up the call and you're supposed to finish it up. If it's a basic ticket like a AD ticket or something like that, they will give like maximum 10 to 15 minutes, even though that's a lot of minutes in even just resetting a password. But of course, you're going to pick up the call. You're going to tell the user. You're going to say, is it okay? Did you test it? They're not going to push you. You got to do this at 5 minutes, right? Unless it's some super, super busy area. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to probably even work in there, but if that's the case, right? But that's how it's done in many of the companies. But like you're right, with Kevtech is saying, they're right. You may have levels. When you have levels, of course, then you need to give certain assignments so level 1 can do their job. Yeah, like you're not gonna give it to one person, so then level 2 have no job then, right? Because the manager's like, whoa, level 1 can do everything. Why do we have level 2s in there? So if it's a very big company, they have designed it that way because they don't want to stress their level 1s out. They don't want to stress their level 2 or 3 out.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Maybe we had a level 1 and we scrapped it out. We just put level 2 so everyone could do everything on level 2. And then if we can't fix it, we give it to a sysadmin or network admin, and that's it. That's how my department is set up. There is no level 1 at all whatsoever. So
we found a lot. I mean, when I used to work up at the actual insurance company, because we were IBM, and then CNA had their the help desk, I guess it was IBM's, what do you want to call it, help desk, but that was over in Bangladesh, India, believe it or not. And of course, the users didn't want to call her because of the the language, and the English just wasn't jiving, and they couldn't really understand and stuff like that. But they are the two that the help desk people over there. What we found out later on, as I got on with the company, is that help desk people were there like for a week, 2 weeks, and then they would quit. So they never really, that's why the tickets that we saw rolling in were like, nothing was really done on these tickets and all that stuff. But the people never really got to know the systems, got to know how the network worked, got to know that, whatever was going on, or trained properly, because they left because the turnover rates were so, it was, you were there a week or two, you were there a month, and that was a good stay. So a lot of these like overseas, like help desk, if they get far out overseas, or even I'm sure local. I mean, I don't know how much, I'm sure they pay better here in the States, but over there, I mean, they're not, I guess they're not paid that much. They work very, very long hours and stuff like that. So it was very hard to get good help desk help, and we got a lot of tickets kicked up that we were totally.
It depends on the company. That's why, I tell people, it depends on my level 1, level 2. It might just be help desk, and help desk is very limited to what they could do. It depends on the company, and I have to say it depends on the company, because then if I say something, it's not gonna be 100% accurate. People are gonna quote me on it. I don't want to say that.
Yeah,
So that's why I said
you're
depends on
right.
the company.
It's a culture. It's a company. It's their culture. That's totally right answer, and that's. To be honest, that's one of the beauty and the bad thing about this career, that some people may land a job in a very bad culture and they think the IT is like that. And throughout their life, they teach other people the same way. But they are in the bad situation. They spend 15 years in the bad situation, and that they're going to tell IT stuff. Now,
yeah, that happened to me. No, I have people like that. They have a really shitty job or a crappy job, and then they complain about IT.
One of the time when I was actually making my vlogs, and I'm sure you guys will agree. And in the beginning, people will come to me, you are like this or that type of thing. Why are you teaching about this help desk stuff? It's a pretty crappy career. Why are you doing that? So then I'm like, wow. And then I asked the person, and the person's like, so he gave me this whole essay. I've been in IT for 15 years, so you don't tell me what to do. You're just a 4 years old, young, baby. And I'm like, that's the reason. You spent 15 years in one bad cultural company, and you're explaining this to everybody that IT is like that. That's not how it works, right? So,
no, I had people that do help desk that they're miserable all the time, and I had people that they give IT a bad rep, and I get really frustrated by them. They give IT a really, really bad rep. Like, they say that IT is not worth working for, it's not worth having a job in IT, and that you're basically, who told me? Someone told me you're basically a servant for a user. Basically, that's what someone told me. You're basically a servant for a user. Well, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
When it comes to liking a help desk or not, it's kind of a mindset thing, I should say, where you can choose to like it and enjoy it. But yeah, I mean, there's no doubt there are situations where it's going to be very stressful, especially when you're new to it, when you're not used to just knocking the calls out. I mean, in my example, when I did help desk for this company, it was like a call center type of environment. Calls are back to back. There are strict rules you got to follow. You got to do it, finish the resolve the issue when, at given times, and you got to do all the requirements that they have. And yeah, it was stressful at times, but I did it for many, many years because I chose to like it. It was still better than doing manual labor type of thing,
Yeah. It's a people. I had someone message me, and they're like, their help desk is a helpless job. You're a servant to IT, and you get treated like crap all the time, and you're always miserable. Why do you want to work in IT? That's what people tell me.
But then you have people that are going to come to you that, Kevtech, because of you, I'm feeding my family.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
So that is exactly why when we are here, we're sharing this. Why are we sitting here for 4 hours and talking about this stuff? This is if people take these comments seriously and they think about it. Where are we going? What kind of trainings we're providing? Look at Kugelman videos. A perfect example of stress relieving videos, to be honest. Interview questions, right? Kugelman, that's the biggest stress that people are going to have. He had the best videos out there. Kevtech, his real world videos of me and myself, I spent almost 6 years on this specific area. And then Steven got a CD to sell. So
Hey, he's gonna sell his latest jam of singing. Yeah, it's basically like it depends on the company, depends on your manager, it
and it
depends on your
depends on you.
coworkers.
And it depends on
Depends on
It
you.
too,
depends on
yeah.
what you let affect you.
Yeah, you let it affect you. Like if you let it affect you mentally and physically and health wise, then it becomes a problem. You shouldn't have.
And if you're appreciated, if they appreciate you, regardless of the fact that it's like hectic or whatever, if they show appreciation, then that makes it a whole lot easier. But if they don't, hey, move on, get another job.
Yeah,
I
just
was
get another
gonna say, Koberman, like, would you actually leave a job if you don't feel appreciated? How long would you stay there? Like maximum
I would only stay there long enough to get the required experience to get the next job.
Yeah, I would say
Absolutely.
there to get experience. Like I would never tell someone to leave a job after a week. That doesn't make any sense.
It would look bad, actually. Well,
It would look really bad.
Yeah, because I would stay there at least 6 months. I mean, I know it's like, but it's like it's hard work. Nothing comes from just sitting around and not doing anything. You gotta go through the motions of getting that experience. That can be hard work, but you gotta make sure you can at least have that on your resume, because you gotta do what you gotta do to get there.
It might be a silly question, but if you don't feel appreciated, would you speak to your manager about it before you?
Oh, I'm vocal. I always do.
Yeah, would you so how would you approach it? Would you just have a one-on-one and be like, listen, I feel like I give so much to this company, and how would you approach it?
I mean, that depends on your situation. If it's like just like your help desk, and see, that's the thing though, I'm not sure. Some companies allow help desk employees to have emails within the company. Some don't. I don't know. It all depends.
What the hell, Donish? What the hell, Donish?
Now imagine you're not allowed to do. Nobody's allowed to do read favors. By the way,
what the hell?
If you do that, I'm gonna unsubscribe you.
What the hell, man? What's wrong with you?
Yes.
I've actually asked. I mean, and actually, I probably should make a video on this, on how to ask for a raise or a promotion. I've actually done this in a professional way. You can literally like write an email where it's kind of passive aggressive. You're not being rude about it. You can just tell them, hey, look, I know I'm doing a good job, but yet here are these issues that I have. It's not a big deal. I still love working for this company, but then yet I see that these things are going on.
Yeah.
I would approach it.
I literally,
I'm gonna tell you. From what I know in like life, you don't want to put someone in the defensive. So you don't want to go up to your manager and say, oh, you don't appreciate me, whatever. But you want to bring it in kind of like a more gentle way.
Absolutely, because it may not be coming from him or her. It may be coming from somewhere else that's above him that puts pressure on them. I wanted
to share a story with you real quick. Actually, look what happened to me. I went to just share a story with you, Steve. Share a story with you real quick. I was doing a migration, right? I was actually in Columbus, Ohio, in January before the whole thing. I want to say here before the whole thing. And I had a beer with my manager, and we have other coworkers in my job, and nobody wanted to go to Columbus, Ohio, to do the migration, and I was the only one I was the only one who volunteered to go. By the way, we have a team of 10 people. Nobody wanted to go, and like, what about Kevin? Do you want to do? I don't want to bother you, Kevin. Are you okay with it? I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. I try to, if you work hard, if you work in a good company and you work hard, the rewards are there. They will take care of you. It depends on the company you're working for. So I know, Femi, you have a question. Just give me a second. So basically, I had a migration. I had to move someone from one building to another building in January, and I did that. And then we have our salary review and all that stuff. And I had my review in March. And then when we had the review, they're like, I'm going to give you this much, and I'm going to give you this, because of all the work you did, Kevin. I know your work does not go unnoticed. You work hard. So that's the reason why I give you this. So it really depends on the company you work for. It really depends who you work for and what manager you have and everything. So hopefully that answers your question. So
so one thing I noticed, by the way, and this is about the content. We three makes a lot of content, a lot of energy. I don't know, Kuhlman, if you have recently noticed, I created little different type of videos where I went over the whole list of revising what is IT career, who are the titles, what are the titles, are what's the differences between descriptions. I'm not sure if you've seen that. So I started making this whole list again because I feel like sometimes it's good to work together. Like for example, I want to use your videos. I'm not going to copy and put it on my channel, but I want to use your videos, link it, and say, hey, this is the best interview questions, but I would say certain things from my members like this. It saves so much time. So one thing I would suggest all of us is to work together with each other in a way that if there's a video done like interviews, I don't need to recreate the whole thing again, right? But I will enhance it on top of that. By the way, I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm not gonna create the whole video again, but I will enhance it and say, hey guys, this is the 40 best interview questions, but this is the top ones that I think, and this is the best answers that I think, rather than maybe the generic answer, right? So there's a lot of things that we talk about, certain areas like again and again in the live training. I feel like we should also work together in certain areas that we should make one. Okay, this is a good playlist from all of us. We should really share that with people. It could be Kevtech list, or it could be your list, or combination of different videos. It will really save some time for us. By the way, that's just my suggestion.
That's definitely something to consider. I mean, that's a good idea.
Yeah, as I'm talking, I see nods like every outcome will be different. You can try hard sometimes and be positive, but sometimes you have to stay in you have a really bad position sometimes. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I mean that's natural, right?
Sammy?
Oh, okay, yeah. So listening to you, something I kind of try to point out. I mean, and this is for life generally. I mean, it could be IT, it could be anything in this sphere at all. Because I be telling some of the guys I talk to that as much as you could say this for IT or whatever, you could also say the same thing for. I mean, some of us have been involved in other professions or whatever, and I've not seen anywhere where anything is easy. So sometimes I just feel it's the mindset, because I just have this feeling that, again, I point out to a couple of the guys that I kind of mentor in a way, and one thing I've come to realize, especially with, I mean, I don't know if I belong to the same generation, but one thing I've come to realize is a lot of people seem to come in with a very, very wrong mindset. And it wouldn't matter whether they're going into IT or they just started with it. They'll probably still have had that same mindset, even if they were doing something else outside of IT. So a lot of times, I just feel that it's got a lot to do with the mindset, basically.
Yeah, it is. It is mindset. Like, and I'm an example of that. Like, I worked in restaurant for 12 years, and then from restaurant I got into IT, and then for people that know, like Haifa knows, Steven knows, and Donish knows, and I think Kuhlman knows, I lost. I did like a 360, and I lost like 45 pounds in 5 months, and then I changed my career to IT, and then I'm in a better place now, and I'm able to pay my bills and take care of my family in IT. So that's the reason why I
You were a
think
dancer for
IT.
a while and lost
And I was
weight.
like, I think IT is good for everyone. Even it might take you a long time to learn it, but some people learn faster than others. Like,
I love your
and it
success story,
depends.
Kevin.
It depends on the person. It depends on your mindset. That's what I believe in. That's personally what I believe in as an individual, and I think it could change someone's life completely, 360. That's just the way I feel personally.
I like your success story. It's very inspiring, and so is Danish. Danish's
Yeah,
story
it's
is
just,
also
it's
very
possible.
inspiring.
It's
I don't know.
possible.
I don't know what Kobuman's story is, or if how he started, but
Oh, Kuhlman's a ninja.
ninja. I thought you
Yeah.
were the ninja.
No, I'm not ninja. I just cut apples and fruit with swords. That's it. I don't know what Kuhlman's story is. I don't know. I don't know how you get
Kobuman,
started
you
in
want to
IT.
share your story before I ask a technical question?
I'm not sure where to start because I've done so many jobs.
Should be so long.
I'm 39 years old, so I've been through a lot.
Yeah, I think you were a puppeteer.
Yeah, Kuhlman's a ninja. I'm telling you, he's a ninja in disguise. So
That's my part-time job. No.
Yeah,
Femi,
yeah,
do you
yeah.
want to share your story?
Femi? No? Femi? No?
Oh, mine. I mean, basically, I was basically a teacher. I mean, and I was a virologist, and I just decided, you know what, IT. I mean, basically.
How in the world do you go from being a biologist into IT? How does that happen in real life? Huh? Come on.
So what it was that I mean, I've always grown up with this mindset that I could do whatever I wanted to do. I mean, that's always been my mindset.
Yeah.
And at some point, I never limited myself. I always give myself options to that. If for some reason maybe I tried something, it didn't work out, not because of not trying. Basically, I never narrowed my options, but I always had my mindset that whatever I did, I probably would still end up doing something IT related, even if it wasn't full time. So at some point, the whole idea of virology was that I was thinking I would end up in medicine. But then I looked at it, I came into this country, and I mean, it's basically just me. It's not like I got family. And how do you go into medicine and you still got rent to pay and, stuff like that? So I had to be realistic. So I decided, you know what, let me just do whatever I could do with my virology degree and all that. And then when it got to the point where I was like, okay, you know what, you've been putting this away and you always wanted to do something IT related. How about you just go ahead? So yeah, that's basically the story.
Thank you, my reaction Will, for your donation. Appreciate it. And Steve, I don't know what Steven is doing.
Just playing with my beads.
Yeah, my background is restaurant experience. I come from a restaurant background, and I did people already, I think everyone knows already. It's just it's a repetitive story.
Yeah.
I worked
There's
restaurant
some newbies in the chat.
and I did restaurant and I did 4 years in the NYPD. I worked for the NYPD volunteer for 4 years. And so my background's a little weird. And I did scrap and metal. I worked for scrap and metal. I worked in a supermarket. I worked different types of restaurant, fast food, and different things, and then got into IT afterwards, basically.
And basically, mine graduated in 1985. I went to tech school for printing, and I worked for printing. I was a pressman, so I ran a printing press until the year 2007, when the bottom fell out of everything. Everybody got laid off. You know, that good thing that's going on. And then I went back to school and got my A+ and Network Plus, and never looked back at printing because that was a lot of labor-intensive stuff. So from there on, I'm sitting in this chair talking to you guys.
And I like your story because you worked in the hospital as well, in the hospital field with IT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
So.
Did you run a printing press for Benjamin Franklin back in the day?
You're so funny.
Oh, that's messed up.
Close. Actually, a forge and air machine too. If you guys don't know what that is, that's actually a paper making machine. It's called a forge and air machine.
Did you cut trees? Did you cut trees and feed it?
I didn't cut trees down. I didn't kill. I didn't do that. But I
He's
used
a
to
humanitarian and a treetarian.
I used to run a 1-color press, a 2-color press, a 4-color press. This is all how you guys see color pictures. Cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. I used to print stuff like that. And
don't you hate printers though? Like everyone in IT hates printers.
Well, yeah, printers. Not now. These things were massive pieces of machine where you had to keep the ink up, you had to keep the water up, you had to make sure the paper was being fed to the press. It was going like 10,000 RPMs an hour, so you were like 10,000 sheets per hour. You were hopping around those press, and we got working in a very hot environment, sometimes over 100 degrees. It was a lot of labor-intensive days, but back then I was younger, and
they're making fun of you in chat, Steven, isn't it? He was working when currency had Bible pictures. Making fun of you in chat.
It does sound like 1800s though, the way you describe it.
What was that again?
It does sound like 1800s the way you describe it.
Well, no, I mean printing was popular back in the 80s. I mean, if you guys ever went to football games for college, those programs you got handed, somebody had to print that. That's kind of like what the heck we did. We did like football brochures for like Lehigh University, Fordham Universities, Lafayette College, the local ones around here. We used to do a lot of stuff for the hospitals, St. Luke's, Lehigh Valley. We would work sometimes 12, 13, 14 hours a day, going on Saturdays and Sundays, start early in the morning. It was crazy what we had to do to get the product out, but we had customer deadlines, and of course they had deadlines. And it was just a lot of work though. It was a lot of, when you're young like that, you can do that. But as you get older, you're up and down all the time, loading up paper.
You sold paper? You sold paper? Did you sell paper?
I didn't sell paper. No.
I thought they were gonna say you worked at Dunder Mifflin.
Oh no. But it was just a lot of work. It was a lot of hard work, and you guys think that IT is basically sitting in a friggin' chair and walking around sometimes.
Someone said that you use punch cards with your computers. Punch cards
with the computers.
Yeah.
No. I used to work. I used to work on sheet fed. There were sheet fed presses. The sheets of paper were going through the printing press, and then the rolls, like your newspapers. Some of you guys don't even know what newspapers are, but back in the day, we had newspapers, and these newspapers.
I don't think we're that young.
I'm not that young.
They came in big rolls, and they went through this huge web press. It was called a web press because the web came from. Back then, it was a roll. It was a one continuous roll of paper. That's what the web was. So they call them like a web press. And
they're asking you, did the PCs you work on fill the whole room back in the day?
No, I started back in 2010.
The punch card thing. The punch card thing is in a reference to that's how they used to do computers.
Yeah, with IBM.
Yeah.
But working in printing was hard, and now it's a dying breed now, because now what's happening is that printers of today are doing a lot of 4-color graphic stuff. So the 4-color stuff is being taken over by the printers. So really running a printing press, it's kind of like once the old people die and get out of it or retire, then I think it's just going to start collapsing even more and more. You have some print shops around the area, but if you have like 1 or 2 around your area, you're lucky anymore. Back in the day, you had some really nice ones, but they are closing up quickly. But because of these brand new printers, they can do the same thing as a printing press can do, but it's slower, but they're getting faster with it. Mm-hmm. But the quality is fantastic.
You have a question, Haifa?
Yes, but it's not about this.
She always has questions.
Are you guys good to switch gears?
Huh?
Sure,
you guys good to switch gears?
Switch gears?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a technical question.
Oh, what happened?
Okay, so Kevtech, I know you know this. Danish is not here, but Steven was supposed to do the research. I'm going to ask the whole crew since we have a bunch of pros. So we all know that processes have their own IDs. My question is, do add-ins, like Outlook add-ins, for example, have PIDs like extensions do? If yes, can we troubleshoot a specific add-in from the Resource Monitor or Process Explorer instead of removing one by one from Outlook?
You asked that question the other day.
Yeah, and you were supposed to look it up, sir.
And I don't think it is. I don't think there is a process ID for that, Kev. Is there? For an add-on? I don't know, because that's not a true. It's an add-on. It's an extension. I don't know.
It's an add-on, and it's on app data, hidden files, local folder. And it adds itself to the software application, but it's not going to be found in Task Manager.
Yeah, I don't think there's a process identifier for it. I mean, maybe there is. I mean, maybe if you activate it, but
wouldn't it be much easier to troubleshoot it that way? So you know, like which add-in is the one that's acting up?
No, because you basically would have to, if you end task or end process on the add-in, you probably crash the whole Excel add-in, the whole Excel program, or the whole Word document, or the whole Outlook document, or whatever.
That would be a Danish question, really. I think I said that before. I think he might know if there's a PID for a add-on. Danish, are you there? Or are you?
He's eating.
I think Femi has to say something.
Steven, you were supposed to do the research, sir.
Yeah, I'll deal with that later on, yeah.
Femi?
I was just waiting on you to be done with the question from Heifer before I ask my question.
Go ahead.
Cool, man. Cool, man. I know you use add-ins as well. Do you have experience with that where you have to kill it from Task Manager? I never seen that before.
No. Because I know my thoughts has always been about the fact that it's not like a true program in the sense of it, in the sense of Outlook, for example. I mean, yeah.
So Kevin Runs on Duncan also said, no, there wouldn't be a PID. The add-on is just extending the functionality of the original program. Because of this, it has to be a part of the original process. Okay, so so basically what you're saying is
the add-in is enabled inside
in the process.
Yes.
So is it part of the threads?
Is it part of the what?
The threads within the process? No, because the threads are the program that run the process.
You won't see, like, you won't go on Excel and open Excel and then there will be an add-in, like for example Bloomberg, and then when you go to Task Manager, you go into processes, you see Excel there, and then if you hit Excel and you drop it down, the add-in is not going to be there. It's not going to show up like that. So,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Femi?
Oh, okay. So this is an issue that I was curious to see what answers I might get. So I got this ticket, and it had to do with the user. She said that whenever she tried to first of all, she said she never had the issue until she upgraded Microsoft Office from 2010 to the Pro version. And but then she was like, it was afterwards she realized that whenever she placed a call for a meeting in Zoom, that when she unchecks the microphone, that what she notices is that, because she also has a soft phone on downloaded onto that she uses on the device. So when she unchecks the microphone to start using it, that she notices that she hears some dial tones from the soft phone in her ears, and then she has to do some, I mean, from my explanation before she gets rid of it. So I was wondering, I mean, because it's not so, like, I've not had the chance to try to see what she's talking about to even try to attempt any troubleshoot, but in my mind I was thinking beyond trying to like change some settings, default settings for the audio on either or both the soft phone as well as the Zoom application itself. I was just curious if someone has, if you probably might have encountered that kind of issue, and what else you think might be going on.
I had that issue, and I had that issue, and I had to reinstall the drivers in Device Manager.
So the drivers for the audio, though?
Yes, the drivers for the audio, not Zoom. The drivers for audio itself on Device Manager.
So, why do you think there will be that kind of conflict between Zoom and that would necessitate going to the drivers? Because I mean, it's still the same drivers. It's still the same audio drivers that's going to be working for Zoom as well as
mine was a little weird. Mine was, I have a Dell laptop and the Zoom app wasn't working for some weird reason. So then I went into Device Manager and I ran an update on the sound settings, and I actually had a new driver download for it, and then that fixed the Zoom problem for some weird reason. That was my issue.
But have you also noticed, interestingly, that you mentioned Dell? Have you also noticed that sometimes when you actually try to do an update on, say in this case, for example, the audio driver, sometimes it takes for you to actually go to, like, say in this case again, Lenovo site to go download the driver from Dell directly, or in my own case, Lenovo, before you have a proper.
Doesn't do that to me. It doesn't do that for me. I run it as admin, and it downloads it directly inside Device Manager using Windows Download or whatever.
I don't know how much of Lenovo experience you've had, but we noticed that, I mean, I don't like Lenovo, but we noticed that sometimes even when it looks like we've done the right things in terms of updating inside of Device Manager, we just got to a point where we're like, okay, we'll do it then, and we'll still go into Lenovo sites to try and get the driver from there, because sometimes
it's hard, and I work with Lenovo, by the way. I have certifications in Lenovo, but it's hard to answer that question because, like, it also depends on the drivers for Intel. So if the computer has Intel drivers, you have to look at that as well. Does that make sense?
Right.
There are sound settings for Intel drivers too. I don't know if you know that, There's two different ones. There's one for Intel processor, and then there's one for the actual Lenovo product on the actual laptop itself. You know what I'm talking
Okay.
about?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have audio sound settings for Intel processor if it's using Intel chip, and then you have sound settings for the actual laptop product itself on the model itself, where you download it from the website. So there's two different
That's,
sound settings.
I
that's
actually
what you're
didn't
saying.
know that. I thought it was like you typically like a Realtek, what's mostly found in
No,
computers.
there's two different ones. That's from my experience.
Oh, I've never seen the second one. I believe you. I just don't. I've
No,
never
there's two
seen
different
anything.
ones.
I,
That's from my experience. I
that's
seen
fair.
a lot. Cool, man. I seen a lot of weird issues, man. People throw weird issues at me. I've never
I
seen that
bet.
like before.
I bet.
Yeah, it's weird.
What happened with the mouse guy, Kevin? The guy with the right click mouse?
Yeah, yeah,
What
yeah,
happened
yeah.
with him?
That was a regedit issue, and I had to go into the registry and fix it, which
Have
is
you had
not
the?
common.
Have you ever had the one where the mouse is moving on its own and it's like a?
That's basically what happened to me. And I had
Yeah.
the registry folder for the mouse was missing. I never seen that in my life before. It's so
But
weird.
guess if someone that if you're confident enough, you know what you're doing in the registry though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just some. I've seen a lot of weird issues, man. It's just I don't know what's going on in my job. It's weird.
I like registry because you can literally just quickly configure anything over the network real quick. As long as you know where to look and where to make the changes, you can configure software just like in a snap.
Cool, man. I had an issue where the registry was missing for the signature on Outlook for someone.
Oh, wow. So you have to recreate the new D word or whatever.
Yeah,
Nice.
and then you can't even add the signature on the person's computer. If you go if you open up Outlook and do options and click add signature, the button doesn't work. You seen that before? Cool, man.
No, but I've seen some weird stuff
And
before.
you can't uninstall and reinstall, and you can't run a repair on Microsoft Office for Outlook. That was the issue that I had for a user.
So when you went to the like add remove and then you right click on change settings for Office and then it wouldn't let you repair.
Nope, nothing.
Oh wow. So just because it was missing that. So I see. So even when you try to remove it, it suddenly is like, well, that registry.
No, it doesn't even the uninstall button doesn't even work on that software program.
Wow, that sounds like a weird corruption. Wow.
So you know what I had to do since I couldn't uninstall it at all. You know what I did? I see $ into his computer, and I manually put the signature folder and the signature files on his computer on app local data.
You know, I've done that too before, where it was bizarre. It was people were for some reason using a different version of Java, but it wasn't Java, but it was this thing called Corretto or whatever. And you know how when you go to Java control panel to change different settings, like allow permissions, like allow this website to use Java, this and that. Well, this thing called Corretto, it's kind of like that, but the pseudo, it's kind of weird. This thing is designed, it seemed like they took Java and they designed their own user interface for it. It was really bizarre. Anyways, they were switching over to this Corretto thing that's not Java, and then the settings weren't like regular Java control panel, and for some reason, no matter how you configured it, it still wouldn't work. The website access to allow to Java to run the app, you know, because when you go to a website, it downloads that applet for Java, and for some reason it wasn't working, although the settings were right. So what I did was kind of similar. I took a folder from a user's local profile, and I took that, renamed the one that wasn't working, copied it over, and it worked. And it didn't make any sense. Yet I was making the exact same manual changes on this other end.
So in my scenario, cool man, I couldn't run a repair on Office. I couldn't uninstall it. I couldn't click on signature; it wouldn't work. And I couldn't, if I recreate the OST profile on the local computer, that didn't work either.
Oh wow.
So I had to $, went into roaming folder, and I actually manually put the signature folder there, and it finally worked.
Yeah.
That was the only way I got it to work.
Does anyone have like an idea of any resources that could help with learning? I mean, getting used to working with the registry?
No, I don't. I play around with it. But there's no videos on that actually. Cool man, you have videos on
You don't
I
know.
registry?
have a basic on how to remotely access registry on like on a remote computer. You can go in and make certain changes on how you navigate it, just on a basic level. I don't want to make, like a advanced registry and then, because most of my people watching are, people into help desk, and I don't want to teach them to break something because we all know, well, Kevin's example here is registry breaking something on a kind of almost catastrophic level. So
You,
almost.
you don't, you don't know of any resources like a book or something that could help. Like that's really good.
I don't have anything for that, but I definitely say just remember that don't break anything and just be careful what you do. When you have too much access, it gets dangerous. Just be careful.
Here's my suggestion when it comes to anybody who wants to look at the registry as means of configuring something. If you have a program in front of you and it requires certain configuration, this is the only reason I would consider messing with the registry, is so you can configure something real quick. You have that program on your computer and make the changes, like configuration changes, and then go and look up that same program inside the registry and see what happened inside the registry when you made those changes. That's I think that's the kind of a safe way to kind of learn
You,
at least a little bit about registry and make it useful for help desk or desktop
you know
support.
what I do, cool man? I go into a working machine like my if I see this the signature is working on my computer and we both have the same computer, I go to my computer, I open up regedit and I compare and contrast with the other person's regedit and see what they're missing.
There
And
you
then
go.
I manually add it in there for them. And then that
There you
fixes the
go.
problem. That's what I
Yeah.
do.
One thing to keep in mind is though, every time you make a registry settings, like if it's numerical, especially if it's numerical, let's say you have to put in an IP address. Let's say let me give you a better example. Let's say you're configuring a soft phone, which is basically a phone that's installed on your computer that you use over IP. Let's say you're configuring that and it requires a specific IP address. You can literally configure that through the registry. However, you have to use a hexadecimal version of that. So when you go into registry and you're looking for it, and you're like, well, where is this? Where do I put the IP address? And you're looking for the IP address, while in registry, it actually shows it as a hexadecimal. So those are type of changes you just kind of have to keep in mind. You can't just go in the registry and type
and
in,
and,
for
and I,
example, IP
I
address.
do the same thing, cool man, because
Mhm.
because people have the same computer, right? So I
Right.
do the same thing with program with C folder 86 or whatever, 84, whatever, and same thing. Whatever. I
Right.
just go in there and I look at the folders that are missing. I'm like, oh, these folders are missing, that folder's missing. This is why this app's not working.
Absolutely.
I just
And
start copying and pasting stuff, you know?
that's perfect way of going about it, because I had to
Yeah.
fix some arcane programs before that were like from the air like days of like Windows 95 or XP, and they try to make it work on a new operating system, and for some reason it doesn't work. And then there are certain steps you have to take just to make this thing work on Windows or
Mm-hmm.
anything newer Windows. And for that, I had to do stuff like that. And sometimes I even had to spend like a whole day just to try to figure out, because especially if it's an important software. And now they're like switching over, well, not now, but like at the time they were switching over to like a newer operating system, but they want.
We keep interrupting Haifa. She wants to ask something.
No, actually, no, this is actually a perfect segue into Faze asked a question in the chat that I thought would be very helpful. How do you guys handle getting stuck on a problem? When is it okay to ask for help?
If I can't figure out a problem in like 10 minutes, then I ask for help, obviously. But first, I go to old tickets and see if I can find the answer. That's the first thing I would do. Then the second thing I would do is I would compare and contrast to see to see if it works for me. So I would try to replicate the issue on my computer. And if I have the same issue that they're having, then I try to reverse engineer that issue and see how I could fix it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and there's also your knowledge bases, obviously, which has more to do with the tickets too. That you mentioned that you could go check, and there's
Mm-hmm.
still Google.
Yeah, like I will literally recreate that issue on my computer if I could do it, and then see how you could fix it.
How long would you spend on that problem before you go out and ask a question? And then, sorry, he also added in without looking like you don't know how to do your job. Like, how do you ask the question without looking like?
I can also.
You have to do everything first before you escalate or ask for help.
Absolutely. No,
So
that's
how long
exactly
would
what I
you
was going to
spend
say.
on it?
Well, for me, I would basically go through everything, every resource that I have. So starting with my own memory, see if I can resolve it based off the experience that I have, or just knowledge acquired. You know what I mean? Just your experience trying to fix it, and then go through all the resources you have in the sense of, for example, looking up the knowledge articles, looking up previous tickets, go through the emails, see if anybody else mentioned the issue, exhaust everything possible, everything
Yeah,
possible.
you don't wanna do nothing and then escalate it to level 2. They're gonna get pissed off. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you giving me
Exactly.
this ticket?
Because they might ask you, well, did you try this? And I've had new people ask me for help, and my first question would be, did you go through the basic troubleshooting steps? And then sometimes you would ask them a second troubleshoot, well, did you go this?
No,
Did
I
you
didn't do.
do
I
that?
didn't. Oh no, I didn't do it. I forgot.
Right. And then you'd be embarrassed, and here you are escalating an issue. You know what I mean? So make sure you do everything you can to your knowledge, and then it's completely okay to ask for help. Because when you answer them, when they ask you, did you try this or that? You say, well, yeah, I did. I tried this. And then you start listing all the things you've tried. And then they'd be like, okay, well, he tried a lot of stuff. He made a solid effort in trying to fix this. And then it's completely okay in everybody's mind for you to ask for help. No
And
problem
cool man.
whatsoever.
That happened to me 3 weeks ago. Cool man.
Hmm.
I had an issue where I did everything I can. I was running ODBC. I'm running
Drivers.
certificates and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm running
Uh-huh.
certificates, and it wasn't working for a user. And she has to be part of a security group, and I added her to it, and it works for me, but it doesn't work for her. And but
Hmm.
she's a different company, and she's a different department. And then if I do it on Citrix, like not on her local computer, if I do it on Citrix on the server, like she has like a VM that she could use. It doesn't work on that either. And then I found out that it's a system server issue, which basically infrastructure has to restart the whole server for it to work for her, because
Man,
she's in a different department.
I tell you what, it feels so good when you spend a certain amount of time trying to figure out how to fix something that nobody else can fix. Man, that feels so good.
And
I
they
tell
told
you.
me
Mhm.
they told me, Kevin, this is something that you cannot fix. We have to restart the whole server to fix this problem.
And then you prove them wrong, and then it feels great.
Yeah, because
Dude, I love that feeling.
they
I see,
want
Guru.
they like, have you done this? Have you done this? I'm like, I did all this already. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. No matter what I did, it doesn't work. So for me, this is an infrastructure issue. And the guy checked, like the sysadmin. We did bone guard, right? And he joined my session as I was troubleshooting it, and he saw everything I did. And he's like, no, this is an infrastructure issue. So I have to restart the whole server to fix this. That's basically what happened to me.
Hmm.
So come on, Kevtech and Ifer. So there was Kovima, you took something out of my mouth, because there's this thing about when you actually are documenting all of what you did that I've really made to work for me even more. Like I'll list so many things that by the time I have to escalate, like even the guy looking at the stuff, I mean, there's no point even trying to reach out to this guy, because I mean, I probably even would do say, because I've come to realize there's a way you would even work on some of these tickets that you're unable to solve, that even some of the things you try, even the person you're escalating to probably would not have thought of it. And I mean, it's not everyone that's going to own up to that. So yeah, I totally agree with you.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no one's gonna
absolutely.
know. No one's gonna know everything. But you wanna try everything first before you escalate, because people are gonna get mad when you escalate a ticket to someone and you could have fixed it on your own. Then they're gonna get pissed off. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
I
that.
think my steps would be to go through everything that I know to go through, then Google, probably check Spiceworks, and then maybe reach out to the community. And
Whatever
then
it takes.
if none of
Yeah.
us know, then escalate it.
Like someone gave me a ticket and they could have done it on their own. I'm like, dude, you could have done this on your own. Why are you giving me this ticket? And he's like, but Kevin, I tried this. I'm like, did you do this? Oh, I didn't do that. I'm like, come on, man. Why are you giving me this ticket for?
This
You
is
could have done it on
maybe
your
a
own.
difficult question, and I know like different issues take different time, but what would you say is your limit of time to spend on one ticket?
10 minutes.
In my company, they actually will tell you, like the guys I go to see what they're doing on they're technically like the desktop support one, who I alternate to it. Sometimes when I go to help them out, basically in my company they tell you 15 minutes, whatever they're unable to fix the tech, what we call refer to as a tech bar, where they're within 15 minutes, they just move it to the guys inside where I also alternate with to spend whatever amount of time they want to on it.
For me, I don't have, well, I mean, it's obviously I don't do like, for me, I don't have a limit. For me, it's just, since I work tickets only when I have like free time or whatever, for me, it's like I try to do them in timely manner. We do have SLAs,
Yeah, I was
but
gonna say that
nobody,
it depends on the company because they have
yeah,
SLA. Depends on the company.
but we don't
Okay.
have like, I'm not like help desk at all. So they reach out to that, if they have to. But if I get a ticket or some user contacts me just because they want me to handle their issue, for me, it's like, well, I'll help you, but I got this project to work on. I gotta deal with this system outage. So for me personally, it's gonna be different from people that are actually doing help desk right
Yeah,
now.
it,
But
it
yeah,
depends. It depends on the issue too. Like some issues are very complicated. Like literally spent 2 hours on someone's computer because I couldn't fix the problem, and it was because they were missing the VPN client software on their computer, so they couldn't even log in or do anything or
Mhm.
connect to the domain. So I,
Are
I had
you
to I had to literally use Dropbox, download all the files for Cisco AnyConnect on Dropbox, log into that, open that up on her computer, download that, and then configure the certificates and everything on her computer. And I spent 2 hours on that. And I'm like,
are you
why is this computer missing Cisco AnyConnect?
in help
And
desk?
Kevtech,
Are
just
you
to add as well.
expected? Sorry, go ahead, Femi.
All right, just to add to Kevtech, because I know you've mentioned this before, and I know it happens a lot in different companies. There's situations where you'd end up having to give the that end user a loaner, even if it means you have to like move their files to that loaner while you work on that computer. Because in my company, for example, too, I don't know, it might be the same with you. There are times that we have to actually wait on a vendor if it's a hardware issue to bring in a replacement for that particular part for that particular so basically, we just end up giving the user a loaner, or if it's something that might require you having to reload the operating system anyway.
Yeah, that's what we don't give out loaners. We give you actual laptops. No loaners here on my. You got to remember that I work in New York and I work with a bunch of executives, so we don't do loaners in my job, in my office.
just replace it.
In the other offices they use loaners. Here, not so much because there's all important people. They need to have their laptop working.
I think, yeah, I see what Femi's saying is that sometimes it's quicker just to, instead of spending all day on it
Mhm.
trying to figure it out, here, just take this computer and move on.
Yeah,
Sometimes that's the
yeah.
best way to deal with it. I mean, sometimes you have to do, but mostly people that like work at like a local office buildings, they would do that type of stuff. I think not necessarily help desk, but yeah.
Yeah, you just give them a working computer, you swap them out or whatever because you don't want to have them you don't want that hindering their work, you know?
I have a thing.
I
I'm
think
gonna
stereo I want to say stereo.
Oh,
Hey
can
man.
Steven,
Hi.
go ahead, Ava.
do you mind if I just add on to the specific question
Sure.
before we switch gears?
Haifa's the master of asking questions.
Question aficionado. So are you as a help desk technician, are you expected to finish, I don't know, 80% of the tickets that you get per day, or are you expected to finish all of them? Are you expected to, do you know what I mean? Like, is there a ratio that you should be finishing by end of day?
No.
Okay.
If you're new to IT, no.
Okay.
And you have a team as well, so everyone should be grabbing tickets. And
Just
they
don't
run a report on that too, by the way.
just don't take a ticket and like not work it.
Yeah, exactly.
You're better off leaving it in the queue.
You know what I recommend for you if you're new to IT? You know what I
Mhm.
recommend if you're new to IT? Grab as many tickets as you can that you could control. And then if you can't close the ticket today, make sure you update all your tickets before you leave by the end of today. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
So you update all your tickets because they run a report on that because it's gonna say this ticket is no action taken on this ticket or that ticket or that
Mhm.
ticket. So you want to make sure you update all your tickets before you leave by the end of the day.
Okay.
And that way they see that something has been done. Like write a note on it. I'm still waiting for the customer, or I'm still waiting for the vendor, or I haven't spoken to her yet, but I'll talk to her tomorrow. You know, you put something in there every
Okay.
single day on that ticket. If it's a project ticket, obviously you can't put anything on there. You just say this is a project and I'm still waiting for the vendor or whatever, you know. We always got to update all your tickets. Make sure you update all your tickets. Don't take too many tickets. Take as many as you possibly can and as much as you can control, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. So don't overwhelm yourself, basically.
Yes, exactly.
Sure.
Hey, Stereo.
Welcome back, Danish.
Danish.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Do you hear me?
Hey,
Yes.
how are you?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Alvin Guerrero, and first of all, I would like to thank to Danish and Kevin. I'm glad to interact with you guys and follow you on this channel. You will help me a lot. A few months ago, I pay, you know, more than $1,000. I went to I live in New York too, so I went to college and I paid for A plus and Never plus, and I passed it. But the problem is they don't have lab. So now I'm in the situation. I'm intimidated. I got my certification, but I'm intimidated. The first thing I'm intimidated is my language. I feel I'm not good enough in English. I told already about that. But you guys help me a lot. I'm learning, keep learning every day new things with you guys and practice and at home and a lot with Kevin. And I appreciate you guys, whatever you're doing. I think many people behind you are in the same position that I am and try to get into the this new career and we don't know how we intimidate and we don't know where to start. So thank you very much again for all your time.
Kevin,
Hey, Danish.
you want to say something?
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
you sound good, by the way. Like
Yeah, like
you
I was
don't
gonna-
sound like you're saying that you're having an issue with the language barrier, but no, I understand everything you said. So I don't know
Your
what.
English is very
Yeah.
good. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
English is
agree.
good.
don't worry about that. I mean, like I said, my story is like I'm from Pakistan. I came to US in 2003. My accent was not like this before. It took me some time, just like you. But you see, you did the first step, right? You came in, you joined us. I'm sure in the beginning you were a little confused, like, okay, I'm going to go live, man. This is like, what is this going on? You see, you took that first step. And I'm sure now you're so relieved inside that, okay, if I can take this step, I can take next step. In regarding to labs, Kevtech channel is probably one of the best channels. My channel is also one of the hands-on channels, right? So we work kind of like hands in hand. Kuberman also has the same type of process. We all have almost similar content. Everybody have a different style, by the way.
Well,
So in regarding to labs, don't stress too much. Just make sure you follow. If he's teaching you create a virtual machine this way, so maybe you shouldn't. If you think that the server teaching is too much for you, just stop over there with the virtual machine and try to do some basics on virtual machine before you get into more of exchange stuff. Like for example, this latest video was about virtual machine straight jumping into exchange then PowerShell. Now this is not for every single person out there that are going to continue to learn it that way. Maybe a brand new person might think, oh, do I need to know about PowerShell? Do I need to know about server? How many things do I need to know at once? So I'm just breaking it down for you how the videos are done, because his video may be targeting at that point, maybe something that he want to achieve out of a project, right? Or something. But at the same time, you learn how to install the virtual machine now. You installed how to install the operating system. So you should stop over there and then look for other videos that he had or I have that will help you in that area only then. Of course, if you want to even take a step further after that, then okay, here's a little difference then. We have channels and then we have a full-blown program, which is a free program, by the way. And it's also collaborated with Kevin and Cuban. I put their videos in my system. So if you're one of those type of people who like to spend 2 to 3 months to become very solid step by step and you don't want to get that stress, then I would recommend that program to you. I'll put the link in the chat if you want to start it that way. Yeah.
I've been following you.
And you sound good too, by the way. Your English is good. You sound good, and you know what's good about this is that you got out of your comfort zone. A lot of people do not want to get out of the comfort zone. You got out of your comfort zone, and you're talking now, so it's good. Good to see you on video.
Thank you very much, Danish. I follow you too. You know how I find you guys? I used the TikTok, and in TikTok,
Oh,
I found Danish. So
yes.
that's why I come to
Oh my God,
YouTube.
Did you guys know we have a chat? We have actually a TikTok.
I had
we
no
have
idea.
we have about 6,000 plus followers on TikTok.
Yes,
So,
that's the way I find you. So I come to watch your video and
wow, I didn't know that
subscribe.
TikTok is
Yes.
is grabbing also the Kevtech TikTok is coming soon,
So-
I
guys.
might have to start dancing on TikTok.
Watching you on YouTube, then I find a Kevin. So now
Perfect,
I
perfect.
feel good with you guys, and I respect you. I told you already. Soon I want to be like you. I have to.
You are better than us, man. I'm telling you.
I
You
know I'm
probably
gonna
will be
have
better
to
than
work
us.
hard, but I go that direction.
Listen,
I-
here's the beauty of this. A new person who are learning from us, they're learning from different professionals, by the way. So I followed, let's say, one style of learning, right? And I did the same thing, follow different people. But it's growing. This community is growing so fast that it's gonna really benefit you guys, and I think you guys will be better than us, to be honest. That's why I say that tomorrow I want to see more leaders or mentors. We're not leaders or mentors, but I don't consider myself that way. I don't know about Kev, but
Sorry,
here,
Danish. I
yeah.
hate
So
to break it to you, but you're my mentor.
with some people I am, maybe, yeah. But the thing is this, that we are only good at our own areas, by the way.
you inspire
Yeah,
me, man. You
yeah. So
inspire.
we may have learned something, but we may not be good in other areas. There's this IT is so big, so you may go into certain areas that you may bring something new to us, and now you have more value to add to this community. By the way, that's the whole community.
And
Nobody knows everything.
I
in
always
this world.
I always say like me. I always say, don't try to be me. Be better than me. Be better than be better. Be a better version of yourself tomorrow. Be
That's
better.
the point,
Always be
yes.
better. Always try to be better. That's
Yes.
basically how I see it. I see
Another
it.
thing, I told my wife early, because I started watching you. I was on the mall buying things for my kids, and I started watching you. I say, my wife, look, this is the best way you can spend the weekend at home,
Hmm.
talking with people and learning, and get more knowledge about this kind of job. And this is very, I love. I have passion for this, and all the time you are online, I don't have the time, not available. But today I say I gotta be there with this guy to learn.
We appreciate it, man. I mean, it makes us happy. It makes us
Thank
happy
you.
that people are coming and they're actually sharing their comments. And I really want to say thank you for people who does that. It motivates us. Number one thing, it's like Kevtech gets an email that, hey, because of you, I got the job. I got an email 2 days ago that because of you, 4 years ago, I got the job, and today where I am. It really motivates us. It makes us like we spent 6 years or this many years to really see this type of stuff. To be honest, everybody have a
It makes
different
it
way, and
worthwhile.
people may don't know this, and they may say, "Oh, Danish, you're talking about all this stuff, but on your side, you got a lot of payment stuff going on." I really want to also emphasis on that too. There are certain areas you have to pay in labs or stuff like that. So I'm not shy of not talking about it, because I don't want people to get a wrong indication when they're in the Kevtech channel. The Kevtech is like, I'm doing everything for free, and they're like, that is just charging a lot of money on the site. So what's going on over here? There's differences, by the way, guys. You guys need to know that. So whoever's there like watching us, I hope they don't get a wrong indication from these.
Yeah, and I feel like personally, I feel like even I say, like I told Donna, like it touches me when I hear people tell me that we're helping them. It really touches me, and it really it makes me happy. You know, that you're helping people. You don't know, like it means a lot for me, and it means a lot for Donna too, because we do all this. We spend all these hours. We spend all this time. We spend all these countless hours on YouTube and everything. We make all these videos, and it makes us feel really good about ourselves when you hear good stories or success stories about people. Just in general, it basically makes me happy, because it means that I'm actually making a difference in someone's life. Does that make sense? So
I also
that's how
wanted
I
to
feel.
add that not only do they do these live streams every Saturday, or mostly every Saturday, but there's also Discord groups where Kevtech has a Discord group, and Danish has his own Discord group, where they share a lot of information there. So you can like immediately chat with someone and ask them questions if you want to join the Discord.
Can you share your Discord group, Kevtech, and then people can just jump into other one. We party in different islands. That's what I call it. We sometimes party in our group, sometimes party in IT career question. By the way, is another big YouTuber out there. I think Christian's name is Zach, and he's doing an amazing job. I mean, to be honest, a lot of people more than us they follow his way of motivating people. So he's also in this same group. We are in the same group. Everybody's in the same group. Everybody has a different style, different way of providing resources. So I feel like everybody should follow almost all these discourse if you guys want to be successful. So
I'm in 4 of them. The other one I'm in is some Microsoft study group.
nice.
And then the IT
And
career
it's just
plus
not
thing
us, of
from
course. There's so many different people, but this community, like you won't see too many communities going live on YouTube for 3 hours, right? This is
Yeah.
this is some rare stuff going on over here. We're changing some stuff over here, right?
This is a community. Like we're here to help each other. Like no one here is gonna hide knowledge from other people. We're here to help each other. It's not. It's more like I want to hear more success stories. I want to hear more people get into IT. I want to hear more people get a job in IT. I want to hear people learn in IT. I want to hear people say, Kevin, I make more money than you or whatever. I don't care. Like I want to hear that. I want to
I
hear
love
that.
that. There's
I want to
room for
hear that.
everybody
If
to
anyone
succeed.
say that I make more money than you, then I have a donation account.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to hear that. Like I want you to be better than me. I don't
And
care.
let
I
me
just
tell
want you to be
you,
better than me.
if anybody got a job through us, you make sure you at least give us a tea or a coffee, whatever. I love tea, so you make sure you do that.
Yeah, I want coffee. Give me
Absolutely,
coffee.
I agree with that.
Danish, I'll send you chai.
No signing. No signing. It's gonna be a meeting, and I want tea right there.
Chai.
Once again, thank you very much, all you guys, and I hope one day I can share information and help others like you guys done, and be part of your community. I love this, and
Our communities are open, by the way. Anybody who can share something, let us know. We are open to basically promote you guys. We don't do this kind of, why you can't do this or that. If you have something good to share, put it on the Discord channel. It's going to be in many channels shared. If it's something good, if it makes sense, we'll put it on YouTube as well. So that's how we want to help other people.
yes, appreciate
Yeah,
it. Thank you.
basically what it is, man. It's to help people. Like I want to see you. I want to see you succeed in IT. That's what I want to see
When I
from
get the
everyone.
first job, I'm gonna let you know right away.
Everyone. Like literally, someone mentioned me on LinkedIn, and which is really random. I know Danish saw it. Someone mentioned me on LinkedIn because I helped them, and
I did. Saw a screenshot.
yeah, part of this is helping each other. So just be mindful of other people, and this is a community. We try to help each other. That's basically what it is. But your English sounds good, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, sometimes you feel intimidated. I passed my exam, my A plus on my network in English, and I have no problem at all.
If you could pass that, you could do anything in life. You're good, man. You're good.
That's the way I feel. So I
good.
hope.
Honestly, your English is fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Like better than mine.
English is not my first language either. And sometimes when I'm around Americans, I feel intimidated. And so I get like really anxious and have an issue talking, even though
American.
I learned, yeah, really, honestly, for some
What do you mean
reason,
by that?
like Americans whose native language is
American,
English,
like what? Just
like
kidding.
their first language is English. Their only language is English.
I don't.
But yeah, I'll get
I
anxious
don't
and-
speak American. What is that?
No,
What are you talking about?
no, I said Americans. I didn't say they speak American. Come on, you guys. Don't bully me. Go back to bullying Steven.
Not me. I want to share out my screen. I want to see if the people in the Zoom world and also the YouTube channel can answer this question. I mean, I'm Kevin. Kevin and Donish know that already, but and I'm sure Femi probably seen this before. But I want to see if people. It's like a help desk question. If someone would call, or call the help desk and go, "Hey, I walked into my office this morning. I powered on my desktop computer, and I saw a black screen with this on it. And I'm going to share out my screen. Let's see, host disabled screen. Oh, hold on a second. I got to straighten out my son's thing here. Resume. Sorry, kid.
Troy demands YouTube.
Yes, Troy. Okay, I think you disabled Kevtech. Do you want to enable screen sharing for me? You disabled it.
Try again.
enable screen sharing, you disable. Oh, there it is. Gotcha. Okay, thanks. All right. So I'm going to go to here. I'm going to go to here. You guys can all see my screen.
No, I only see your head.
That's funny.
I'm just kidding.
Seriously? You guys see
I'm
this?
just kidding.
Okay. If I go to here and if I see this C Windows System 32 config on my screen, I power to my computer, I get a black screen with that on it. What is wrong with my computer? Well, it's the first thing that you as a tech would say to yourself, or say, whoa, or if I call up the help desk and I would say to you is this over thing, I see a C Windows System 32 config on my screen, and that's it. I don't see any kind of login screen. What is wrong with my computer? It's simple. It's a simple question. But
are you missing system folders?
No, I'm just, no. What is wrong with my computer? Anybody else in the chat? I mean, Kevtech, can you see anything? I'm not on YouTube.
I'll read the chat.
Oh, they see you. They see you. They're looking at it.
Okay.
So the question is, you turn on your computer and all you see is that message?
That is correct. Yeah, like I see this black screen. So it would be like a DOS prompt, like a DOS screen, like the actual command prompt, whatever. But you would see this plastered in white letters. You would see this path. What does that mean about my machine? What would, I mean, this is something you're going to learn, but hopefully maybe you have seen it. This would be like a help desk thing too. Like, oh, all right, well, this is a problem that's going to have to be, dealt with. So what does that path tell you?
So, and I'm sorry if I'm saying this wrong, but Anton says it booted into CMD, and then Singapore, who is Raj, says there's a problem with the registry sometimes.
Ding, ding, ding. Give that man a
Which
beat.
one? Singapore or booted into CMD?
Boot.
And Anton.
Singapore. Well, the one that said about the registry.
Okay, so Singapore. Good job, Raj. Ding, 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 ding.
So basically what happened is something corrupted the registry. When the machine booted up, you will see that path. When you see that path, you just stop and go, I need to reimage.
Okay.
Basically, you just reimage the actual machine. There is no, maybe you can try to get the user's information off the machine where you can maybe take the hard drive out and, maybe do some weird things to it.
Can't you fix the issue through the CMD? I mean,
Well,
why would we want to go for image?
Well, all right, Adonis, that sometimes they don't, a lot of companies, at least I work for, they don't give you that option to do that. Like they don't give you the rescue CDs or something like that. It's not like that.
I experienced.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is just that I don't know. I mean, it's company to company, like you said, but
yeah,
most of the companies will have a source available to them. One way or another way, they're gonna find this if they want to fix it. I mean, I'm sure they're just not gonna say you can't fix the issue, but you have to just go for the whole image.
Every place that I ever worked for, we just reimaged because
the re-image is more of like, do you want to spend time on it or you don't want to spend time on it?
Right.
Most likely, a lot of people will go into that decision that do I really want to spend, creating a repair on the whole operating system level files? Can I just do the repair on that through a source, let's say a original source, right?
Okay.
Or do I don't want to waste that kind of time because hey, I can get into the CD anyway. I can get into, let's say, hybrid. What's that hybrid boot CD or something like that? I'll use that.
Well,
grab the files, right?
If you can use something like that, that's third. That would be.
Yeah. And then if you can get that and get the files, maybe then I don't want to spend time to fix it. I'll just go with the image. But you're right.
You could do that though. Mm-hmm.
You're right. 90% of the time, we would go for the image.
Kevtech, what would you do in this situation? Do you try to fix this, or you guys just reimage?
Me, I try to fix it.
Do you really?
Mm-hmm.
No, I never tried.
I have the ability to fix it. And this happened to me too, actually.
You're lucky. Yeah, because we were never given the ability in the insurance world or the hospital world They just say reimage it. Don't even mess around with it. It's not even worth it. Just go and reimage it on our machine and get it.
This happened to me with a VP, and this is the only computer he had, and I don't have a Lunar.
Yeah, and like I said, it depends on the situation.
So I had to do what Donish did, ran Havern Bootsy,
Okay.
opened up CMD, ran SFC scan now, repaired the whole C drive directory, and then basically restarted the computer, and he was good after that. That's what I did.
Is that what you would do, Donish?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's SFC can repair it and it cannot repair it. So
okay. What's the
you'll
next
have to
step after that?
different ways. I mean, to be honest, I probably won't be able to give you the best answer.
The fix for that is that, or you have the operating system itself and you run repair mode from the operating system, or you go into F8 and basically go into
or last
safe
known
mode or
configuration or whatever that is, if you can get to that part.
Sometimes that's even locked off though. Sometimes in group policy they don't even allow you to even get to that darn point. It's crazy. Like in safe mode, it's actually locked off in some cases.
Depends on the company though. That's what
I'm saying.
Exactly.
Like it depends on the company totally. Right. But that's kind of like where the thing is that if you ask me right now, as at this position, right, like if something happened to me, I would straight up say, let me go to the image. I'm not gonna even bother to look at this. I'm just gonna grab the files and do the image. But a technician, a help desk person may say, whoa, hold on, this is a CEO. I don't have an image like what you're saying. I don't have an updated image. I don't have some certain programs that I've done before you left this job. So just calm down and let me fix it, right? That's how they're gonna respond to me.
Yeah, like what happens like with me, like I had an issue with a VP and I don't have any spare laptops. This is the only computer he has, and I cannot re-image.
Yeah, like but here's the common understanding to all of us is we all go for image. I'm sure a lot of people will agree with that because less technical people are gonna really try to spend time to fix these things, especially boot errors. We don't have that anymore. Why is that? Because we're involved in too many different solutions or technical stuff. So yes, this was actually one of the top skills back in the days, by the way, like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Why would that? Because XP would have boot errors. You guys remember all that stuff, master boot image, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And we would buy CDs to fix master fix this, master fix 2, master fix 3, right? So all of that stuff were little back in the days kind of stuff. Right now, to be honest, a lot of people have pretty powerful tools. They can use backups to recover everything quickly. They can use image. SSDs are fast now. Images can be done in 5 to 6 minutes. Back in the days, it would take 30, 40 minutes. So you would think, why would I spend more time to fix it and not spend 45 minutes to recover everything back again? And now it's only 6 minutes to do the image. So it makes more sense for me to do image rather than fixing the whole thing.
And one thing when Kevtech Donish or Kevtech said about that the system file check or FSC, basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, but I believe that just kind of like goes through the Windows directory and kind of like reinstall Windows file by file, all the 2,000 or plus files, correct? It kind of like just goes in and kind of like restores them to the original state or adds them back in if one is missing, correct?
Yes.
Does it also hit the registry too? Like, does that add the registry files as well?
I wouldn't know. That's a good question.
Well, if you look at it, it is configuring all everything DLL level 2. So I'm sure this is going to hit everything.
Okay.
It's going to look for it. If there's something corruption going on, it's going to basically fix that. But you got to make sure that you also have a clean source to do that. Like I remember one day I was doing this on a messed up CD with scratches on it, and that even messed it even more. So because it couldn't do anything.
Okay.
So you got to make sure that also is a clean.
You definitely got to make sure that you have something that works. You're just going to run it, and then it corrupts the whole computer, and the computer stops, and the computer bombs out, and it doesn't work. That could happen.
I think the moral to this story is if you see this black screen and it has this on the front screen, it's going to be a bad day for the user and a bad day for you, and for like a couple hours until you kind of like figure out what you want to do. But
you see that, just run away.
Yeah, it's kind of like, crap, your freaking registry is hosed. What does that mean? You're down for a while?
Every time I would have that kind of issue, I'll just close my eyes and maybe let other technical person just click on it. You got it.
There you go. Yeah, yeah, right.
I'd be like, hey, what? Hey, X, Y, and Z. Guess what? Today
I was
is your lucky day.
I was one of those type of technicians. Like if let's say Kevtech he loves taking on tickets, right? And I'm like, that ticket seems to be like a whole day. It goes to Kevtech.
I think Don is gonna let the new guys have a hard time.
Yeah, that's what they did with me in my job, Donish. They're like, Kevin loves challenges. I'm gonna assign this to Kevin. I'm like, why are you guys assigning this to me?
Kevin runs on Duncan.
What is the new IT?
Kevin runs on Duncan was saying yes. SFC works with the registry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I want to shout out to Kev runs on Duncan too. He has a lot of good knowledge.
Yeah, he's always around.
Thank you, Kev, for joining us. You should be joining us on the live too, man. Just like
Kevin, let me give me a second. Forgot. There we go.
I'm gonna stop this.
No,
Thank you guys. I just wanted to show you that. I just wanted to see what their responses are. But we got some good chat out of that, which you will see that in your IT career. You will see the black screen come up. I mean, on Windows 10, I don't know if it's not so much with Windows 10 anymore. I imagine you still see it. I don't see it as much, but Windows 7 you saw it a lot. I'm sure Windows 10 maybe it's a little bit better, but it's still the registry.
Yeah, like I agree with you. Man, let me tell you something. When people change from the normal hard drive to SSDs, 70% to 80% of our calls went down, dropped.
Oh, really?
Dropped. I'm not joking.
Wow.
It dropped right there. My Outlook is opening slow. My computer is the login is taking time. My blah, blah, blah. Oh, my browsers. Okay, people will say my internet is slow, but usually that's their browser opening up slow. So they think my internet is slow, right? It's just two differences. I'm like, no.
Yeah,
those are
their stickers like that. So yeah, this is like it's like my everything is slow on my computer. Is it Outlook? Is it Word? Is it Excel?
No, everything. Everything is slow on my computer. I need your help now.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys, this is a really interesting question.
And
what's your opinion? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Danish, I thought you were done.
What my thing was that's really made to answer Stephen, and with the Windows 10, to be honest, because I see my help desk guys, and I'm like, I'm not seeing any boot type of errors anymore. Like, to be honest, it's been a few months now. I have yet to see something like that, by the way. It's going to be always someone say that I crashed my laptop, and then we're going to talk about the whole, yes, even though new laptops come with a bad hard drive or stuff like that. So yes, then this is where Dell and them fight with each other, like, it's under warranty, bring people, blah, blah, blah. I've seen that kind of stuff. Still, it's happening.
An outdated BIOS, brand new HP laptop, outdated BIOS for some reason. Like what?
Didn't it just happen like with the latest upgrade with Windows 10? Something happened to the BIOS, like.
Yeah, exactly. Right? It required, it required BIOS updates so you can install Windows 10. Didn't make any sense. Like this laptop came out yesterday.
Yeah, but what was that update that a lot of people got now, and you have to really it basically started updating. I don't know if it was basically our company that were using specific computers and they got that message. I don't know the background, or it was some kind of Windows related that you have to upgrade your BIOS related to some security issue. I don't know what happened there. But
that sounds like a virus. No. Click here to update your BIOS. Click here to update your flash.
Right. We just upgraded 300 machines with a virus.
Everybody got brand new flash now. We got a pop-up. We clicked on it. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
All the computers in my job, by the way, they all have SSDs. Trying to avoid these annoying hard drive error messages. So everyone in my job has SSD. Just FYI for me in my job.
Go ahead, but go.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Raj has a really interesting question. Raj is Singapore. But what's your opinion on Apple removing all their Intel processors from their market and making their own microprocessors? Hold on, there's a, okay, so the continuation is, can you guys talk about this? Because Boot Camp no longer works on future Macs.
Did you say Apple?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Apple's no longer supporting Boot Camp either.
Take care, guys. I'm out.
Okay, bye. Just kidding.
Why should that shock people? I mean, if Apple wants to control everything, why not make their own freaking processor?
Yeah, they have like a
monopoly. I know, but how are you going? Are you still going to be able to integrate Windows on it if they don't have the same processors?
Oh, I'm sure.
How's that?
Well,
Oh, are they just going to make it
I'm
compatible?
sure they're gonna have. They're not gonna not have Windows go on. I'm sure you. Well,
Yeah, but I mean, they've always the Windows thing is fairly new for them. It's just been a couple of like 10 years that you could, maybe less even, that you could put Windows on a Mac.
Are you talking about a
You can't-
Hackintosh stuff?
Hackintosh.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
I mean, you
install
can
Windows.
So
parallel.
the question was, what do you think of Apple removing all the Intel processors and creating their own
They're idiots.
microprocessors?
I don't know. I mean, good for them. Give it a shot. Let's see what happens.
How is that? But how is that going to affect the Windows running on it? Are you still going to be able to boot Windows onto it?
We don't know what kind of processor they're gonna use.
It depends. That
May
are they
support,
gonna
they may support,
are they gonna support the virtualization? If they do,
Yeah,
you can
it's
run
it's
anything.
their it's their product, so it depends what they do with it.
So you have a Linux. I'm sure you have some Linux experts over here. If they can correct me, that's a total different thing than Windows. But they support the virtualizations and the drivers, so then they can run those operating systems on top of Linux. So I'm sure the Mac is not going to be stupid to not let that do with people, because they're going to lose a lot of business out here. Not everybody uses. Yeah, they may be using a Mac for graphic designing software, but for other stuff that companies have heavily invested in Microsoft side, they need a virtual systems to run that on the Mac. So unless someone can correct me, that's how it is, right?
You're absolutely right.
If let's say they don't let that happen, and most of the systems are not working, then I don't know. I mean, it's just going to be
it's going to be it's going to be one of those wait and see type of things. But yeah, their new CPU is going to have to support Windows 10 or I guess Windows 10. I mean, I don't know that there's anything new coming out, or it kind of sounds like they're gonna just gonna keep updating Windows 10. But I don't know that you'll be able to dual boot like people are doing it now with Hackintosh. Now, admittedly, I haven't done it because I don't own Apple products. But from what I understand, the way Hackintosh is done is just like a traditional dual boot type of thing. Now, virtualization, what they're talking about, it would be silly not to support that because it's literally inside of software. So if you're okay, if you can install what's one of those virtual like Oracle VirtualBox or something.
VirtualBox, whatever, it's still gonna let you do stuff on it.
Yeah, it's not going to be the same thing, but it'd be an extension of their system, but it's not going to be the same thing as actual like dual boot full support of the hardware.
Yeah,
so
you probably will see that go away, but you could still run Windows on it at the end of the day using VirtualBox or VM or whatever.
Now, from your experience, have you guys seen a company that does that dual stuff in the company environment? Have you seen that process done? Like in my experience, most of the people will just get the what do Mac use? The VMware, right? The PlayStation, what that is, I don't know what that name is. They use that, right? A lot of people, and they'll put like a
it's just emulators.
Yeah, it's and have you seen people using the dual, by the way, in the companies?
No,
I haven't seen it.
The majority of the world is running Windows.
Yes.
There's not really a Mac world here.
So
Even with the Mac, they don't use that dual process.
Yeah, they
believe,
don't.
Right?
Yeah, they don't.
Okay.
So Raj is saying that virtualization will not work on Apple, want to control their own OS code. So I don't think Windows code will work on Apple processor.
Well, that answers it then, yeah, too. That's like if they're not going to allow it, it's not going to work because they got to allow those extensions to be working. Because once you install virtual software,
that was kind of like where I kind of said in the beginning that depends on how they're going to take this on.
Yeah, it depends
but
on
exactly.
Kev Run Douglas also mentioned that, and he's saying that if they don't do that in 2020, I just don't see how they're gonna. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, Raj, give us some kind of source to read about this. It's something interesting. If you have some link, share that so we can read it. You know, that's something.
Yeah, it depends on the company too, and they're gonna want to have Windows anyway because they're gonna lose money. You know, it's a money thing too, so they will lose money if they can't run Windows on Mac.
I can just see like Steve Jobs rolling over in his grave right now. Like,
the thing is though, they might actually be saving money by not having to support Windows at all. Like they might literally fire their whole group, which could be like thousands of people that are actually supporting. So I don't know if
Yeah, it
Windows
could-
That's
actually
what I was
came.
It's
gonna
either
say
it could go
too.
either way. You know, it could go
Yeah.
either way.
Absolutely, I agree. On one hand, they're not gonna have any part of. Matter of fact, I don't even know how they're profiting with having Windows.
I know, that's what I was gonna say
Yeah,
too. I mean, why don't they just turn it back into just the
All right,
Macintosh?
it could be they have
identity?
maybe they have a contract with Microsoft. You don't know. You don't know. It could
I
be
think it's a
that.
hardware thing. I think it helped them sell hardware, but they're gonna have less people buying hardware now. I guess that's all. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. It helped them sell hardware before just because they used Intel processors.
Yeah.
Because the people that wanted Mac and Windows could, then that would be the only reason to buy Mac if you're a Windows guy, to have both. Otherwise, they're just not gonna sell more hardware. You're right, Kevin. I think they're just gonna lose. They're just gonna lose.
Yeah, Louis Rossman. I don't know if you guys follow him. He said Apple's going downhill. Louis Rossman. He's an Apple guy. He fixes Apple products in New York, and he has a YouTube channel. I don't know if you've seen him, but he has a lot of good videos actually.
He's an Apple guy, and he said that Apple is going downhill.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He has a YouTube channel. He does Apple products. He does soldering, fixing Apple products, and everything.
So it's a good time to become a Mac expert because there's not going to be many experts. You're going to make tons amount of money. Just kidding.
Is anyone here familiar with system internals?
What's that? Sorry.
What?
System internals?
You mean the tools from Microsoft sysinternals?
Yes.
Yes. What's the question?
Are you familiar with it?
Some tools, not all. I mean, it's like a bunch of tools. They have like hundreds of it. Which one do you want?
PS Ping?
PS Ping. I've not used
So
it.
do you remember the other day when I was asking you guys?
I know the TCP Ping, the one that I just did on Azure, but this one I don't know.
So this one is supposed to bypass. You know how the other day I was asking you guys on Discord about ICMP?
Internet Control Method Protocol. Okay.
Right. So apparently PS Ping avoids the use of ICMP.
So I think you were talking about when we were pinging the routers about in your trace route about dropping them, but not all routers have ICMP turned on. They drop that traffic when it hits the router, so it just picks up to the next router. It just moves on to the next router. But all right, Donna, you go next. I'm kind of lost from there.
No, I'm lost
Wait,
too. I'm like, what?
Do you want me to re-explain the question?
Say it's PF Ping or PS Ping?
No, it's PS Ping.
PF as in Frank.
I'll type it in the chat. Okay. But for everybody in the chat who doesn't know what I'm talking about, yes, exactly. Sorry, but PS Ping is a command line utility for measuring network performance. So everyone in the chat, I was, if you know that, sorry, hold on. Sometimes when you ping, the router drops the ICMP. So apparently this tool, which is PS Ping, avoids the use of ICMP. I was trying to use it and I wasn't able to open CMD, but it kept opening PowerShell. I don't know, this is so confusing. I have to show you guys.
So it sounds like a PowerShell thing. PowerShell's got so many different commands. It's great if you want to learn PowerShell. There are a lot of different things you can run on it. And PS Ping sounds like would be one of those things. But yeah.
But the way
I mean, it's built by Microsoft in that whole category of.
Yeah, isn't it built by Michael Rozanovich?
So basically, okay. So this is probably it's like a suite of tools that he created, and he put it in there. So it's not something that Microsoft officially came with it in their Windows operating system. Hi-Fi, you got to understand is that so it's more of like you got to know. You got to use this tool for a specific reason. For example, one of the tools in that is to find out what you're talking about, threads and PIDs and other things. So you could use that tool because you want to track things, you want to trace things, right? So this would be also for this specific reason, which you're saying, maybe you don't want to let it drop, or I don't know. I mean, this is something we can check out.
The only other thing I could say to do with that PS ping there, Haifa, is if you do it within traceroute on the command prompt, and then you would do it in PS ping to see if the traffic gets dropped at the like the third route, or like the actual third hop. It's actually a hop. So actually the third hop, if that drops the traffic there, try it in your PS ping and see if you can pick it up. Then you know that this actually does a better job at it than what the actual traceroute command does in Windows.
My issue is I don't know how to use PS ping. The tutorial that I watched on YouTube used CMD, like not CMD, but it opened CMD from that Microsoft Office. You know what I'm talking about?
I see what you're getting. Okay, so
Okay.
you gotta
Okay.
take this tool. You gotta take this tool and you gotta put it in your system. Like let's say system 32 folder. Those are like when you type CMD, it has to know where it's opening up, right? So when you type CMD, you say PS ping, right? It's gonna know where is PS ping. Then tell me the command. So for example, in this, there's another tool. It's called which basically you use it for like connecting to other machine. It's called PS. I mean, I forgot the whole name of it. I can never pronounce that thing correctly. So basically, you have to know the tool. You have to know where to put it, and you have to tell your CMD to where it is. Basically, that's where you're having a struggle. So maybe one day, if you come on Discord, show me your computer. I'll drop these tools in your C drive. And then there are other ways too. You can put variables basically. So you can tell the computer to, if you type PS ping whatever, if you just type it anywhere from your command line, then open that tool from that specific source, and then it will work. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay, that makes so much sense.
Yeah, we don't want to confuse everyone because this is like getting too advanced, you know?
Well, yeah, look, a lot of sysadmins are going to be using this type of tool, but of course you can be level 2, level 3 guys, and you could be running a very weird issue where you're going to use this tool. By the way, if you can understand this tool, if you can learn this tool, of course, in future, you're going to be doing pretty good. Why? Because when you work in future, when you work as a sysadmin, you don't work on sometimes you work on basic level issues, but most of the time you're working with a server that's not doing something that how normally should be. So there's a lot of thread going on. What you're saying basically you're going inside the machine and saying, why is it not happening? Why am I getting that error? So you got to trace everything down to the bottom, and then these type of tools are going to work. And these are very powerful tools, by the way. And even if you go to the descriptions, and even if you go to the job descriptions, usually some people will put some of the tools from here, or they'll just put the whole name, sysinternals, and they say, do you know anything about these tools? Because that's very common practice.
I heard to be good at troubleshooting, you should know exactly how to use Process Explorer. It will help you so much more than Task Manager, or even, what's the other one called with an R?
Well, okay, here's the thing. I mean, if a brand new person is looking at us, they're going to probably think that, do I really need to be good at troubleshooting that level? My answer to them is no, right? Sometimes, like if I tell you as a help desk will probably never even touch tools like these at your job, some areas. Reason for that is clear. You will never get into a position where you're going to be doing this sort of troubleshooting, right? So it's kind of like, it's the message that I'm giving out, that you don't have to go that detail in the beginning, I would say, right? Because now, yes, you're different, right? You may want to go to extreme detail, right? That's how your mind works. But for people to get a job or to be good at troubleshooting, you don't need this level of troubleshooting. I just want to just tell to the people who are learners, by the way, who want to be getting into IT. So they don't take this as like, wow, you guys are talking about sysinternal, so let me open it up, and now boom, they got like thousands of videos, and they're like tracings and PIDs and threading and blah, 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 and they cannot figure anything because their knowledge level is extremely kind of like slim. So you have to, if you think about yourself too, when you took the training from the first day, right? I didn't teach you this stuff on the first day, or I didn't even teach you this stuff in the whole training. There was a reason behind it, right? Because I had to break your mind down from the basics, and now you're so good at yourself that you're figuring these things out on your own. And that is the key right here. So I just want to
Yeah.
I just want to make that message out to many people who are watching
Yes,
us
that's fair
and don't
to
get
say,
confused.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
as a new person, you want to do the basics first and know the basics first. You don't want to get too advanced. But with help desk or IT support or level one IT support or entry level, you have
Right.
access to a lot of these powerful tools. There's a lot of things that give you access to, and you want to try using
Just
those things first. But you want to basically learn as little as possible. Don't overwhelm yourself. You know, don't go too much into it. You know.
Exactly. I completely agree. Like at work, I don't use PS Ping, but I use PS Tools. And it's just like everybody kind of touched on. You literally take it, just like Danish mentioned, you take it, you copy it in a certain folder on your C drive, and then from there you can use your CMD to look up basically remote services that are running on a remote computer. And you got those PIDs, then you can shut them down, you can kill the processes and this and that. But then this is different audience. You know what I mean? I don't mind talking about that. I use PS Tools, quite often, but it's a little bit advanced, and there's definitely audience for that. So I'm not sure. I mean, I think you guys might be right about this, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
No, the topic is totally good, right? Because we got to talk. But what I like to do in these topics, I like to put a little warning or make sure that other people understand that this is advanced, this is not advanced. This is what you should do, this is what you shouldn't do, to try to learn it immediately. Where I'm just making a little, I'm just making it more like a.
Sorry, you guys.
Yeah,
I took you to like from 0 to 100.
we don't want to tell help desk or IT support or level one that they need to know PowerShell and they need to know how to run PowerShell commands and need to be very advanced.
And knowing is not bad. I mean, the thing is, I'm not taking this topic somewhere else. I'm just making sure that there's a pointers whenever we do this. There's somebody who's thinking about this stuff to make sure that we can do that. But coming back to your topic, you're definitely going to need this, like what Kubum and Erwin just said. And if you become a sysadmin, this is going to be one of your top tools that you're going to be using. And we use it, yeah.
So sorry, yeah, I was going to say, so would you only use these tools as sysadmin? Like, if I have the ability to use these tools as help desk, would you?
100%, you can use it. Yeah, that's your skill.
Because I can see the threads. I mean, I don't want to kill the threads, but I can see what's acting up from these tools, right?
Oh no, here's the thing. If you learn a skill, if you learn it, you learn it. That's kind of like
if you have access to do it, then do it.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay.
I think that's the best thing. It's just that since you're a new person, you have not done an IT job before, right? So you may think that let me get into this job, and this job is, let's say somebody's complaining about my browser is not opening this link. Now, would you go to open sysinternals to find PIDs and threads of that link? Are you going to try to waste that kind of time to troubleshoot that? Because now, yes, you want to learn extreme detail level, but let's say the fix is to reset a browser. Would you do that, or would you come and try to troubleshoot it with PIDs?
That's an excellent point. When you're doing help desk, you want to fix that as soon as possible with the easiest way possible.
Yeah, you don't want to kill yourself.
So that's so. For example, there's a manager sitting there, or I'm a sysadmin, or whoever is your manager over there, and they're like watching you, and they're like, "Hey, I know a cool way to fix this. Let me go and open PIDs and CIDs or whatever that is," and then you basically fix the issue in 10 minutes. But it was, let's say, could be solved in 2 minutes. That person is going to be pissed off. He doesn't care about your skills. He's like, why did you follow this process, there was an easy fix for? So that's just a basic example that our job is like, we basically go by our job requirement and the skills. And based on the research, based on our own experience, we don't use these tools unless it's required or it's given to us. Even that, this type of stuff can backfire on you. Why would I say that? If you become a help desk technician in the job and you use because this tool has networking tools, by the way. It can do a lot of things in the network if you use improperly. Yes, you can connect with the computers too. If somebody hack your computer, they may take over your command CMD, and then they have tools already given to them. You already helped them right there. So a person may ask you, since you say that you know some basics on this, but why did you put this tool? This is something that we use at advanced level. So do you understand how to use it? So you don't want to be. You can do these things on your own to
ahead
practice.
of yourself.
Yeah, not ahead of yourself. You can be ahead of yourself in your labs. Then that's how we all
No,
learn.
in your labs, of course, but
Yeah.
not in the job.
On
not
the
in
job.
Field.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got to make sure. That's just the point right there.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to like with me. You know how we do those hands-on training on the weekend, Danish? How
Yes.
we do the trainings, and then immediately someone's having an issue with a web browser, but you could ping it. You don't want to tell the cybersecurity team they need a whitelist or whatever. You know, it's like if it works for you, then it's not an issue. It's a local issue, and you're using just use your regular applications or software that are easy to use. They'll start assuming that you have to go into firewall, you got to do this and that and that. You gotta.
And don't be
basic
like
stuff.
I think this is one of the things is that just don't be shy to ask in this career. This is why we do this stuff, to help each other out. Like for example, one of the help this guys, and I shared this on Discord. Somebody says that our client says that our site is hacked, right?
Mhm.
And multiple of them said the help desk came and said, and this help desk told us the site is hacked, right? So we're like, okay, wow, this is crazy. So we called the client, and the client who took over the machine. So basically, the help desk installed new version of Kaspersky. That's the name of it, right? That's how do you pronounce
Oh
it?
yeah, the antivirus Kaspersky. Yes.
Kaspersky. I don't know. Okay, so they installed that new
Close
AV.
enough.
They installed that new AV, and they put a maximum protection on each AV. And then I just told them that, hey, you guys just need to whitelist it. Now this is something basic, but I did not mind it, by the way. I did not mind that, okay, the help desk guys didn't knew this stuff. I actually told them that there is something that you can exclude, but before excluding a site, make sure that this is not something that site. You don't want to be excluding that site. So I love to people love to actually come back and then give you the suggestions. But if they would have came to me that I went to this website, we have a malware detection tool with us. I start to do the whole process. Then I put some this ID or that ID. Then I put this tool on that. I'm like, why did you do that? Isn't that my job? And I know that what I'm doing. Why did you went that far with that user? And you couldn't even resolve it. That wouldn't be a problem, right?
Yes.
So I just want to give you some examples that how.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to start with the basics first. Don't get too technical or too advanced with the applications you have access to. Like, it could be something as dumb as a password reset.
Right.
You're running PowerShell commands for no reason,
Raj was asking, what's the difference between IT and computer science?
Raj, I really hate your questions. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I mean, IT is such a broad, like information technology is literally everything. Like, anyways, I'll let somebody else answer that.
The
Sorry.
computer science would be like learning how the processor works, really how the memory works, how the kernel probably works, like the deep, like from the foundation of where it starts, and then it gets to a certain level, and then it's like, okay, well, that's where we come in.
I mean, like,
wrong in
I
that?
think
don't know.
computer science is like the educational term. Don't you guys agree with that? Like, it's an educational term that when you go, hey, computer science degree. Usually, a lot of colleges don't call it IT degree. Like, that's not. I haven't not seen too much
So
of that.
all of us here have computer sciences education?
I mean, okay, when we went to college, you're taking a computer science in an associate, and you're going to do bachelor's in computer science, right? Then some were like computer science in wireless technology, computer science in this technology, and most of the things were more theoretical with some examples, theoretical in a very deep way, what you're saying right now, right? But when we say IT is like, IT could be anything. IT security guy, IT help desk, IT you, IT me. So IT is just a big,
Very broad.
You see
Very
the definition of Kev runs on Duncan is pretty good.
Computer science is a study of theory, and that's exactly, yes. We have a like similar thing, theory, and more of like a detail. Instructors okay, sometimes you go to the college, and let's say you're taking a class from me, Hi-Fi, and I'm talking about how to deploy a software. Now, I'm not going to go into what is the whole terminology, theoretically, every single thing of how this software goes out of my computer, hits certain protocols, and then gets dropped inside the computer. So I will basically show you practically, that's real world skills. But an instructor may explain it on the drawings and explain every single thing, the protocols and everything more of a theoretical way. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes.
And that's where we say that,
That's
yes,
where we
education
differ, okay.
education is important, but you got to be smart. Get a job in this career. Go for the education if you want to do that. I mean, that's really up to you. Like, I was not that kind of person. I never liked theories, by the way, but I know that this is a weakness in me too. But if I had somebody, I go to a job and that does require theory, I would be piece of dash right now, right? Because I know nothing in this area. Like, I'm very weak in this area, but I'm technically good in my own specific areas like cloud computing or web servers or stuff like that. So that's something I cashed on, and
Right.
I'm good at this stuff. So do I really care about that stuff anymore? No. I mean, I'm at the age, I'm at the place where I don't care about that stuff.
Oh, it says because my friend is thinking of whether to go to computer science or IT. That's why he was asking that question.
Yeah.
So computer science, you got to take that college curriculum out, and if they say computer science is towards more programming, that's computer science for them then. If they says IT, they're thinking that that's more infrastructure. Most of the colleges and universities will separate these two out. If they say computer science, that's more programming areas. If they say IT, that's more infrastructure, networking, sysadmin, technician level. This is all separated with this type of definitions for them.
I wonder, Danish, with all this new computer science, if they're doing cloud technology, if that's part of it.
I'm sure they are. Yes, they are. Like I said, cloud is going to be again back to theory, back to more of the bigger and how cloud is created, how the private cloud, the public cloud, and they're going to go into very detail about this type of understanding. But very less people are going to go and show you that practical side, because they think if you know theory, then you should be good on your own. And this is where my battle started 9 years ago, where I went to a college and I didn't learn Dash. And then I'm like, why did I went to college? So I kind of went into competition, or maybe you can call me like I'm kind of like competitors to that kind of education, because Job Skillshare is also like 3 months worth of knowledge, and that's just hands-on practice, lets you get into a job. Worry about the degree when, if you have the degree, great. If you don't have it, you got the job, go have them pay for your degree then. That's how I did it. I got the job, they paid for my degrees and everything because I wanted it. I mean, they paid for it. It's how you...
Raj was saying, but computer science has a lot of math. Is that true? Is that like
any college education have math?
It has a lot of math. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, it's going to have math, unfortunately.
And if you're going to go for programming, I feel like that's something you should have. That's my opinion on it.
Yeah, you're programming. Yes.
Only math I'm good at is probably finance.
You're talking to some of us that don't even have a college degree. Like, I don't even have a college degree in computer science or IT.
I have a degree in network administration, and honestly, I didn't really learn that much from that. I mean, I learned some of the like fundamental stuff, and because they make you take all of these classes that have nothing to do with network administration, and then you take like 2 or 3, I don't even remember because it was a long time ago. And I'm like, this is not that interesting. But after that, I had to literally learn everything. And from there, man, I was able to expand my knowledge on my own just by literally looking up things that interest me and that would benefit me the most.
You know what really pissed me off and why it made me do this?
It's expensive too.
Expensive too, but look at this. I went to college. They gave me A+. Everybody loves A+. I know that. I respect A+. I have nothing against A+. I teach 10% of that in our platform. I have nothing against that, right? But a teacher gave me the book, and a teacher gave me testout.com, which is my partner, by the way. Book, test out. Teacher is there, sliding. Today we're going to do slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, slide 4, slide 5. Go home and make sure you guys do lab 1. That pissed me off. I'm like, hold on. I can't do this by myself. First of all, I'm not a book guy. I'm not a slide person. I'm more, the only reason I liked that at that time was that when I was in college and I liked test out, I was like, okay, at least that's more practical. Imagine at that time test out was available, and that to me was like, whoa, there's something simulation available out there, right? But dude, when I get out of this whole program, I could not present any of those skills in the reality. Like, I had no clue because none of the teachers even showed that type of labs. That how would I even present that to the world, right?
How do you translate that? How do you translate
that? Yes, and that was my biggest issue. And this is where I found like, okay, we got a problem right here. We got a problem. I'm not saying, by the way, I invented this. I just looked at that opportunity and I'm like, okay, I'm going to create a platform that is just going to be real world. We're going to talk about reality. The courses are going to be real world. I think Haifa is one of my students. She took the whole thing. And it's going to be only real world stuff. Let people start. Let's break the ice first. Let's make sure where they are. They understand what this career is about, what kind of technical stuff they're gonna do, and let them then after that go into this field with more less stressful way. That's kind of like the whole goal.
So I was a little bit lucky because I have a networking associates from literally 14 years ago. So, and I never used it after I got it. But I also, so when I came into Danish's class, I had a good understanding of a lot of things, but the technology was a little bit newer and different. So I really didn't know what AD was and those things. So I definitely learned, literally. I have a whole review on Danish's channel, about a whole 1 hour review on Danish's channel about what I learned in the class. It was easier for me, just because I started out with a little bit more information. Newt just said something really interesting, which I completely agree with. I think it was kind of along what you were saying, Danish, goes along with what you were saying. College sets you up to max your capability and capacity to learn. That's it. Those skills help. You can still self-study and do the same with certs. But some companies want to see the diploma. IT is just life.
Yeah, and that's what we are saying to many people, right? Go ahead, guys.
That what you say, Danish, exactly happened to me. When I took my Network Plus certificate, I paid to the college and I went there to take the class. It just was read a book, see some slides and some explanation, and just read it. And when got home, they just say, okay, you're gonna read this page and this page, and you're gonna try and investigate how this is working, whatever. But we never practice. We never have a lab. So, sample how configure the switch with the VLANs, all that stuff. I never practiced. So probably I know, reading the book, I have an idea, but I never try. I never have the practice to do that. So now that I'm saying, if I apply for a job and the interview, they ask me what happened if you connect the switch, what's gonna happen if you show this kind of error. So it's not easy.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't do the lab, you don't practice, it's more difficult.
Here's a point right here. So I'm not bashing what Kubuman is also saying. We're not bashing the education sector, by the way. If they have a good program, if they have done a great job with the program, then that program is actually good because they may have education with real world skills going on. And I have seen such programs. But the problem is that majority of them are not like that. This is why majority of us are having trouble. This is why our channels have everyday people coming to us for a reason, right? Why do we have people, by the way, in these channels? Because there's some connection going on. Just like today, one of our friends, the new friend just joined. We just spoke to how do you pronounce your name, by the way? Sorry, brother.
Elvin Guerrero.
Guerrero, okay. So you see
Elvin.
Elvin. So this is how people, this is where what's going on in this whole industry right now, that this is where so many things are messed up, needs fixing. And that's where we are trying our best, but we're not known to the whole world, and we're never going to compete with CompTIA or college or things like that. But at least we're doing something. It's a small steps we're taking, by the way. But I hope that people are going to realize this. And if we give certain accesses, we may pose a threat to these type of education. By the way, if I say Kevtech is giving these courses for free and this training, a lot of people are going to go to the colleges and they're saying, why am I taking this 3 years or 2 years of thing while Kevtech is showing like in 3 months I took his thing and I got the job. So why do I need this? And you said I'm just going to get a help this job out of this whole 2 years program. Are you kidding me? Right? So you see, it creates a question to the curriculum. It creates a question to the advisors over there. It poses a threat to this problem which needs fixing, and that's how we are basically doing that right now. So whether it's taken a good way or a positive way by them, we don't care about that. That's why I've been doing this for many years. I'm sure Kevtech is not giving up on this, and that's how people change things, by the way.
No, I am giving up.
No
I'm
more.
just kidding. Just kidding.
Does
Yeah,
anyone else
I'm
have
reading.
questions they
What
want me to read?
I'm reading. What not is saying is that if you don't want to go to
Newt.
college, yeah. There's so many career choices. You know, so many options. Depends what you want to do, what you want to do in life. You know.
And my idea is like if you said I want to become a help desk and you're going to college, that's just a wrong decision. That's my take on that. To be
I
honest.
feel like, yeah, that's kind of like reading a cook, like going to cooking school, but not being able to actually like use pots and pans and spice things. It takes away
if you
so
want to
much
become
from.
if you have an idea that I want to become a CEO or a manager or a director, maybe you should go to the college to get the degree. This is how our society works. At director positions, manager positions, they're going to go for some good degrees out there. Trust me.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the only reason. I agree. If you want to be a manager, director, or whatever else, you got to have that. I think for a manager, minimum is bachelor's degree. But man, I got to say, and like I said in the chat over there too, it's like I'm a big supporter of school education. Go get your education, but make sure you get it as close to free as possible, because man, it's so expensive. It's ridiculously overpriced for what you may be getting. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, I'm like disappointed because I paid quite a bit of money just to get that degree, and I don't like it. Just putting that on the resume maybe help me get my current job, but I don't feel like I've learned much from it.
But I think, Kuman, you would agree with me that that's how we think that maybe it may help you. Maybe it did not help and something else helped, I guess, right? So a lot of times it's more of like a guesswork in there too, because I'll give you another example. Some people apply to jobs, let's say 5 or 10 jobs, right? And that's a newcomers. And after 10 jobs, they think their real world skills are not working the way you told me. So they're gonna go for certification. And as soon as they put the certification, they just say, get the job, right? Oh, the 11th job got me the job because of that certification. But the reality is that you only applied to 11 positions, right? So you just got lucky over there. And now your mindset is that certification is the key and you will be very strong about it. It's more of like, I know it's very hard. This is like we're getting into very detail of this stuff. We shouldn't be even thinking like that, but it's like that in my sense that a lot of people may just think like that okay, I put this because of my resume, I got applied to the job, and now I got the job because of this. It yes and no, it's both ways basically. That's what I'm thinking.
No, it's a good point. It's hard to tell, and personally speaking, this is why like I didn't really want to like and say, and like we had a question earlier, what's your story type of thing, and that's the thing though. I don't feel like for me, I feel like just simply because I've done all kinds of jobs, but I feel like in the end, when it comes to IT and that IT knowledge, for me, the only thing that prevailed for me is just a sheer persistence and interest and necessity of having to like, man, I'm tired of working these regular jobs. I'm tired of working these regular jobs. So necessity pushed me towards this, and interest, of course, that helped a lot. But you know,
I think you hit
school, not so
one
much.
of the biggest point, that consistency and you basically going for it, kind of like that's what it is actually at the end. So
Yeah, necessity. Steve, go ahead. I know you're going to
Yeah,
say something.
you gotta be consistent in something in life if you want to get it. If you want something in life, you gotta be consistent with it. You gotta keep doing it until you get it. That's just when you apply for a job too. Same thing. You gotta keep pushing yourself.
Yeah,
Steven.
I mean, as far as when you go to college, they teach you to be. You basically go to college to be a well-rounded individual. You may grow up to be a terrorist, or you may kill somebody, but hey, you went to college and you're a well-rounded person. I'll give you a job. You may learn a little bit more, a little something. Go and have 4 years of school. It's going to cost you over $100,000, and you walk out and you ask the person, "What did you learn?" Well, I learned how to party for 4 years and have fun. You know what I mean? So, did you learn any skills? Sure. And then you ask them some skills and they are blank. Like, can you take apart a computer? Can you know how to do this? That? No. No, we knew that. They know something here and there, some of these guys out there. But, also, too, Think about it. It's like when you go after a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you are very persistent until you get it. It's the same thing with a job, right? I mean, you got to be persistent to go after it. A girlfriend, if you want a girlfriend or a boyfriend, you're not going to say, try it once. You may chase it a little while here and there. So it's the chase too. So it's just human nature. It's like anything else.
Steven, you always use that example of girlfriend chasing. So what's the history behind this?
Saying, right? I mean, I'm sure Donish, with your wife, I'm sure you didn't ask her once. Maybe, or you may have looked at her and just you chased her a while, and so you said, "All right, I'll go."
I don't have to ask or chase.
I'm done with it. No, so it's the same thing.
I'll give you a point. I'll give you a point. Steve. Point one. Give you 1 point.
That's that's the cop. I mean, think about it. Why do kids go to college anymore? The party for 4 years. Get away from mommy and daddy. They may be paying for college, so they can party for 4 years. And if they learn something, it's a plus. And of course, you have those.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on the careers too. Like if you're gonna go for a medical career, I'm sure people are not gonna say you went to.
Could you imagine?
You operated nicely on somebody outside without any degree, and you seems to be pretty good with the blade. You know?
Well, you got now.
But again, Mike, you have to.
Special people that are really smart. So those you got them, but then you got the other 65, 70% are just there for fun and just get something out of college and then get out and then they work at freaking McDonald's.
You know who doesn't party?
Crazy.
Foreign exchange students. They never party.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
One of the best things I think that happened this year for our career is the fact that Trump signed. Danish, do you want to talk about that? Can you talk about that?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people know that Trump signed in, I think, government or federal job. I don't know what jobs mean. Federal. So he signed that they're gonna prioritize job skills. Specifically, I'm talking about this term. They use that term, job skills.
Someone's asking a question in chat.
Or degree. What's the question?
What happened when you want to change career into IT network now with CCNA certificate? How can I get experience in that field?
If you want to get into from what? From help desk? Is that what you're saying?
Doesn't say anything. So that's when you want to change career.
You have to give us a what career from where? Like, are you trying to get in from help desk to networking or just straight networking? But anyways, coming back to that point, Trump signed this deal with that, that they're going to focus more on job skills. Microsoft changed their certification to more role-based certification. Cisco did the same a while ago. So a lot of people are going towards job skills. And at some point, you may see that certain careers will become job skills only. It's going to be famous. And it's in help desk is already acceptable. That's how people are getting jobs. Kevtech channel is full of it. Kevtech channels every single other day. Look at his community. He posts a screenshot. I'll post screenshots, and people get jobs with nothing, absolutely nothing. Right? Meaning they just tried.
Even while I'm applying now for help desk jobs, I'm looking at the credentials or the requirements. A lot of them just say GED or experience, or I mean, I very rarely did I find. I think only maybe the federal jobs were asking for actual degrees, but the rest of them are all GED and years of experience, 1 year of experience, whatever. So yeah, we're really, really moving, at least in this career, we're moving away from the whole college degree and going sitting for 4 years.
In the help desk job description, this has been like that for a long time, where they will say 1 year experience or college degree or this. They will have 3 ors in there, 1 or in there. That shows their flexibility to come on in. If you know this stuff, come on in. Don't worry about this stuff. If this job is very hard on, getting a plus some person with a CompTIA security plus, yes, they wanted that. That's a simple thing. They want that. They're going to say put must have security plus. You cannot get away with that. But that's very small percentage.
As we're talking, like it's been a consistent amount of people in the video chat, like 28, 30 people, like a lot of people. It's crazy.
That's probably the most we ever had, right?
Yeah.
Thank you everyone who's live here listening to our beautiful voices. And thank you so much.
Do we
I
have
don't
any
know
more
about that.
questions from the chat? Maybe technical questions now?
Yeah, I'm looking in the chat. I don't see any questions. Someone asked a question, but I got to be more specific.
That question about I don't know.
IT support. Career is fashion industry, going into IT support.
Well, then you need to get into the help desk first, and then getting into networking. That's how we are promoting that.
I have a question. Is an
Can I-
IP address a
can I-
physical address or a logical address?
I'm
Steven,
sorry,
can I
what did you say?
answer? Can I answer? The
Okay,
person
go
who-
ahead.
So, the person says that he's coming from fashion industry. By the way,
Wow.
so one of the example is that Gustavo was from London. He was working in Armani store, and he basically became a help desk in MSP, and now he's thinking to move forward to sysadmin area. So what I want to give an example to this person, to the friend right here, is that you get into help desk so you can understand different areas. So you may have thought about help desk like a person who's running around and doing fixes and everything, but look at this, we all came from this area. And then we can pick and choose networking, sysadministration, security, cloud, because you see it, you touch it, and you feel like, okay, that is my career right there. Because that person, what he's doing, I can do exactly the same thing. I love it. Let me go into that. And then you connect with that person, you grab the knowledge from that person, and move on in the same company. If not the same company, then come back and watch some of our videos, how we use transition periods. We have a lot of videos on how to transition. Probably watch that.
So the question is, what is a physical address and what is a logical address? Does anybody
Do you
out
want me to
there know
answer,
what
or do
they
you
are?
want me to
Anybody?
Anybody?
read the chat?
I don't know this answer, so guys, go ahead.
So a logical address
should be a
is
sysadmin.
it's from the CPU, and a physical address is in the memory unit. No?
No, think more literal.
Yeah.
Think more
You're
literal.
way off, kind of. Yeah, you're going a little too nuts there.
Think
down
about
to
it.
earth.
Think when you are okay, when he says IP address or something like that, right? So think about when two computers are connecting, how is that working? So go ahead, guys, try it.
Can I answer? Probably have the answer.
Go ahead, Elvin. Can you speak up a little bit?
Excuse me?
Can you just speak up a little bit? Your voice is a little bit far
Your
away.
microphone's a little low.
Yeah, let me see my volume. Okay, let me see my volume right
You
here.
got to put your volume up a little bit more.
Okay. I don't know. It's look everything okay. Okay, let me try. My answer is when we're talking about physical address is where you live, or your physical address where your house or apartment. When you talking about logical address, it's about the IP address of your machine. So that is correct.
I think that's correct, but that's what I said. I just said it in different words.
But more local.
Yeah.
More local. Yeah, like you're close. You're very close on the first part, but even more local.
Like, what's a logical?
what do you mean?
I just get away. What is a logical address compared to a physical address?
So I'm going to read Raj's answer. He said logical address is IP address, but physical address is the MAC address.
He's always like, what way is he Googling this stuff or what?
No, Raj is an actual. No,
Yes,
Raj is a pro.
Raj.
Yes, that's
Raj
the
is a
correct one.
professional.
Yes, that's the correct one. Yes.
Well, we don't need professionals answering.
So wait, how is that? I'm so sorry to ask this, but how is that answer different from what I responded?
Say what you said again.
I said that the logical address is from the CPU and the physical address is in the memory unit.
Okay, let me help you.
No. Kind of, yes. but
Okay,
no.
let me help you.
Okay.
The physical address is the MAC address, right? That's the address for the device.
Okay.
And the logical address is the IP address. That's the one you get from the DHCP.
Yeah. So that's
So-
not the same. So it's not.
Well, hold on.
You get it from the memory address. That's like I don't understand what you're doing there.
So if I have a phone, right, a phone connected to a Ethernet,
Mhm.
right, would I have both addresses on that phone, or do you think one address, MAC or
You would
The
have
logical.
both addresses on the phone
All right, good job.
because
Yes.
it has every device has a MAC address, every single one, and any device that can connect to the internet has
Okay,
a
now let
logical
me
address, correct?
let me turn that a little bit differently. You have a computer. In that computer, there is a phone, software phone. Do I have a physical address or logical address?
Also both,
Why would you say that?
because the computer itself has a MAC address.
So if I have to find a, let's say, an issue with that phone, do you think I'm just going to find the MAC address of that computer and fix that issue with that software?
No.
Hmm.
You're going to have to target the software itself. So I'm confused.
I have a question for you, Haifa. How do
Yeah.
you find the MAC address on a computer running CMD?
Can I cheat?
You know this.
Can we
101.
can we help her?
Well,
I'm like, yeah,
Can
Yes.
can I practice help her?
Yes, use Lifeline.
I think technically she was right.
No, why would I even help her? You are level 1. What is the thing that you should use quickly? Use it right now.
IP config. What?
No, use your friend.
Wait, I didn't hear you, Danish. What did you say?
Use your friend. Find out quickly.
Oh, use my friend.
Use your friend. Google.
I can't hear you.
Okay, let me see if I got right. To find the MAC address for device, you use an CMD ARP. That is correct?
Don't you do IP config and then all? One second, let me try my CMD.
That's also correct.
What?
Address.
Isn't it amazing how a simple question can
Yeah.
be so complicated or turned out
It's
to
right
be?
here. The physical address, IP config. All.
So you type ipconfig all, you don't do anything there? You just don't put a slash or anything?
No, of course you put the stat. That's what I'm.
Yeah,
you put
no, I'm just asking.
Oh, okay, yeah, no. IP config / all, of course.
You're right. It'll
Sorry.
show both.
But
And
will
much
IP
more.
config also show it? I know that.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
not the MAC address, it won't.
Wait, let me check.
Yeah, just the MAC address in one.
The MAC address, it won't. That's why
Come
they
on,
all
come on. Come on, you gotta be like this.
No, I gotta check that.
Don't test
Yes.
it out. You should know this.
Oh, you're right. IP config does not show it. It has to be
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, it has to be
Correct.
all. Mm-hmm.
And it's a /. Make sure you always say / and sometimes there's backslashes.
There is MAC
/
address.
all.
/ all.
Aren't all
Yeah,
the
there is MAC address.
aren't all the arguments done in /? Or how come some of them are done with a minus? Like what is it? Ping -t. Why? How come that works with minus, but like most of the other commands that I've learned at least are /.
You gotta ask Mr. Bill Gates. He's the one that designed
That's
it
how
all.
it's built.
Yeah, that's how he.
That's how the GUI is built. Can't control that.
Because it's actually a switch, right? Don't they call that switches, Donna? Something like that, a switch or something like that after the
Yeah, these are all switches.
switches. I found my dad, and they're whatever the heck they're called. Yeah.
Steven, there's a
Way
question.
back in the day.
There's a question just for you, Steven. From Raj. How many bits is a MAC address?
48 bits. Hexadecimal. I'm done.
Hexadecimal.
Is that like fast enough? It's a 48-bit hexadecimal number.
I like that.
Like
answer.
00 colon.
All right.
00
Let's
colon.
say
What?
a network engineer call you, Haifa, and they're say I need an IP config. I need an IP of this machine. You do IP config and you get a very large IP address. First of all, what is that?
Oh, that's a trick question. That's a good one.
Go ahead, Haifa.
So you do IP config,
Yeah,
and you
you-
get a very large address.
You got a very large address, only large address. You don't get the number 192, 190. What's that? 192, 168.
IPv6.
Okay, well, IPv6. Now the network engineer is saying, I don't need that IPv6. Can you give me the IPv4?
Oh,
How would you
Keep
find
that
that?
command up. How you gonna do that, Haifa?
is it a command?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, you got Google, right?
Yeah, you can. Don't Google it.
Am I allowed
Do
to
that
do
right
this?
from the ping command. You
Am I
change-
allowed to use my friends in the chat?
Go ahead.
Your friends in the chat. How
So
do you switch IPv6? How do you get the IPv4
How do you get
giving you
IPv6?
IPv6?
What are okay? People are putting IPv6. No, okay, so that's the first answer right there. So, so what's how do you find IPv4, guys? I mean, come on, I don't have time to sit here and fix this issue. I think Kuba man, I gotta go, man. I gotta close this ticket.
What's Google?
And most of the new machines, by the way, are coming like that. So get prepared.
That's a pain in the butt too.
Well, okay, like
So my lifelines are literally, they're not even responding to this question. They're talking about other things now. They're not even.
I would have shown my my screen, but let me see if I can.
Is it a command or is it a setting that you have to change?
It is a command.
Okay.
You share your screen, Donish.
Give me 1 second. I have some stuff open. I don't want to.
Stephen, another question for you.
If it's a video of you dancing, take it off, Donish. Please don't show it.
Stephen,
No, I got a lot of my site stuff open, so maybe I'll just do it later.
This is from Raj again. How many bits belong to the manufacturer?
The first, it's the first three of them of the hexadecimal. So what is that? So 6 times 6 of them. So 6 times 8 is what, 48 guys, right? 6 times 8, 48? Yeah. So it'd be the 6, 12, 18? Wait, no. Am I right with that? No, I'm wrong with that. Ain't I? No, it's going to be half of that. So it's the first 24 bits.
24, yes.
24 is manufacturer, and the other one tells you the first 3 tell you, I think, who made it, and the last 3 is specific for that device.
That's right.
So take that, Roger. Take that. Take that.
Roger.
Take that.
Okay.
Stop
Not
Steve.
Roger. Raj.
Guys, I have a question. I'm reading something here. Somebody shared on Twitter a long time ago when the pandemic started, the COVID-19 started, and they the picture say, I don't know. I want to see what you guys understand. Please stay at, and they put the IP address 127.0.0.1, and then it say, don't be to 255.255.255.255. What you guys understand? Nobody?
Say that again.
Okay, they say, please.
I'll just Google.
Okay, please stay.
No, I'm trying to fix my stuff. I don't want to. I don't want to show my site. You know.
Okay, say, please stay at 127.0.0.1. Don't be 255.255.255.255.
I mean, I know what those things are, but I don't get the joke. I mean, 127 is the loopback IP address testing to see literally if the network card is working.
Yeah.
And the other one is just the default the subnet mask or whatever.
You have the answer, Haifa?
That's his broadcast.
IP config should show you both, no?
It does.
So I don't get. How is it a trick question?
Talking about the long strings of letters and numbers and
how to switch
the question.
The question is how to. Yeah, we're still on that one. How to switch IPv6 or how to show IPv?
Right.
Which one is it? Switch or show?
So yeah,
I think Kev runs on Duncan. He got the answer. That's what I understand. Because loopback we know is locally, right?
We're talking about the joke. Yeah, please stay at home. Don't be a broadcast.
Yes, yes, there is.
That's funny.
That's a broadcast, right?
That's too nerdy for me.
Cool, man.
Haifa, you're right. You're right about that. If you do ipconfig all, it shows you both of those, version 5 and version 6. Yeah, that's one way of getting the version 4. But if you the only reason the technician would ask you, like the only reason you would see only IP version 6 if you simply just ping Like if you ping like a host name or
Okay.
a website, and it only shows that one, which is the preferred IP address. In that case, it was version 6. But
Okay.
you know, anyways, yeah.
Someone in the chat said ipconfig space dash A6 will display the IPv4 address. Is that correct? Let me try it on my computer.
You said ifconfig. What the heck?
Wait, is it? No, oh yeah, he said ifconfig. Sorry, I'm sure he meant IP. I assume. Is that a command?
What?
That any command?
ifconfig is a command. But not on
No,
Windows.
but I think he meant IP, right?
Yeah. Steven's shaking his head.
My kid's going.
That command didn't work for me. I just tried it on my CMD. That's
ifconfig is Linux, or if you're trying to run a Mac machine, you would do ifconfig instead of ipconfig.
Okay.
I have a feeling Haifa knows more about this stuff than all of us put together.
No,
She's just
not
messing
at all.
around with us.
Yeah, she does.
She did say she does have a degree in networking too, so.
Oh my God,
no.
it's literally from 14 years ago. Are you kidding? I can't remember what I ate yesterday.
Oh man.
You want me to remember information from 14 years ago?
Nah, I'm just teasing you.
No,
Steven, what is the difference between a frame and a packet? That's a question again from Singapore.
Man, tell him to go jump in a lake. Oh God.
Raj is really enjoying.
The frames are done. If it's a frame, it's coming from the switch. A packet, the router handles the packets. So as you're going moving up and down the OSI stack, it's going to hit the physical, the data link layer, and will be a frame, and then it goes to the network layer, which will turn into a packet, and then it goes up the stack from there.
OSI model.
Or down, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, something like that, right?
Steve, you know your stuff, man.
Yes.
That's right, man. That's right. I try, man. That's why I'm working at a shitty place.
I'm sure you would be working in a much better place if you were in like an area like New York or.
I know I'd be like Kev, man. I could wear shirts like this instead of my little Snoopy shirt. You know, I could wear them some cool.
My favorite. I love
You know
Snoopy.
what I mean? And where do you buy these shirts at, Kev?
Me?
Yeah.
Go online and
So
check.
funny.
Huh?
I go online and check. This one says admin, master your own domain. I have the other shirt. It says must be user error, Kuba man. I don't know if you've seen me wear that shirt.
So what else? So we still didn't answer this question yet that Donis threw out there about IP person.
No, it's IP config/all, and it would show IPv.
Sorry guys, my
it would
son
show
is here.
IPv4 and 6.
So my son is here. Yes, I mean what I was hearing Kuberman. That's the answer basically. So it's more of like the answer is like, yeah, it's gonna show both addresses, but that was like, okay, why would it show only one? So you would, if people knew this answer, Kuberman already answered it that yeah, it's gonna show both. But most likely what he said, that it's gonna be a ping situation where you would ping a machine, it's gonna throw IPv6. Then what you need to do, you need to put a -4 with that, and it's gonna throw the IPv4 address to you. So that's more of like just a tricky question that I did. I mean, most of the people should have just said, well, it's going to show both. But that's where you get that address v6, and you need to change it to -4. Somebody put the ifconfig. That's not for Windows. I don't know about Linux. So maybe Kev run on Dunkits. I think he's a Linux guy here.
That's a Mac command.
Oh, is it Mac?
I don't know what that is. Yeah.
ifconfig is Mac
too, though, isn't it? In Unix.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Like if.
ifconfig is for Mac and Linux.
Yeah, but most of the time, these new system, by the way, guys, if you're working with it, you're gonna ping a machine, and they're gonna get this v6 address. You need to know how to get the IPv4 address. So the easy way would be just put the name or the IP address, or sorry, ping the machine and put -4 with it in front of it.
No, I just escalated to you, Danish.
I drop it right there.
Oh wait, Danish, my question was, how come some commands like ping space is -a when other commands like ipconfig is /all?
that's how they built it. I mean, that's probably, I can call Bill Gates and find him out.
Are
Hey,
most
you want
Okay,
Dude,
listen.
are
Okay, I'll
most
tell you what.
commands-
I'll tell you what. Some commands are same command with switches, so it can do certain things differently in the same command. So if you're gonna have to ping something, then it's gonna have ping dash t, all other switches, right? So the other ones are like basically a full command. It gives you more. It's all switches, but it's more like, yeah, you're going out to a full blown output of that command. Like let's say /all. So you're not specifically doing a very small task. You're doing a whole output right there. Now, of course,
Okay.
a better explanation is going to be to go to Microsoft and basically check this specific, why are they using it this way? I'm sure they will have a better explanation than what I'm putting out there. And also, if people are interested in learning commands, what you guys should do is to type in Google, type Windows commands. It takes you to the Windows Server
Yes.
page, and that page is awesome. I learned
You
a
know
lot
what?
from it, and
You
it
could-
uses
you
every
could
single
type help.
command.
I'm gonna share it on the chat right now. But
Yeah,
I just
share that
wanted
because
to
it's
say,
very important
Yes.
page for a lot of people.
I'll share it for everyone. I actually have it saved in like my bookmarks.
No,
But I
Danish.
just wanted to say
Oh.
that I used ping just now, just to test, right? I used ping /a space /a, and it worked just like ping would.
Yeah, because you're trying to use a for a specific reason, right?
Yes. Okay.
So it will work.
No, I know, but like, because from what I've been doing CMD commands the past 2 days, and ping for some, like, not for some reason, but ping is always like -a, right? Not /.
You could, I was gonna say, you could go into CMD and you could
Yeah.
literally type help in there, and it tells you what each command does. I don't know if you know, if
Okay.
you know
Yeah,
that.
like I said, every command is, just think of it like
I'll show you my screen actually.
a main command with more specific abilities, which he's showing you right now. So it tells you right there what he's basically showing you. Every
it's kind
single
of-
switch is doing something.
It's kind of confusing. I can see why it could be confusing. For example, in Linux, it doesn't make sense to me, but this is how the switches work. But for example, just to list what's inside of the current directory, you just type in ls and you hit enter. But if you want to see hidden folders, you type in ls space minus or dash, if you will, a, which actually shows you more, but you have a minus in there. And
You
but
see-
it's just a switch.
Yeah, yeah,
I wouldn't consider it for face value. It's just you take that switch for what it actually means, not for its characters.
Yeah. So if you look, if you go up a little bit, Kevin, Kev, can you go up a little bit? You see how we go up a little bit more? Where did that all go? Sorry, I'm looking for that full all, everything /all and everything.
Oh, it's right here.
All right. Okay, there you go. So you see right there, you see how it's giving you display. Most of these commands are kind of like giving you a bigger picture right there, or you have a specific thing going on for
Okay.
release. But if there was to do something with, you want to do a, let's say, for example, you want to do a continuous command and you're going to use T right there. So that's one specific thing in that big command right there, right?
Yeah.
So you have to know what is the specifics and what are the main
Right.
commands that does one bigger thing, right? So you have to
Okay.
really look into that. In that,
Yeah, it's just like -t ping this specific host until stopped. She's right there.
just like what you did at Hi-Fi in your training when you were doing deployments and you were using a switch to deploy a software. Silently, you use a bigger S. If you use the other ones with like a something, it would create a license for that application. So it was more like a specific thing has to be done with that switch.
You know, I would say if you scroll down for Kevtech a little bit, go down to the next one and stop. Out of this one here, guys, the big ones is /all. You're going to use /release, /renew, /flush DNS, /register DNS, and maybe display DNS, but you know,
that's it.
That's about it.
Yes.
Everything else you probably will never use in your career.
Yeah, for help desk level 1, all, release, renew, flush DNS. These are the bigger ones.
And there's also wildcard characters you can put in as well. There's a whole, you can spend all years.
Yeah, you could type help on CMD and literally it would show you what each command does. That's what I'm trying to get with this.
Yeah.
Basically.
And with example.
When you do release and renew, you should do them right after each other, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're releasing
Okay.
and you could just go to the adapter and just enable it.
Disconnect or reconnect. Yeah, that's what I do sometimes, just to make it force it. What?
I mean, usually in networking, usually sometimes you don't have access to like you probably, or maybe the technician, you don't want to get involved with the technician. So sometimes they do a port turn off and on, and that does the same thing basically. They will turn off the switch port basically,
So
turn
they
it on again.
turn that up or down. So I think they call that up or down, right? To
Up
turn
or down, yeah.
Up or down,
Yeah,
right?
you shut it down, you turn it on, yep, up or
Right.
down, yep. And
Just don't do it when you
shut
remote
down.
desktop in.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because it's just gonna do the same process.
Okay,
Anyway,
for those of you who did help desk, can I ask, are you getting ready to leave, Kevin?
I was gonna get ready to leave. Ask one more question and I'll leave.
Okay. What
I gotta go eat. I haven't eaten anything.
That's why I went in the middle, man.
I need pizza. What was the most difficult question you got, as if you remember, as an entry level, whether it was help desk or whatever you did in your field? What was the most difficult ticket that you had to deal with, or question?
You asking everyone here, or?
Yeah. So, like, do you remember like the most difficult ticket?
I don't
that you had
remember
to-
because I fixed
when
all
you
of
first
mine because I'm
started?
that good.
Oh God, okay.
Mine was oh my God, cool, man. Mine was an issue with a user. He had a corrupted computer. Every time he opened Excel, he opens up Excel. Every time he opens a file, a specific file that everyone uses in the company, Excel crashes for him. And it was not an issue. It was not an issue with his computer. It was an issue on the user profile level, and also an issue with the same issue that we had. We have like AppSense, so it runs like folder redirection. So it adds your desktop, your documents, everything for you automatically. So I had to go into virtual server folder and delete that. And then I had to recreate his whole folder, recreate his C drive, recreate his user login and everything, back everything up and save everything, delete a folder called virtual server folder, which is part of AppSense. Then I deleted the folder. I logged in as myself. I put everything back. I took a picture of a screenshot of everything he had on his desktop. I took a screenshot of all the printers he had. I took a screenshot of all the shortcuts he had. And then I had to re-log in again, put all of that back, have him log in, put all that back. And I had to delete the user profile on the local computer, basically. That's what happened to me. It was really annoying.
I'll tell you, mine is not a one issue. So let me tell you, when I was in the beginning, when I started in a school, because that's how I got hired. Hey, come, the IT person left. You were going to school for IT, just go ahead and take over. So every third day, I would get hit with something like what you're saying, a very hardcore, like, oh, this is a corruption going on. So how do I fix it, right? So let me tell you, after I learned about imaging, I do not have any issues with any technical problems. Why? In this career, is that when I knew about imaging, I knew my backup, the last king backup is to go back to my image, because that's how I always kind of did a proactive troubleshooting. So I would be like, if I'm giving this laptop away, I need an image. And yes, it's crazy. I took images for almost all the laptops, by the way, because I was new to this stuff. Yes, I was new to this stuff. So to save myself and to not deal with actually issues, and you say most difficult, right? That was my difficult. That was my difficult time, basically, what I would say. That I didn't know technically what Kevtech is doing, like doing this, fix this, that. I didn't know that stuff, right? So I was lacking this stuff. So the only thing that I learned in the beginning was that, okay, I have a backup that can recover everything. I just need to now learn to fix if I can. So most of the time I was stress-free in that sense. Yes, I was taking that normal stress, but I would go back to my image. So then I learned, oh, you could have a master image. Why am I doing all the images in my big 2 TB hard drive that I have? I will put images, image 1, image 2, image Stacy, Frank, this. To be honest, I have images like that. So it was not a big company, like 40 to 50 people, but still that requires a lot of space. So I had like 3 different hard drives with me. So everybody would have an issue like that. I would go back and say, okay, you know what? I think you are having a lot of issues. I think your computer needs to be re-imaged. They don't know what I'm talking about, right? I'm like, I need to take your computer for like next 40 minutes. Copy everything, put everything back. Like I get the latest image, copy every C drive, that the pictures, favorites, stuff like that. But then I realized that there's issues with that too. I would forget sometimes something. They would lose a document somewhere that they put it. I didn't copy that. Then I started learning about master imaging. Then I started learning about backups, network backups, and slowly, of course, I get to the point where I feel like too many problems can be solved because you're learning, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
So-
can give you some. I'm
cool,
sorry,
man.
Steven. Go ahead.
Oh, well, mine was basically, I think, one of the users that transferred from Chicago on onto our office in Wyoming. She came up there and she was complaining a lot for the last, she was there for about a year. And she kept on putting tickets in saying that her computer was, and the network was slow, the computer was slow. And we go down and we're like, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, what are you talking about? It's working good. And but she says it would really, really slow down during the daytime, or this is that going on. The ticket was kicked around in help desk, and on the level 3 guys like Donish, everybody like that, all these guys were saying, what the heck, there's nothing going on. And then I finally took it upon myself to really start looking at the logs of what domain controller is she actually logging into, what is going on, and finally looking at that stuff. I was like, wait a minute, she's actually logging into the domain controller out in Chicago. We have one here on site.
Mm-hmm.
So everything was really, really slow. And that was the one ticket where I got the information, I sent it to the right person like Donish who can make that change, move her from one domain controller and made her credentials log into our domain controller. Once that was done, the computer was more snappy. She was able to log in quicker. It wouldn't take like 5 minutes to log in. The applications were all running smooth because now she was on our application server, our file server. Everything was migrated then. The person who did it like a year ago did not put in the proper request. This comes again down to a manager not doing their job. When one person moved from point A to point B, the new manager here did not do their job as far as requesting everything to be migrated to our site. And once I got that done, the person was up and running, and she was forever thankful. My God, people, we had about 10 people looking at this, and you're the only one that ever took the time to really look at and see what was going on. And that simple move of her logging in more locally everything was the actual trick. So that was probably the hardest one, but that was the most satisfying one that I ever completed. And that's what that was mine. So
Kevin, can I ask? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to share this real quick. For me, it's an ongoing issue that I believe is still happening. It's just that I'm not the next person to deal with it, but it's an issue with application owner. It's an application that always been difficult for many, many years. It's kind of an outdated application that a lot of people in a certain department use since the times of Windows 2000. And nobody's updating this application per se, but there's a back end part of it. There's a database involved. There's a database access to it. And with so many iterations of Windows being changed, every time that happens, there is a particular way to install this application, and you're kind of rolling a dice every time you try to install it on a new image. So over time, it gets more and more difficult, even with Windows 10 updates now, to actually make it work. Well, the application owner has known about this for years, and he always is scapegoating, and meaning that he always tries to make one of us as the experts at his application. So he never wants to fix it, never wants to do anything. So it's an ongoing issue where it's constantly, you finally tell him, and he's at a different location, completely separate from us. I'm not gonna, get into detail about that, but he's always doing this where he's, okay, hey, can you work on this one? Because for each user, you literally have to specifically set it up. It's incredibly difficult. And you have to, for each computer, and it can take sometimes an hour just to install it for one user, this one application that they need. And you finally tell him, years go by, you're like, okay, I'll help you for about a month, but he never fixes it. So now you tell him, okay, I can't do it anymore. You need to fix it. He finds the next person to do it. And then it's just constantly, and then he loops back. And whoever even somebody new starts working and he says, this guy is actually expert on this. And this guy literally just started working. So it's like that type of issue is just ongoing.
Can you tell me who he is, Google so I could drop kick him?
Oh, he's not in nearby. He's kind of over the sea. So
I'll go overseas then and drop kick him. Let me know.
I would appreciate that because yeah.
Ivy, you want
Thank
to say
you,
something?
guys. No, I'm gonna save it for next time. I think I think you guys need to go, and I need to go find pizza.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna share pizza pictures on Discord. So whoever's not on Discord is going to miss out on seeing what a Nutella pizza looks like.
Yeah, I'm gonna have salmon right now. I'm gonna have salmon with brown rice and some vegetables. So I'm gonna eat right now, literally. So
thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks again, Kevin, for the dono. You the man.
Thank you all.
Thank
you all.
Thank you,
everybody.
Take care.
Take care.
All right, you guys have a great day.
Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, everybody in the chat.
We'll do.
Thank you all for putting up with my questions.
We'll do this again next week. I'll be here next week on Saturday, same time.
Do a lot of push-ups. Drink a lot of water.
Same time, same 2 p.m. same time. Everyone, make sure you wear the same shirts. And that's it. I'm just kidding.
All right. Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
All right, you too.
All right, you too, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.